As the mech done now for Zai, so Evil Geniuses definitely a potential to group up and look to take these fights.
I wonder what KP's going to buy on the Abaddon. He's banking up gold. I'm thinking maybe we might see that Radiance, right?
I wouldn't be surprised.
Used to say, yeah.
I would not be surprised.
He went for the experience, gained talent too, since he went to Midas, so he's going to surge up and up that net worth and experience, of course.
I'm going to see if Evil Genius can get the catch here, but already Newbie aware to the happenings. SCCC is already out.
They might get Moogie though.
Not going to quite get the initial X, and all that force out will mean he's out of range. Moogie getting himself out. Zai's continuing to chase, see if he can find anything, but now with Kaka in the neighborhood, impossible for EG to go for Moogie anymore. So nice escape there from Newbie after, sort of as you say, taking the tier 1 and starting to clean out EG's jungle.
This lull period for EG is actually very threatening, because now it's OD. The OD is almost going to have a BKB finished up, and that's going to completely counter all of EG's threats that they have out on the table. So he's going to be super scary. The only thing they can really do is net him and kite him, or sprout him, but of course he has the 4-step to kind of deal with that already. So that's probably what Newbie's waiting for next. To get that BKB online, then they can maybe make a smoke play and get on the aggressive side. Because they should be feeling quite comfortable with how much they've gotten, how much time they've gotten, how much of the map has opened up after that mid lane fight. And KP's just been, KP's chilling. He's just been farming for a while. 3,000. He's on his way. He
really is. You know, as I said, he's going to be up there soon with the rest of them. And yeah, he's less than 1,000 really behind Samael and such on the Mirana. And talking about Samael, how is he doing on his next item? So Manta
building Manta.
Yeah, just a few hundred away. So very close to having that one done.
Crit gets spotted out in the jungle. There's no way to stun him or lock him down though, so it will TP away.
I mean, do you think this is an issue if you're Evil Geniuses and you are letting this sort of time pass where suddenly this Abaddon is going to pop out of the jungle and have a Radiance complete at this pace?
It's definitely scary, yeah. They're acquiring, you know, they're farming all over the place too. They're not, it's not like they're falling super far behind the map, but it's the fact that this OD now has BKB and Newbie actually has such a scary group up. They don't have great objective takers, but if they can group up into straight team fight, and if they win through that Song of the Siren, that's where it's going to be big wins for them. We now do see the Song coming out. They are on the prowl for some Newbie heroes.
See if they can get Moogie. Moogie, he is going to head up to the high ground, very dangerously close to them. Samael has the DD as well. There's the X-Mark setup. Can he get himself out of this one? Well, with Universe and the silence there, there's no way he gets out. Tries to shove himself away, but the damage is too much. EG will claim the kill.
SCCC is walking right up on Crit right now.
He's trying to find some
Four shots him.
He gets it, jukes out the shard. And the damage coming in brings Samael incredibly low. Zai has to Song to make sure there's no chance of a Sanities or so turning around. They try and go for the arrow timing, but it's off. Evil Geniuses, they mess up Zai. That mech play does keep him alive, but they turn for the bigger kill. RTZ's turned up into a bit of a static storm.
They do not want to fight into this OD right now. 72 int stolen at this point. This is scary.
And Zai did end up ticking down as well. 3 gone. And now Newbie start to get the push on, and it's exactly as you said. As soon as that BKB is out on the OD, SCCC, he can do what he wants in the fights.
You see him? He just ran into 4 heroes. He did not care at all. Kaka was farming jungle as well, and he's just like, nah, I don't need you.
72 intel stolen as well. He didn't even have to drop the ultimate.
Did we actually see where Kaka's epicenter was?
I'm not sure.
For Kaka's sake, I see it's on cooldown, and I didn't really see him in the area, so I don't know what happened. But SCCC definitely just walking up, no fear whatsoever. And yeah, look at this instacked up. 72, if they're able to take a fight, it's probably going to be out by the time they will.
Yeah. If only it was level 25. But unfortunately, SCCC, even he cannot achieve that. 23 minutes in.
Hey, we're talking about level 25. Of course, it's a long way away, but Newbie has some super threatening ones, be it the OD with plus duration and, of course, the Abaddon, which we've talked about is the strongest level 25 talent.
And that Radiance, yeah, it's about a minute away at this pace.
Wow.
As he is so close to having that recipe done.
This is a scary point for EG now.
I think it really is. Bottom lane, Crit. He's going to hold back Kaka. Universe is there as well, but he has to be careful. I mean, Universe, he's playing with this, but he also knows. He'll Shadow Blade him back off.
Kaka just blinks in aggressively, he knows.
They do have 4 of them here on Newbie, but looks like EG will be fine as they hide in the trees, TP themselves out of there. 9 for 9 at the moment. Zai, looking to get that Greaves complete. 500 gold away, and the recipe will be out. Faith going straight for the Acronyms this game on Disrupting.
Long ways away.
For sure.
His will probably not come, but it's like naturally through team fights, maybe we'll see him get a couple big kills. and that can be a way to actually deal with if the BKBs and BKBs and such items come out for EG. They can just do the Astral combo into the Static Storm, one of the very strong combos we've seen in the past. Even though it only isolates one target, but it can be used very effectively.
There we have it. Yeah, KP with this Radiance. I mean, KP, he has kept his composure and recovered absolutely amazing. We saw in that bottom lane, he was not having fun. Consistently getting dove upon. Newbie just absolutely leaving him alone. And this is why, because they felt that they could sort of hold the game off, get to this position, and you could not tell that this Abaddon had a tough opening. Play his Radiance 24 minutes in, you're fine with that.
Yeah, he's had a lot of freedom. He's literally been jungling for quite a long time now. Hasn't been needed to get involved into the engagements. After that mid-tier 1 fight, it's pretty much been all Newbie on the up and up. Yeah, the experience as well is going at 6,000 for Newbie, and the gold is just about 2,000.
Yeah,
so
just being
momentum.
that little bit more efficient in comparison to Evil Geniuses across the map, whilst there's this passive state of gameplay.
And they're building for late game. They're building for that kind of tri-core scaling, because Mugi built a Maelstrom. And he's going to go for the BKB now. So he definitely wants to still be a damage-dealing force versus the Timbersaw, versus the Mirana, getting this extra, the magic damage that comes through the Maelstrom.
I mean, it's great there. It's great against, of course, the Nog's Illusion, the Treants from Nature's Prophet. Yep. Yeah, absolutely. Perfect time to burn it. As you say, yeah, the speed that he's got it is fantastic. Top of the network, Mugi.
They'll all be damage dealers. It's going to be an OD dealing damage, a Venomancer dealing high amounts of damage amongst his ultimate, which is already one of the higher ones, of course, and then Radiance Abaddon.
Yeah. I mean, that's the thing. You look at EG's lineup, if you can control the Timber, sort of move out of the way of Zai's spells, who's coming in with the punch? I mean, it's going to take still a bit of time, really, before Sumail's got that much of a right click. He needs to have at least the Diffusal Blade done, and he's still working towards that.
And sometimes we see versus those BKBs, what's good is those instant disables, which EG does not have in this type of game. They don't have a Blink Echo Slam. They don't have a Blink Sanctum Stun.
Oh, with this Moonlight there, they will have eyes on Takaka. He's actually just going to duke it out.
So
they can't quite catch him. Now he jumps forward, looking to block them off, and that's going to allow his Triple C to come in. They will Song, but that's going to mess up the boat combo.
They got Sumail glimpse back already.
And they've got the kill with that one. That's the big one. Sumail down for 55, and EG, I mean, it feels like they're getting sort of the jitters here on this main stage. They're making all these plays, but they're not very coherent, and Newbie, they're keeping it cool.
For sure, Kaka did there. Dodging 2 spells and getting a nice burrow strike. Doesn't hit anybody, but survives and they get Sumail. That's all that matters there. And Song's on cooldown now for 100 seconds. Newbie had to expend nothing. They don't have the greatest Roche lineup, but they have the team fight around the Roche, so they might just be able to go in there and force EG to do something about it, because EG used everything there. All of their ultimates were expended.
I mean, they probably hope that EG knows about this. This is just them dominating the game and saying, come and fight us, because they know that there's no way that EG can in the state that they're in. This is absolutely going to be a free Roshan for Newbie as they pick up the Aegis, and this is the point now where with the items and the power that Newbie have amassed, they can start thinking about trying to push down tier 2s and maybe even getting up to the high ground.
And the Roche isn't even that slow, because the Curse of Avernus, the Abaddon's already starting to scale so heavily that it actually accelerates it that much forward. Big gain there for Newbie now, having that Aegis. I wonder what KP's going to build next. With that Radiance, he's got another 3,000 already in stock.
My goodness. Radiance, is Octarine still the build on this Radiance Abaddon?
It's pretty damn strong if that's what they want to go for, yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I mean, we know that obviously he's going to have mana for days. He can spam out those spells, as you mentioned, with having that Essence Aura, the OD when they group up and push. Looks like it's going to be the Aghanim's as he picks up the point booster. That's going to be the next point of call, and I mean, that obviously brilliant as well. If they do want to try and do something about ending the game soon, it's going to be massive. Up top, we will have the side of Evil Geniuses going for the play, and they'll burst
they actually cursed him down before.
Very nicely done.
He's got the Silver
Edge, hasn't he, Universe?
Silver Edge Orchid, unable to use that ultimate.
Nothing
from Abaddon
he can do. And that's the combo. And that's him down for a minute.
Maybe now he'll change his item build. Maybe he'll switch up to a Lotus Orb or something along those lines. We'll see if he does make the adjustment. He did buy the point booster, but needs something to be able to remove that silence so that he can activate and trigger his ultimate through that Silver Edge.
Oh yeah, he does change it.
He changed it up, right? Manta instead.
Going for the Manta stuff.
So more of a scaling kind of item. He wants to be a damage dealing transitioning core rather than getting these supportive type items.
So cleaning out the way. Crit just in the boat through. Bave hiding in the trees just in case anyone else was going to reveal themselves, but EG backing up. Not looking to stick around. And that's the Diffusal Blade finally done on Samael, but it really
He is
feels
falling
like this
far
is,
behind.
I was going to say, this is quite a slow game from Samael. I mean, you look at the net worth on the heroes, and this is not the position you normally expect Samael to be in, at the bottom of all the cores on the map.
They put a lot of emphasis on this.
True,
Mirana.
they did gank a few times at the start.
Yeah, they put free ganking on mid, and EG doesn't really have heroes that can save the Mirana that well. So yeah, Samael's definitely struggling in this one. Newbie with that Aegis.
It's all about that.
Making the play now toward mid, smoked up on the two supports behind the OD. They're showing the Venomancer top too, so EG might not be expecting this one.
I mean, Samael, we just talked about him having a tough game. It's about to get even rougher as they trap him in the static storm. Newbie again with these big pickoffs. And at this pace, I don't know if the Samael's even going to get the chance to catch back into this game. As Newbie consistently focusing him down, and it's absolutely working at this stage. It's so hard for Samael to be any sort of threat at all against Newbie's lineup.
It's such a smart way that they do it too. It's like they don't show many people on the map. The lanes are in a pretty decent spot. Then Mugi shows top. He starts like forcing the wave out a bit, and they smoke behind that mid lane with only 3 heroes, which EG just, there's no way that they can see that coming with the Venomancer showing top.
Here we go, up to the high ground. Newbie ready to push in. EG, what can they do to hold this off? There's no Samael Mirana for 25 seconds. So KP can just afford to stand there, beat in upon it. We'll start to TP back at least the Sand King to try and clean out this bottom lane, as there's a bit of a split push coming in from Evil Geniuses. They themselves moving forward. Universe with the Treants starting to put some pressure onto the tier 3, and it looks like that's going to be enough to bring Newbie back off.
Oh, Kaka just causticking all that down. Cash money. SCCC building toward a Hex next, already level 20, so we were talking about those 25s a couple minutes ago, and it's approaching that point. Abaddon as well, getting level 20 soon. Once they get those level 25s, it just becomes absurd. But those two talents are super powerful for the long drawn-out team fights.
I mean, what's the plan here for Evil Geniuses? How do they recover from this sort of slump that they're hitting in the mid game, and with a lineup that feels like it's going to be hard to come back against the size that SCCC is. I mean, you see SCCC just
going in
up into the jungle of Evil Geniuses, popping the BKB. You know, he's had it with this passive play. He wants to fight. He wants to look for the action. I mean, he's now going to be a BKB charge down. I mean, we'll see if EG can capitalize on this. They've got Zai.
There's no BKB on the OD, but still Aegis. They don't want to try to make a play.
They're getting out.
There. It's too scary. Abaddon's right there as well, so if you do get like the arrow combo or anything, he can just remove it off. Definitely can't make an aggressive play onto the Aegis there. I
mean, that just goes to show, effectively how far Newbie feel they are ahead.
Yeah.
Your OZ can just blink into the jungle, BKB, and he's like, if I get a kill, I get a kill. If I don't, whatever. Feeling that confident at the moment with the situation.
EG pretty much, like you were asking before, they need to split the map up. They need to just keep splitting until that Aegis, once the BKB start getting lower as well, the fights start becoming a bit easier, but it still ain't easy. It's a very hard game for them coming to the further state because of those talents that we mentioned and just the nature of how Newbie's draft works for theirs. These BKBs, BKB on Veno, BKB on OD, majority of the threat from EG is just countered from that Magic community.
And there's no doubt that the split is being played. You see Universe, he, amongst it all, is still top of the second on the net worth.
They're trying to make a play.
So much across the map.
When that Aegis expires, they're trying to make a play here. But the BKB is back online for SCCC.
I mean, how do they catch it? They have to get
Torrent
the right
arrow.
Torrent. This is the combo. Torrent there, into the arrow, perfectly done. The Orc in the boat. Very clean execution from EG.
That's the only way they can do it is if he can't get the BKB off with the full.
I mean, and now that is an OD down for a minute. SCCC does not have buyback. Yep. This top lane, looking to be in trouble as EG are coming forward. Kaka tries with the epicenter, but he barely catches anyone. He gives a bit of a tickle to Arteezy, but EG stick around. The silence is down to KP. He's forced back. Mugi will
Storm on 2, on 3.
Has trapped 3 of them here. EG may have overstayed their welcome with the Burn Strike as well. Newbie still fight back hard without their OD. They may even get more as there's the glimpse back onto Crit. Newbie say this is very much still a game we have a hold on as they bring 4 of EG down. And EG, quite like myself, maybe getting a little too excited off the back of taking down the OD.
I was just sitting there waiting for the fight recap to come up just so I can see how much damage the Venomancer did. 5,100 damage in that fight, getting everybody into the Poison Nova. Perfect follow-up Static Storm without the OD, as you were mentioning. Yeah. They get a lot of damage on that tower, though. It's down to 200 health, so it does give Universe a bit of opportunities and options to go there and pressure it, but You see how hard it is for EG to get the kills on the OD there. It has to be perfect, the torrent into arrow, because they don't have that instant disable for the BKB.
And look at this. I mean, this is just the dream here as well for Faith. Just waltzes in. Look how grouped up EG are. They got so set on trying to finish off KP.
The Force Staff.
Bam.
You know, we touched on it. We said the Force Staffs were so important in this game. They almost killed KP because of the Silver Edge Orchid combo, so he couldn't use his ultimate. But then Force Staff, he's out of range, and the fight. EG just gets put into a clumping position and get hit by multiple ultimates and suffer.
And we saw there, you know, KP's life once again nearly was on the line because of the fact that he got Silver Edge hit and silence. Now he's got the Manta style, so they were close to killing him. Now it's so hard. There's very little they can do in terms of trying to kill him at all at the start.
And even the Manta Radiance illusions are just obnoxious. It's not like they really have any hard right clickers on the side of EG. It's the Nature's Prophet and the Murano for that evasion, but it's just annoying that how farmed this Abaddon can be already. Level 22, getting closer and closer to 25. Universe.
We'll see. Jumping in, has the setup, Sentry down. Zai will come in with the save. And straight with the
glimpse.
Oh no! Oh, Faith! He was there outside of the sleep radius, ready to set up with the glimpse back, and Universe is gone. I mean, newbie, nothing goes past these guys. They will catch you.
And they're getting a lot of momentum. 8,000 gold lead now. We have a Disruptor's 3/4 of the way toward an Aghanim as well. That's going to be a really nice little luxury piece that he can pick up. And the siege comes out now.
Yeah, now this is newbie's turn to go. This is how you break a high ground. The boat will come through. It's going to be duked out, whether it be Yules or Astral Imprisonments to keep newbie safe. Jump forward. SCCC just goes in. They jump forward with a bow strike. Crit will be kept alive by Zai. Only just. The pipes out as well. Buyback from Universe as they do their best to hold here, EG, but already the tier 3 falling low. They will force the BKB out on SCCC. Newbie now looking to disengage. EG chasing down with the Moonlight. Can they actually get a catch onto anyone? At the same time, indeed, top lane, the rack came through. Universe did take the top melee racks. So EG, with this split, they are paying very heavily with lives. Both Sumail and Crit go down. They got the melee racks trade, but was it worth it? Because now newbie are back in. They know there's 2 down on EG. Faith will end up going down in the base as RTZ continues to put on the pressure, but Evil Genius's base looking to be in the bigger shambles as newbie will clean up the middle lane of racks. Still 2 tier 2s in both of the side lanes.
They're going for tier 4.
They're going for the game.
At least.
There's no buybacks here for EG, only RTZ and Universe. Can they actually hold this? I mean, Universe is TPing back down to try and rat again, but it doesn't matter if you're splitting the racks, if you're losing the base. 1 tier 4 almost certainly going to fall, potentially 2. Now the buybacks have just come back on. Sumail can get back in, but already both tier 4s down. Newbie looking towards the base. There's the buyback. Can they hold? RTZ with the Shiva's Guard trying to slow them down. The arrow connects onto the OD. Torrent follows through as well. Here comes the bow, but SCCC dukes it just in time with the Astral Imprisonment. Newbie, they're focusing the base. They're looking for the game. RTZ looks to cut down Mugi. Not quite enough damage. Mugi's still alive. BKB out by SCCC. Blinks in. Finishes off the game. Newbie take game 1.
Wow. Super impressive way that they stalled the game out. Letting 1 overextension from EG punish them so heavily. That 1 overextension in the mid lane just set them to a point where they could farm so many different places on the map. They let the Midas start kicking in. Radiance comes online. Once the BKB hits, that's when it was the big timing for newbie.
Absolutely. I mean, the panel said at the start, this OD, it's such a smart final pick.
It was absolutely
perfect. It did so much.
It was perfect game.
But again, the support play from newbie, we saw countless times. Faith on that Disruptor. I mean, I feel like you may even have to take this hero away from him. Half of the kills were because of his setups. He was there at the right place at the right time. We saw situations where normally you'd think you were safe. The sleep, the TP out. No, there's a Disruptor on the outskirts of it all, glimpsing you back. And, I mean, EG at the end, they did do, as you say, go and try for that split push play, but it was just a little too late.
Yeah, definitely too late. Newbie just putting those BKBs to work.
Absolutely. Well, there we have it, ladies and gentlemen. Game 1 going to newbie. I'm sure the panel's going to have a lot to talk about after that one. Back to you, Day 9 and the boys.
Thank you. What an incredible finish to the game. Sleep in an arrow, which is, I would say, pretty weak versus the double save that they had. And you mentioned that they probably could build a pipe or something like that, but even so, I think damage was just not there compared to like Venomancer and
Sure, that Abaddon pick was really, really great. It's a hero we haven't seen a ton of, but up against an early Mirana, it makes a lot of sense.
Interesting first two pickups from Newbie. Earth Spirit straight into Shadow Shaman. I've seen some Earth Spirit and some Shadow Shaman at the tournament.
Newbies.
Yeah, we haven't seen too much. That Lycan, that's a hero.
There we go.
That hero's great against Shadow Shaman.
And a comfort pick for RTC and EG overall.
Absolutely. You build Necro on Lycan, and you don't have to worry about the Shadow Shaman disables at all. If you try and shackle Lycan, the summons are just kill
10
you.
seconds remaining.
Once again, we see the exact same bans that have been popular throughout the entire tournament. Well, picks and bans. Puck, Earthshaker, Lich, and Nyx out of
EG's turn to ban.
Newbie starting up their draft with some Teamfight Reverse Spirit and some Tower Push from the Shadow Shaman. It's a nice combination to put together Teamfight and Push. To either pick some Teamfight or potentially some more split push to spread out.
Feels a little painful having Nature's Prophet
10
dumped off that
remaining.
early. There's been a lot of Lycan Nature's Prophet games that Evil Genius successfully
5
pushes
seconds
off with.
remaining.
Yeah, like I was just saying, they got to be really careful for that. So Furion, one of the best split pushes in the game, is a great.
Oh, Enchantress. Oh, come on. That hero's awesome, man. Don't do that to me, Newbie.
And that is the thing that is, like when you go into the main event from the group stage, you can see that Newbie are actually banning heroes that ED used to play a lot. They used Enchantress, Prophet, Shaker, and Puck, and they're banning all of those heroes now.
This is like the group stage of EG Incarnate right here on the left.
And that's why having that day off and being able to go through and look at all of EG's drafts, watch some of their replays, maybe even practice a team and pretend they're EG.
Yeah. I mean, this is actually going to be really interesting to see the remainder. I mean, I feel like the bans are almost more interesting than the picks at this point, especially given that they are some of the most commonly picked heroes that we've seen consistently show up.
This is the most beautiful part of Dota. People just don't understand.
Peter, I will never doubt you ever again. I now believe you fundamentally whenever you speak.
So last series we didn't actually see Sven banned out versus Lycan, which I'm very surprised to see, and has banned it out. I guess Newbie probably picking a lot more players in the last series, but it's one of the best counters versus Lycan. Either build, like the Mask of Madness Armlet build, or the Necro build gets slaughtered by Sven. He has the best armor.
Not Lycan and all of his summons will be stunned by the AoE stun of Sven. Down, and Sven's oftentimes build BKB, so if there's a Necro there, he can just pop that Necro real quick and not take.
And Lycan's all physical. Warcry, he just runs around and does nothing. Generally.
Turn to pick.
Pick 3 for Newbie, Queen of Pain. There we go. You know, every mid player I've ever heard talk about this hero just loves Queen of Pain. It just feels really nice.
Every mid player plays Queen.
It's like a flashy hero, and oftentimes mid players they're pretty flashy, right?
Yeah.
High performers.
Who's the most modest and mild mid laner of all?
Remaining.
Super from LFY.
Easily. He plays DK Viper. It's just like
Yes,
least
my
flashy.
man, that's what I'm talking about. He flies into
That's
a
your
raid.
guy, man.
Place
Yeah,
to
that's-
win. Place to win.
Let me tell you something. When I learned that there was a hero that had a button and was mid, I was all in on the Viper, man. He is the best.
You're a big fan of Spirit Breaker too, right?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, in fact, for any new players who are interested in getting into Dota, strongly recommend Viper, strongly recommend Spirit Breaker. Oh, the best.
All of my friends who are not so good at Dota, their best heroes are always Spirit.
Yeah, no, it's like my best hero, like by a significant margin. I am mediocre.
So Quap's pretty great here. No Nyx in the pool, no Puck in the pool. Definitely going to be a pretty good mid laner here.
Disruptor, this hero's popular.
It's a very good pick against Queen and Shadow Shaman and Earth Spirit. Like all of these heroes except Rasta have good escapes, so the Glimpse is going to be very good to be able to catch the Cop or Earth Spirit.
Yeah, and we saw just the mass silence from Disruptor in pretty much every single match today have
5 seconds
probably the
remaining.
hugest swings in every single game have been a direct result
Turn
of
to pick.
A great static field can fight for sure.
So EG has a very good like tower push lineup with Lycan, as well as good team fights with Sacking and Disruptor. So they're probably going to be able to force towers early.
Back, the 4th pick for Newbie, extremely durable, very annoying and hard to kill.
This hero's presented a lot of problems. We saw this in our first series between Liquid and IG. The Bristleback laning up against the Lycan. Burning on the Lycan had a pretty rough time. We'll see how managed to find him some farm.
Yeah, but we did see Mind Control had a rough Bristleback game, which essentially eliminated any midline for Team Liquid, and then had a great game with Bristleback, which was huge in terms of pressuring the opponent.
Definitely a great hero. He can build some armor items like Ben was mentioning, that early Solar Crest. So a lot of the damage in Lycan, maybe dodge some attacks.
He has a lot of ways to get farm as well. He can actually go back and stack camps as well as ancient camps, and not only the normal one. So he's a lot of ways to get farm, even though he gets pushed out from the lane.
You want what? A Silver Edge carrier is pretty good against Quap. I like Lena's one of the ones that I like for mid, but maybe you want to save that for later.
Big bad Enigma.
Oh yes.
Or Teamfight from EG, which I think is exactly what this hero also great with the Midnight Pulse. Yeah, awesome against Bristleback.
10 seconds.
Them off your towers. I like the pick. A nice KB hero to Shadow Shaman and Earth Spirit disables, even Orchid down the line. Remove that silence, allow them to get on Black Hole. Right now they have no disable through Black King Bar, so Enigma's got a pretty nice game looking.
There's not that many ones that can do that. I think the only one that can really silence are 2.
So we have one pick remaining for these teams. What is perhaps the biggest weakness that you're seeing in these lineups that need?
I like where EG's at right now. They got some nice fight, they got some nice vision, maybe a little more carry, which I imagine that's what they'll get for Sumail last year, so a little bit of damage to follow up on these disables from Sand King Disruptor and Enigma. What do you guys think about Newbie?
10 seconds remaining.
Newbie, either some way to deal with the Lycan or the Enigma. Like either they can pressure the Lycan with the Bristle, and then have some sort of BKB disable for the Enigma.
So definitely some disable for...
They could also go like Bloodseeker or something. Deal with the Lycan. I've seen that as a common pickup versus the Lycan.
This Enigma is quite problematic.
Yeah, agreed.
Whatever carry they think they're going to pick to deal with Lycan is also going to be Black Hole for fight.
You made a great point earlier, you know, wanting to have a Silver Edge carrier to be able to use a Silver Edge ability to disable Bristleback's passive, but of course Lena, we recommended as maybe a choice. 5th ban.
Okay. So I've also seen some other matchups too. I think LC, pretty good Bristleback counter and a good versus Queen of Pain in lane. Sumail doesn't play too much LC, but it was popular by some of the top teams in the group. I believe maybe played it very often in the middle.
You could potentially cancel a Black Hole.
Oh, that's next level.
I mean, it can happen, right?
Okay, so they banned one of the heroes that can deal with the Black Hole through BKB. He's the best one because if you get BKB link, you can still stop it.
Necrophos.
Keep on going on this push strategy.
That's a mid Necrophos, I think, for Sumail. That hero is dominant.
Is that something that he usually plays? Well,
I don't think so.
It's not really as a main hero for me, but
I'm sure he has a decent amount of experience with that. I think he likes the hero. I'm pretty sure he plays it in pubs from time to time.
I've seen Arteezy on Necrophos quite a bit, but of course Arteezy is 99.999% going to be Lycan.
I'd be very surprised if Sumail took up the Lycan. However, he's probably suggesting it to crit and Arteezy. He's like, let me play Lycan. I got this one. That's kind of what Sumail and Zai do. They just suggest every hero for themselves. Listen.
Of course. Now, with one last pick remaining for Newbie, it sounds like the consistent theme you're bringing up is having a good way to deal with Enigma's Black Hole, trying to figure out
big problem.
A core that can fit in that.
Or you need to fight around it. Maybe you do some split push. Let's see what we got.
And it's going to be
the
Bloodseeker.
All right.
Yeah, Bloodseeker deals with Lycan. I think you have to deal with either one or the other because they don't have the Sven, so Bloodseeker deals with Lycan. Enigma, if it gets past 40, it's going to be a tough game.
Yeah, look out for Enigma and his Blink BKB, and then we'll see how Newbie handles those two fights, but I think it's difficult for him.
Before we get into this game, Erlini, I just want to get your thoughts on who you think came out with an edge after the draft.
I would probably say Evil Geniuses because I like the Enigma here. Enigma seems like it's going to be pretty dominant. There's no way to stop him.
Well, it's time to get into game 2 between Evil Geniuses and Newbie. Let's send it down to the floor.
Thank you very much, Day9. And indeed, game 2, Evil Geniuses versus Newbie. We've seen the drafts. It's EG a bit like, that's a nice support duo there. It would be a shame if someone was going to borrow that. And bang, this time round, they've got the Disruptor Sand King, switching it around a little bit in return. And a bit of a funny one from Newbie. That final pick, the Bloodseeker, but that silence is going to cause issue for some of this team fight that EG are going to bring.
The silence can cause issues, and like Ben said, you have to do something when you have this kind of draft coming out. You're like, man, we have to deal with either the Lycan or the Enigma. So they make the choice that we're going to go for the Bloodseeker too with that. I don't think just that. I think also they have a really fast-paced early laning phase. That's the one thing that EG can suffer in. These heroes take some time. they don't really have the greatest heroes to gank for either. Like, Sanking Disruptor can gank, but they can't gank for the Enigma lane. They can secure the Lycan's lane, and then they can kind of make the rotations for the Necro, but it's still not the greatest one in comparison to where SCCC is going to be playing a Queen of Pain with Earth Spirit rolling in. And so they're going to be putting a lot of pressure and having this Bloodseeker with the Thirst get online. That's scare that I think in the first 5 to 10 minutes in the laning phase, that EG can suffer.
Yeah, we've seen in the past SCCC Queen of Pain can be quite the showstopper. So a lot of hype to see what he can pull out in that. Sumail this game, as the panel mentioned, it will indeed be playing the mid Necrophos. And kind of as the panel touched upon, something we don't see that much, but Sumail raising the stakes there in the mid lane. Giving the good luck to SCCC. SCCC will get it right back there with a thumbs up as well. I like it.
Oh, this is great.
Just dropping the mail as well. I love that. I mean, this is the great thing about the mid lane. We saw it last game. It was a little unfair. SCCC kind of brought his friends across.
We got smiles coming out from Faith. Everyone's in good manners right now.
But at the end of the day, it's such an important game. You know, for Evil Geniuses, if they end up dropping down to the lower bracket, it's obviously something that we've seen them do a lot in the past, and maybe it's, you know, saving straps for the lower bracket. But I'm sure they're going to want to bring this one to a game 3. Yeah. And the panel, they seemed a lot more comfortable with the lineup that they had in comparison to EG's lineup in game 1. Yeah,
I think, like Ben in the panel did say, the EG's lineup, if they get to that BKB Enigma point, it's where it's super difficult. There's no way to cancel it. Like there is no way for Newbie to really deal with it in that direct way. They can deal with it in other ways of just forcing fights around it and try to take engagements like that, like pickoffs and whatnot. And I think that it's going to be important to watch the supports on the side of Newbie, because I think what they're going to just be doing is putting as much pressure on the other 2 lanes, so this Bloodseeker can just use his Thirst and Blood Rage to kind of 1v1 versus that Enigma. And we do see mid lane, Kaka actually places a very sneaky ward behind the tower with his smoke movement. So he's looking for a courier.
Look at this though. EG are playing a step ahead. They're taking it around the long way. And I think that this is going to work out. Kaka unlikely to come and check around elsewhere. Will be caught under the vision now, but EG were prepared for that there.
Maybe on the way back?
That depends. Yeah, how careful they're going to be here. It looks like they're not going to be careful enough indeed. They were careful on the way out. They weren't careful on the way back. As Kaka grabs the courier.
So that's one way to get a good start off for your Queen of Pain and your Bloodseeker. They're already going to have pretty decent matchups, but with that surge of gold, it's now a Queen of Pain Shadow Shaman with high base damage versus this Sanking Necro. And the Bloodseeker, like we said, in that 1v1. So putting that, it's pretty much a tri-lane made from Newbie to put the pressure onto the Necrophos. Because Necro's a hero that it can be very strong in that mid lane, but if you start getting like just pressured down by this Ether Shock and the Shadow Strike starts taking up, a roll hits you, you're going to be at low HP and you can just drop from that.
There we go, going in onto Zai there. Zai, the Burrow Strike back in return, and Kaka just trading hits. But yeah, for sure. And we saw as well last game how Sumail was pretty irrelevant for the last part of it because of the heavy pressure that Newbie put him on at the start. So
yeah,
indeed looking to go for a repeat performance in that state at the start. So
yeah,
indeed looking to go for a repeat performance in that state.
KP's going to get a lot because of this, the laning setup that Newbie does as well, that they have these 2 supports running around. The Bloodseeker has all the freedom in the world to just farm top versus Enigma because he can just walk in and kill the Eidolons. All they need to do is pretty much get people low, and this Bloodseeker can dominate this top matchup so hard with the Thirst. Even without having people low, he's still doing incredibly well. 15-3. He's gotten all of the Eidolons, I think, so far, because Universe has summoned them, and it's still on cooldown 15 seconds, and all of them are dead. So Mugi is crushing that top lane at the moment, to be kind of expected.
Yeah, absolutely. And as we've been saying, the mid lane with the presence of Newbie supports, giving that edge, certainly in terms of CS to SCCC as well so far.
Being very good with their time usage on Newbie. At the same time, Faith is going around collecting bounties, also stacking Ancients to make sure that KP does have that surge, that increase of farm potential after the laning phase.
And we'll bring Zai up to this top lane, but the wave's pushing in. Mugi can maintain control underneath the tower. Zai very unlikely to want to come in for any sort of dive at this state of the game with Universe. So yeah, these lanes, they are looking super hot from Newbie in this first couple of minutes.
Yeah, EG's trying to make adjustments already. Yeah. Universe is probably like, he's just walking up and killing my Eidolons. I can't do anything about it. So Zai makes the move toward top, but now they're worried about the Bristol Bunny.
Look at this mid lane pressure. Because of this move up top, Kaka now sees the opening to come in onto Sumail, bringing him down very low. There's CCC. Does need to be careful in return though. Takes a fair bit of harass in trade there. Does have the salve up, knows that Sumail himself is out of regen. So at the end of the day, it doesn't get the kill. That pressure pushes him back. Okay, he's got a fresh set of tangos out from the courier. As we saw that pressure, just SCCC using his dominance in this lane.
And while he's low though, Universe top is just getting chased out because of the third.
Yeah, look at this with the Blood Ride. That's going to connect Universe. He's going to be gone. I mean, this top lane couldn't have gone any better for Mugi.
He might get a return kill with the Eidolons. It's going to be very close, but no, with the poor man's shield, the damage block is too high. But yeah, just making sure, like, Sumail being at that 30%, he has Tango, so it's not that quick heal. And now aggression on Sumail again. Kaka, the roll off the mark with the Shadow Strike. Enough to slow him down a bit, but not to pick up a kill. But still, they're keeping him low, and this is where Bloodseeker thrives.
Yeah, I mean, maybe this is the thing, you know, Mugi's saying, don't kill him, leave him alive, just play with him. Don't kill Sumail, keep him alive on this minimal health so he does have that boost up top. I mean, it's working out, it really is.
Yep.
Mugi feeling very safe on that top lane because of this.
Yeah, all three lanes going super well for Newbie. The bottom lane, of course, is going a bit better for EG, but KP getting experience as a Bristleback who's been left alone for the most part is extremely important. And of course, Enigma, Universe will, of course, will always get stuff up there, being able to not deny the wave back with those Eidolons on the range creep. So they will get some trade up, but Sumail's getting punished.
I mean, he had to walk all the way back to base and TP out, so absolutely not the situation you want to have your Necro in. This mid lane is being well and truly controlled, as well as the top lane. As we're seeing as well, that the bottom lane not necessarily going bad for Newbie at all. He is finding farm down there, but not nearly on the same level as Mugi. But I guess in comparison, you can also say as well, obviously, the lead in the last hits is just down to the fact that a lot of those are Eidolons.
But those give a lot of gold.
But they do.
They do give a good shot. And at the same time, it's KP having... He's going to have a quad ancient stack already prepared for himself, and he's almost level 5 on the Bristleback already, which is super significant. Right now, though, he's 3 deep. With nighttime as well, with the double bonus from Hal, they should be able to clean KP
with the field, I mean, you can hope for some sort of deny for the small. Oh, he gets it! He actually does get it!
The one troll creep!
I can't believe he got it! There was... How much damage does that thing do? It's nothing. It's like 20?
I mean, he has a stout shield as well, so
my goodness.
It does... I think that was the troll creep, so it's 28. Through the stout shield as well, so... All right. Unfortunate for EG.
I mean, I was going to bring up he could, but I didn't think it would happen. Oh. KP.
The one creep that was left.
Some say it would be skill, but KP, he had it planned out all along. Wow. I mean, well, with that, all 3 lanes, you know, Newbie, they're very happy with the way this game is starting off.
Oh yeah, they have a more than full level advantage on their mid laner. Over
I mean, yeah, but look at the denies from SCCC. 21 denies in this mid lane.
Yeah. Shrine comes up. We'll use that right away.
So it's going to be a big careful. It's only level 2. There is a haste rune on SCCC. He has a sonic wave. I mean, if he wants to commit, Zai's certainly gone, and well, with the wraparound from Kaka, coming in with the boulder smash, Zai, he'll try and play around with it here with the burrow strike, but SCCC just throws out the sonic wave, jumps in, cleans up one. I mean, he can look to play around with Sumail as well. They're going to have Kaka moving out of range. Arcane rune bottled up by SCCC. He won't stick around to beat down onto Sumail, but it doesn't matter. He is just so far ahead, getting kills like this and such. This is such a one-sided affair, this laning stage. It really does feel it. I mean, top lane Mugi, 50 CS, 6 minutes in.
It's, you know, it's something we did discuss about right before the game did start. They do have very strong lanes, strong pressuring lanes, especially with that Bloodseeker last pick. The fact that they can leave him alone and make those rotations and put the pressure on EG is super important. Punishing that early kind of weakness that EG has in their lanes. It's Lycan can be strong if he has the proper support duo, but if you only have it as one support down there, that's where the offlaner is actually able to get stuff. So they force Zai to kind of be moving around all this time, and it just makes KP farm a lot in that offlane. 25 last hits already on offlane Bristleback. Very significant. And the stacks continue.
I mean, what's the plan here for EG? We've seen already Newbie supports getting very active, at least the Earth Spirit as such in the mid lane. But yet to really have the plays coming out from Crit and Zai on this tanking disruptor combo. I mean, when does something kind of click into place that allows them to enable action in one of these lanes?
Their 2 supports need levels. That's the big thing. So they have to play pretty much, in my opinion, reactively. They have to hope that SCCC kind of like overextends, and then they can have one of the supports set up and the other one TP in. So probably have Zai playing more around the mid lane, or maybe play with the Black Hole since it's online now. And since the Black Hole is up, they're going to go for Mugi instead. With this triple rotation. Mugi seems to know something's up.
There is an Earth Spirit in the neighborhood as well. And he's straight out. He is straight out indeed. Over to the bottom lane. And they're actually going to try and do something actively with it as well. This is such a smart move here from Newbie. Will be scanned out though. Scans there from EG. They know that something's going on in the neighborhood. And RTZ will keep himself hidden behind the tree line. I mean, he has to stay there. If he pokes his head out, One Rupture and a lead-in from Newbie could mean imminent death here for the Lycan.
They get the nice, EG gets the D ward on the lane ward that Newbie did have top because of that rotation from Mugi. They know, they're like, hey, something's up. He knows this gank's coming way too easy.
So EG definitely minimalizing the potential casualty there. They play it safe. Now Newbie have to look elsewhere to try and make this play with Mugi as they move him around the map.
Yeah, they're moving around it. At least they're, they sent Kaka top, so it's like, okay, there's the wave that does come in, he'll be able to mooch a bit of that experience, but more rotations coming in from EG to try to at least pressure that tower. But at the same time, KP, this is where it opens it up for him. Arteezy unable to farm under the threat of where the Bloodseeker is. They still don't know.
Still 3 heroes up top from EG, seeing if they can get the catch onto Kaka. Now making the movement, both Crit and Zai. Next up could be towards the mid lane, but that high ground wall is still there for Newbie in that area, so very hard for them to get it. And RTZ realizes that Newbie's not leaving this bottom lane anytime soon. So heads up to top, joins his teammates, can look to try and get the tier 1 trade in return. And still, the potential for a kill is there. Crit in the neighborhood, trying to see if they can get the glimpse. Now with the lead forward, they have the vision with the Thunder Strike. Kaka, I don't know if he can get himself out of this. He can certainly play with them with the Boulder Smash. He tries for the roll away, but there's the glimpse. Gets brought back into the clutches of Artur and Universe. And EG do claim the kill and should be able to finish off this tower as well.
Tower trades, but good rotation, picking off that Earth Spirit. Zai now able to get a lot down bottom with that tower being taken out. So he's only level 3 on the Sanky. Compared to last game, he was already level 6 on the Naga Siren.
That's true.
Pretty significant how under-leveled the support's actually on the side of EG.
Mugi's hunting for this. He knows Zai's low on the mana. If he finds a chance for a Rupture, he'll go for it. But
No
Zai
mercy.
keeps himself right back.
KP's almost got the Vanguard finished up on the Bristleback. As soon as he has the Vanguard, that's when the Ancient Stack farming begins. This is an offlane Bristleback who is top 4 of the net worth. That is very threatening.
And they can certainly look to group up and fight with their cause now. SCCC, he's finished off the Veil, 10 minutes in. He's got that ready to go. So huge amounts of magical burst potential there for him.
And they should have the Shadow Shaman 6 coming out too, so they'll have that, the actual tower sieging, because their heroes don't hit buildings too great other than that. The Bloodseeker and the Bristleback, I guess the Bristle can, but it's mostly those swords. Kaka now moving toward top, waves pushing in, should be able to get level 6 easily on that Earth Spirit. And then they have pretty damn good team fight on the side of Newbie to deal with EG. EG, like we said, they're lacking on levels on their supports.
Bear also done now for some else, despite the definite tough time in the mid lane. He's not, he's still 1k net worth behind the quad, but has got that major first item. So as well, can look to start to make things happen. At the same time, Universe, he's picked up the Midas. He's good to go. He's there 4th in the net worth, definitely. And not suffering too much, despite the fact that Mugi had such a good time in that top lane. And Universe definitely, at least going for the performances we've seen on this main stage in this series, I feel like the most solid performer out of game 1. Universe, he kept his cool. That Nature's Prophet, the plays, the split push, kind of one of the reasons that game went on as long as it did. So yeah, you can definitely look towards Universe to pull out something special here.
EG recognizes this, they know the strength of their lineup. Right, the lanes, sure, lanes didn't go the way that they probably wanted them to, but there still is that threat. Once they get their cores online, once that BKB eventually comes out for Enigma, it's the biggest point. But till then, they have to kind of just play it back, make sure they get their levels, much needed levels on the Sanking and the Disruptor. Once Disruptor has 6, they can maybe make some aggressive plays onto this Queen of Pain with the Static Storm and the Reaper Scythe on top. But till then, they have very little kill threshold. And now Newbie, they're actually making the first go. They've got the smoke online.
Newbie have so much potential here as this 4-man.
They've got Magnetized ready.
Zai.
Shaman's almost 6. He actually breaks the smoke.
He comes in.
Zai.
And with that, they have no idea where Zai actually is at the moment. No wars themselves in EG's jungle. So Zai will get out as well. So it looks like EG, with that Sand King movement, have avoided the potential that Newbie's smoke had there, which was an incredible amount. Immediately, KP splits himself back up towards the top. Mastiff's coming in a bit. If they can get the catch here, which indeed Crit can, brings back Mugi now. The whole team of EG ready to go.
Silence from Kaka.
Good smash back from Kaka to hold back the side of EG, but the Malefice was there onto Mugi, allowing them to chase him down.
You see that call there, though, from EG? They see the Bristleback porting top.
Yeah,
it's
straight away.
Instant. Sumail straight away. Like, we're going on this guy. We need to get the glimpse back and get the kill. So that's a very big kill, killing the highest net worth here on the map. And we have yet to see a Rupture be able to be deployed by Mugi. EG is doing a very good job of defending each other.
Yes.
As we were kind of saying.
It's as you said.
That's the way that they come back into the game. They have to sit behind each other, hope that Newbie kind of overextends a bit, and then they'll get kills and come back through that one. Zai now level 6. We said the Static Storm is online. Everyone else getting their tools. Once that Blink Enigma comes out, that could be when we see the next smoke come out from the Enigma.
Yeah, he's close as well, Universe 1600. Newbie, who they're going to find here, could just be Crit, and indeed, Silence bursted down immediately. Crit's gone. Tanks the gang. Definitely not the worst loss there for EG. The kill nonetheless that Newbie are going to keep the pressure on in the mid lane. They're thinking about Roche.
With the Shadow Shaman Wars. With Blood Rage.
Yeah.
Throwing Blood Rage on Roche with the goo, it's actually an immense amount of damage and speed for them to bring it down. EG seems to know something's up.
There's a ping straight on the pit from Zai.
They've got Black Hole. There's no blink yet for the Enigma to get into the fight.
Can they get it quick enough? They are mass TPing over, but it's falling so fast. Walls have been sent in. EG know the state. Can Zai make the play in time? Roshan falling low. There's the jump onto the Shaman on the sideline. It's falling down. They're dropping the ult. They'll take down one, but they get Roche. Newbie have the Aegis, but the Black Hole from Universe comes into the pit mouth of the pit. And EG, they take 3. SCCC may get out as well as Kaka, but EG, they're happy with that. Cleaning up 3, getting moved, you know, the big kill on this Bloodseeker, top of the net worth. Absolutely fantastic there.
Yeah, Newbie has to pretty much, it's go time for them right now. They know all the ultis were used by EG. They got to pretty much go for those next 2 easy objectives, the top tower and the mid tower. 3-man Static Storm, nice epicenter coming out from the side, and then the Black Hole follow-up from Universe. Absolutely perfect to bring them all down.
If only they were a few seconds earlier, it could have been that little bit greater, but at the same time, you know, we talk about how well EG took that fight. Sweet little things there, like as soon as the Roshan was going down, Moogie drops the blood right. Make sure that there's no chance for any sort of Black Hole or team fight play to happen during the last seconds of that Roche life.
Now it's all about, like we said, playing around those cooldowns. EG does have, they have a good amount of longer cooldowns in comparison to Newbies.
Oh, Crit. I mean, Mugi's like, are you alone? He's kind of questioning it. I mean, Crit's going to go and try for the TP out, but the Boulder Smash is on point. Another freebie there for Newbie.
It's just a disruptor kill, though. It's not like this is a kill that leads into an objective. They have to make use of this time very well versus these heavy ultimates that EG has. And that's not really the best one. Just as it's the 5 support, you're not getting a tower. And during this time, Black Hole's in 100 seconds, Epicenter's in about 20, and Zai's almost finished up the Blink Dagger now.
He's getting there. He's so close.
That's the big team fight that EG will have. Newbie has massive team fight with their Veil Earth Spirit combo, but once Sand King has Blink Dagger, then EG actually has a way to start the fight, which Newbie kind of lacks in a way. They have the Earth Spirit, but it's not that, you know, super reliable instant stun like a Sand King or something like that.
So if EG have any plans here around this tier 1 in the mid lane, at the moment Newbie getting away with a lot of damage upon it, and seems to be that EG will opt against holding this one. I put the fortification, but KP and SCCC stick around, finish off the tower.
Arteezy gets the die.
Very nicely done there by Artur.
The patience. He had them there waiting for that whole entire, like, 8-second duration.
He's got his Necro level 2 on the way out. Second recipe being flown out right now. So we'll soon have that level 3 Necro. We've seen how much damage this can do. I mean, if he just gets that, the Necros on the Shaman with the walls, he's just gone in a matter of seconds.
Yeah.
It can do absolute wonders at
no way
for
you to deal with it. It's very good versus Bristleback and Queen of Pain too. The mana burn is very, very significant versus Bristle. You know, the fight goes on longer and longer, the quills become obnoxious, but not if he's completely out of mana because of a Necro book. So it's going to be a really significant item pickup for EG in those team fights.
Mugi, S and Y complete, and looking straight for the BKB next.
Arteezy constantly trying to scout with one of his wolves. He has one kept with him, and the other one is just pretty much securing the areas where he expects them to make movements onto himself. So good micro coming out from Artur as expected. 10k player on Lycan.
Newbie going from objective to objective here. Take the tier 1 in the mid lane, straight up to the top tower.
That's great for them. You know, in the 2 minutes or the 3 minutes that Black Hole is on cooldown, they were able to claim those 2 objectives and net themselves a kill. But Black Hole is up. Blink is online as well for Enigma. It's go time with that Zai Sand King.
Indeed. They want to find something big. They know that SCCC's there in the middle lane. They did spot him out as he cleared the wave, but they want to try and cut off this push that Newbie put together up top. AP on the front lines. Still under the cover of smoke, EG have the ward there, they've got perfect vision. There's the jump forward, Malefice first onto Faith, not looking to commit the ult because they don't need the black hole for that one. That's the Shaman down. RTZ will transform as they may look to take more. KP control for the moment by the kinetic field. Universe keeping it. There's the jump back in! Universe with the 3-man black hole! It's absolutely perfect! They take down 3, they get the Aegis as well. Mugi will escape. There's Triple C also potentially in trouble. Universe blinking forward, getting the vision. Zai comes in with the burrow strike. There's Triple C, one more blink. Do they want to chase it? Universe did have Malefice again, but they will let SCCC be. But beautiful play there from Universe. He just created the right amount of distance. I believe he only just dodged like a boulder smash flying in, and bam, was able to come back in. And Newbie, they did not expect him to get away with that.
That big vision advantage. That vision advantage is so important. You see Kaka's going to come in later, and he tries to get a good boulder smash and silence. He actually misses the silence, and then Universe blinks over the stun and gets the black.
I mean, look at this. Universe kind of comes back, and then he sees Kaka. He's like, I got to get out of here, boys. I'm going to come back in now. Blinks over the boulder smash to come back in for that one.
That's where we always talk about as like pro players and analysts and stuff, how important vision can be in team fights. Having that ward there for them, EG has all the luxury to kind of be like, okay, this is who we're going to pick and choose and go on, where Newbie, they didn't really have any real vision in that fight to see where the Enigma was located.
Very, very nicely done there by Universe now. You've got to watch this, man. Game
Enigma
one
is the crucial one.
I mean, Universe, he is definitely one that he is always going to keep his cool on the main stage. This is, Universe very unfazed by any sort of pressure that he's put under. And, you can see it here. He's keeping it cool.
It's Uni. We know him.
BKB next on the menu for this Enigma, bottom lane, hunting for Zai. Zai will be safe, though. Not quite going to catch him there with a roll forward from Kaka. There's Triple C. Relatively close now to having that Orchid complete, so... But at this rate, it is going to be a similar time to when that BKB is online on Universe. So.
EG's probably feeling pretty comfortable now with the way that the game is starting to develop after that Roche engagement. The big thing is getting that blink BKB on the Enigma, like we're always talking about. There's no way for Newbie to cancel it. They have to play around it really well. So we have BKB going to be built next from Mugi on top of that SNY. Faith is trying to go for a Blink Dagger because they only really have the Earth Spirit for catch at the moment on Newbie. So he wants to be able to have that extra catch to be able to take the team fights better. They can't just rely solely on Kaka to do everything, be all the lockdown and catch on their team.
Bit of downtime now between the sides. They look towards these crucial item moments. I mean, 20 minutes in, 8-5.
This downtime's great for EG. Black Hole is just getting off the cooldown during all this. Crit.
Kaka's hunting. Yeah, SCCC found him. Crit again. Life of the support, constantly trying to get this deep vision out, but pretty much every time Newbie's been able to make him pay for it.
He got the ward down. He finished his urn before dying.
Sure.
This is just the job as a 5 support. You die for your team. You die for the cause. Better than one of your cores dying. And now Black Hole is back online for EG, so they can try to make some plays. And BKB is about
not quite
gold away.
Okay, so there is a bit of a window now where SCCC does have the Orchid and no BKB, so depends if they see that on the QoP or if indeed they do try and make something happen before it. But I wouldn't be surprised if EG,
they can just sit back,
content waiting, get that BKB at least on Enigma, then look to make another attempt.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
RTZ continues to keep those wolves scouting out all over the place.
Dire's middle tower has been
getting so much information on the map.
They do actually want to go. They want to try and fight. So Universe still vulnerable, but we saw how much he did before without having to rely on the BKB.
They're going to get a quick,
Jump
easy pick.
And they'll look to just go immediately onto Faith. Malefice the Midnight Pulse down. We'll put the Reaper's side, make sure that Shaman's down for 50 seconds.
They can get an invasion play here too. RTZ is very positioned top for the push, so easy tier 2 can be clean, but Kaka is in position. Newbie may want to actually try to contest this. Shadow Shaman's dead for 40 seconds.
Kaka with that Yules as well. And another way to play around this non-BKB Enigma at the moment.
Bristleback is very farmed right now. Hood and Solar Crest is very durable versus what EG has to throw off. Universe has to just sit all the way in the back. There's a deep ward though from Newbie, so they see everything for this engagement if they want to take it. But a trade is the choice coming up.
And in fact, and the Universe, he says, I can smell someone in these trees, clears out the tree line with the Midnight Pulse. An absolute jackpot. He hits it, finds Kaka.
And Crit's trying to set up for a glimpse play bottom. But Mugi hides in the trees, almost get the glimpse off.
Ooh, that was close there. And nearly got the vision with that field. Still indeed taking a tier 2, keeping control of their own. EG now finding the favorable trades across the map.
Slowly pulling ahead. This is the first time actually that EG has taken the lead in net worth this game. 23 minutes in. Still
very, very early days here for both sides. Defusal, the next item for Arteezy, and he's very close to having it as well. Talking about being close, Universe pretty much with that BKB done now. Can get that recipe sent out. And then these fights become a lot harder because what do you do at this stage about a BKB Enigma? There's actually nothing, is there, on Newbie?
They have to try to split the fights and take them on from different angles. Catch EG pretty much off guard. Arteezy does get silenced up by the Blood Right, but Sumail there with the heals.
EG are here ready to turn if Newbie come in too hard. You've got both Zai and Universe in the tree line behind the side of EG, keeping themselves hidden. And Newbie, I think they're aware. They hang around the tier 1 and they don't bite the bait too hard. They hold back.
They see the courier just went through both their wards with the actual BKB recipe on it, so they now know that Universe does have that one and may dissuade them from trying to take a head-on-head fight. So Bloodseeker going to be building toward a Radiance next, actually. Switches it up from the BKB that he had in a quick buy.
Yeah, the Radiance, I mean, that's going to be nice for numerous amount of reasons, really, isn't it? Something that they can hurt a little bit for the Ghost Shroud, something that just an extra thing that this, these two heroes, the Enigma and the Sand King, are looking to blink in. They have to now be aware of.
Just extra damage, easier ways for him to push out the waves, and he's probably thinking like BKB wouldn't really solve the issue that could happen in the fights where he's just going to get black-holed.
And always the missed chance. You've got two cores that aren't going to be building MKB anytime soon. Maybe Arteezy down the line, but still has that Diffusal Blade queued up. Yet to invest, so we could see him change his mind at any time. SCCC as well, just working towards the safer part of his build. BKB next on the menu for the Queen of Pain, but EG
playing around their vision, making the smoke rotations. Every single one of their smokes has been to one of their observer wards that they placed aggressively in the enemy jungle.
And I think SCCC realizes, he said, look guys, the mid lane, the top lane, it's starting to push in, no one's cleaning it out, everyone's off the map. And this is obviously the weakness when you go for these 5-man smoke plays.
He draws a circle actually on top of all of EG. You know exactly where their movement was coming.
I mean, at this state, what's the plan here? Roshan is back up.
Yeah, and that's the secondary one. This is where probably the big next fight's going to happen.
Sure.
The Aegis and Cheese. It's hard for Newbie. They have to find some type of pick-off. If they can do some type of way to get vision into the backlines and find that Enigma, that's their biggest case scenario. Other than that, it's very hard for them to take team fights.
Kaka eyeing up potential onto Sumail. SCCC will blink away. They'll try and search in the tree lines here. There's the Force 4 to cut it in, and they know he's there. They've got the vision on him. He'll jump back, but there with the Midnight Pulse and the Malefice, Universe has the control. And Kaka, can he do anything to escape out? He'll have the roll up again in 5 seconds. Does have the Yule Scepter, but he's just going to accept his fate and get beaten down upon by EG.
They're just trying to split up as much as possible on the side of Newbie. Radiance is now finished on the Bloodseeker, but fighting into this Blink. The Blink BKB Enigma is, they don't want to do it. And now out of this, EG pick up a nice DD rune for Arteezy, walk into the pit. Easy Aegis machines coming out for them.
Absolutely, Newbie nowhere near the area. No chance of contesting it at this state with the items, and so that DD just being an extra bit of a bonus there for Arteezy. They grab the Aegis, Cheese goes the way of Sumail.
It's looking tough for Newbie. Just, what's the solution? The solution versus the Enigma BKB is you gotta play around it somehow. But they're unable to really get any big opportunities around it. Because EG has been sticking mostly together. Not really giving Newbie any chance to get pickoffs. BKB gonna be coming out for SCCC soon. So at least he'll have that for the Static Storm and for the Reaper Scythe, but it's still the problem.
They've nearly got the blink on fate, so that sort of catch, of course,
all right, so they've
could be crucial. If as you say, if they can get that jump onto Universe and keep him out.
They just don't have a way this time around for Newbie to get vision. There's no vision hero, where EG has the Wolves, which have been constantly scouting out, and also they've had a bit of vision advantage in the game just through warding. Those deep aggressive wards in Newbie's jungle have been really hurting. We saw in that one big fight that Universe got the black hole. That's exactly what happened. It's because they had vision there.
Starting to amp up the pressure here in the middle lane. Samael. Force and Lotus complete. I mean, he's feeling very safe for the moment.
Oh yeah. The Lotus Orb is super good versus both the Bloodright and versus the Queen of Pain Orchid, but also just in case. I mean, if he gets that Lotus Orb and it gets, if the Rupture comes out, Bloodseeker who's Ruptured can't do anything in the fight. Has to be perfectly timed though before the Rupture comes out.
Basha going to be the build here from KP after the Solar Crest and Hood.
Ah, that could be one way to stop the black hole.
That's
right?
one way to go for the... If
get
you
an
can get that
Abyssal
right
Blade
angle.
and get in the right angle. Nah,
That's very hard to do so.
Yeah, pretty much impossible.
Now EG ready to push down mid. They've got an Arcane Rune on Universe. And obviously with the Aegis and Chi still in hand, they really want to try and make something happen here. EG.
Universe is scarily approaching him.
Do they get the glimpse back onto Kaka? But still, a little too deep for EG to commit fully onto the Earth Spirit, but they're maintaining hold of Newbie deep behind the tier 2. So this tower is going to be very hard for them to defend, and indeed they will not. EG take the tier 2 tower. Crit thinking about whether there's potential to go in for a play here, and in fact, well, it's easy. He just pops the ultimate and gets out of it. Continues the farm going.
Wants to go maybe farm faster.
I guess, and maybe feels that they're just not going to take a team fight anytime soon with the way that Newbie are dodging it.
He wanted to cut the creep wave top as well with his book and his Necro, or with his wolf. He sees SCCC pushing top. He wants to farm ancients and cut the wave and farm as much as he can with that, since there's not an engagement happening for a while. From the way that Newbie's playing, EG definitely has that kind of read. They're all just kind of farming. They're in a position where they don't really know what they want to do, how they want to take the fights. Blink BKB Enigma is just so damn threatening. And especially now, Aegis and Cheese doesn't help either.
Gold for me.
I mean, Universe as well, with the amount of space he's being given. Very, very close to having a full-out Octarine.
Almost Octarine well, with the level 18 on top, and he's already got the cooldown reduction talent on top. So when he's got level 18, it gets down to that, like, what, 98 second, I believe it is, or something. Very close to that duration, or 102 seconds.
And it really goes to show again how sort of passive this game has started to fall into this period. You look at all 6 cores, they're pretty much at the same pace. This is just, 6 top tier, best in the world players, just having all the space that they want and just hitting creeps. And no one's messing up, everyone's keeping at the same stage at this point of the game. EG overall, slight lead.
I would assume that EG probably feels a bit happier with the pace of the game.
Like, well, because of their heroes?
Perfect for them. Yeah, because they have they have the BKB Enigma. If you get to the point where you have Refresher 2 on top, it's almost impossible for them to really take fights. And now with the Aegis still online, with Assault finished up for Arteezy, they can try to take an engagement.
Let's see what they can get here.
Newbie still just, they know. They just hide inside their base, have 1 or 2 heroes split pushing. They have no intentions of taking fights versus.
As soon as those 5 heroes are off the map, Newbie seemingly playing a wedge. This SCCC is still down bottom.
They might lose Kaka here. If he gets spotted out by Zai, it's a possibility.
I see they do scan.
The scan
connects onto SCCC, and with the Midnight Pulse, they're going to catch
him.
him. There we go, straight away with the Black Hole. No messing around. Portal Smash will connect, but it's too late. The Queen of Pain's down, and Kaka with that play may have just paid with his own life. Will Yules up the SK to try and get around it, but you can't Yules underneath the Tornado. He's stuck in the kinetic field. EG, they're going to get both of them out of this push. They even bring in Samael to add a bit of extra pain there to the death of the Earth Spirit. Down for 70 seconds.
That map awareness.
These scans, they can read it. They know that someone's hiding there, and who better to find than SCCC on the Queen of Pain? Massive catch.
Yeah, super worth it for EG to take engagements with one-man black holes like that. They know that there's no way Newbie wants to fight them. So spending it on just the main core hero is more than worth it. And now it's going to be Octarine finished up for Enigma, and they can start their tower siege on that tier 2 bottom, which that's all the outer towers.
Yep. They've got Assault Caress finished on Arteezy. Everything's ready to go for this. As you say, just no black hole, but with the position that they're in, definitely capable of taking a fight without that.
It's not going to take too long to come back up either. 90 seconds for this one, but the next one is 90 seconds after, but now the next one's going to be much faster with that Octarine finished up.
And 90 seconds in a game that's going at this sort of pace, it's not that much, you can say. It's the chance that anything crazy happens in favor of Newbie in 90 seconds.
They know the black hole's down. This is their time to try to make something happen.
But do they leave the base? It's still risky. It looks like, I mean, do they go out or do they just wait?
I think they have to try to make plays around the black hole timing. Like every single time it's down like that. It's going to get to a point where it's always going to be up. But they're struggling to get their waves out. The top wave and mid wave are out, but bottom now, they're going to have to show heroes.
And Newbie, understandably, very, very careful in this position. KP has the Abyssal. RTZ himself. Nearly BKB on top of the Soul Caress, and obviously with those two items, he's going to be feeling pretty invincible in these fights.
Yeah. It's like the farm when we look at it, like you said, you look at the top 6, and it looks like Newbie can, you know, they're in a way to be able to contest, but it's just the threat of the black hole.
Yeah.
It's just how much it really can. It's not even the threat, it is the black hole because he has the BKB and the blink. And here we go, smoke, it's 20 seconds till it's up. They draw the line. They see the Bloodseeker bottom now too, so they know that he's not going to be in the fight right away.
This should be a successful move from EG. Newbie, are they ready for this Kaka on the front of it all? He's going to be the one to tank it. Jump forward straight away. They're looking for more. EG, they're not content with just one. They get the vision, drag back KP, held in the Midnight Pulse with the Necro units out as well. EG just ripping through this Bristleback, and KP's gone as well. Evil Geniuses.
Oh boy. It's looking impossible for Newbie to do anything. They don't even have to use Black Hole. At that time, it is just the threat of the Black Hole. Newbie has to completely disperse and unable to take any fight versus EG.
And of course, this push that EG are going to have, Assault Caress, the Necro units out, the sustain that Sumail can offer, it's going to be terrifying. They drop the Serpent Wards in an effort to push EG back, and it looks like that will actually do the job for now, as EG back away and aren't going to look to push in any further. But as you say, you know, EG very, very comfortable with the position they're in. They can wait out these bigger items. Now they do have that BKB on RTZ, feeling that they're under no pressure whatsoever. They've got a 7k gold lead, not necessarily the biggest, but they know they take one fight with, or as we saw without that black hole, get the push on with the Necro books out. It's very hard for Newbie to put a stop to, and unless they have something like the Serpent Wards and the rest of their ultimates available.
Radiant are scanning.
Gold for me.
I think Newbie might start trying to do some things that are desperate because it's just looking to get worse and worse as the game progresses versus EG.
I mean, it really feels like, you know, we saw Mugi absolutely have an incredible time in that top lane, but at this stage, it feels like the Bloodseeker is just struggling to offer anything. I mean, it feels like Newbie even realized it themselves, as they're not even actively trying to fight with or around the Bloodseeker. They're just sort of letting Mugi farm and just hoping for the best by the looks of it.
Yeah, it's the BKB that we were talking about. It's just too much. They can't deal with it. They have no way to counter it. But now they're trying to bait SCCC mid. Maybe this could be the play that works for them.
BKB comes out, and now the potential turnaround. Universe will commit the black hole, but he didn't pop the BKB. He gets silenced. Now the turnaround. They will take down Sumail. Can they get anything more? RTZ pops the BKB, starts to chase towards Kaka. They found Faith. Kaka's going to be able to roll away safely. It's a 1-for-1 at the moment. Newbie with the edges. They've taken down Sumail. Now Zai jumps in looking for Mugi. Mugi will get taken down. Now it's EG getting the lead. SCCC trying to finish her crit. Earn a Shadow's heal. Not enough to keep the Disruptor alive. RTZ's lost the ultimate form. SCCC jumping back in. Kaka's there looking for the setup. Yule's up onto Zai. They've got the control. Boulder Smash connects onto both. SCCC trying to finish him off, but Zai up to the high ground. Do they have the vision? They don't have any sentries down at that point, so Zai will be able to continue to run. KP though chasing down RTZ. 4 stack. Can Universe save him? He can't. Nothing he can do to keep KP off RTZ. And a beautiful fight there. I mean, as you said, it was absolutely the bait there from Newbie, encouraging them, EG, to go in on that kill. We saw, you know, the confidence that EG had just blowing that black hole on one target. Universe not even preemptively popping his BKB before committing, and then it just fell apart.
Don't think they expected everyone else to be there just because the way Universe black hole there. You usually wouldn't see him make that kind of mistake. He must have thought, hey, it's just a Queen of Pain here, no one else is in the area. I don't want to waste my BKB, but definitely paying for that one,
again.
paying for that choice.
He's straight away going in, and immediately, you know, once that BKB is not out, Blood Right, the pull from the Spirit, it's all going to be there. And, you know, being able to clean off the squishy backliners, they do get the one support. Kaka too elusive. And with fights like that, Newbie starting to close the gap back up. EG do still have the lead. That's Newbie, they're into the pit.
The dream scenario.
They're going to get it.
They get that fight happening. Universe doesn't click the BKB, of course, but they get the win in the fight, and the Roche respawns right afterwards, so HSG is going in their favor. They could not have asked for something worse than that.
Very well played sequence of events there from Newbie, but definitely had the potential for that to roll out because of EG overstepping the mark and getting a little too confident with the position they were in.
Yeah. They don't really have like the craziest amount of damage in the black hole if there's someone who's BKB'd, if Arteezy's not in position. For that fight, Arteezy was far on the left side when the black hole came out. Of course, it got canceled instantly, but he also got Abyssal too. So they need to make sure if they do use the black hole on targets that are BKB'd, they need to have Arteezy in range to be able to do those. But, you know, of course, it's, if the also the black hole lasts.
Oh, I love this. I didn't know if he was going to do this, but he has gone for the Blink Abyssal. Go for it. He is literally just playing this game to get behind and on top of Universe.
It was it's something we consider that could be an option. He could try to get into it. Sometimes it's still impossible. If you place the black hole like right on top of yourself or just a little bit ahead of yourself, you actually can't get behind them to use that Abyssal Blade. But it's still not even a bad item pickup to be able to get into those back lines. If he's able to like blink into the back and Abyssal Blade onto like the Disruptor or something during some of those follow-ups, it can work really great for their follow-up.
BKB done. And the Bloodseeker, you've got to watch it as well for the durations of like universes. What's this down to now? He's only used the couple with the bomb, so it's just down to the 9. But once that starts to get low, there are going to be more and more openings for Newbie. Right around that threat.
They just, that's a big, I mean, it's a huge swing. It's almost 7,000 gold swings because of getting that Aegis and Cheese in that big fight. So now it puts EG in a little bit of a fearful position to play into it because you don't want to play with your black hole into multiple lives. And this is where Newbie's going to try to take advantage of it because if the black hole does come off with the BKB, they don't have to cancel it now. They can wait for people to respawn and do that. Crit, trying to walk up. Gonna tank the game.
He's gonna get jumped on. Will get the Glimmer Cape off and jumps back. The Boulder Smash comes through. They're trying to turn around. The Universe coming in, but no! He gets it up, but it's only onto one. Will kill the Shadow Shaman, but overall, EG, they're falling apart. Samael's gone. Universe just has to TP out of there. Arteezy trying to man up against SCCC, but he blinks away. Newbie just chased him down. Glimmer Cape is on him again. Crit will save him, but Crit pays with his life. And again, Newbie.
This is huge for Newbie now. They can actually go high ground. There's no black hole now. The only threat is Epicenter.
No buybacks either on the 2 that are down. Will pop the Aegis there on the side. Zai trying to slow them down with the Burrow Strike. But I don't think Newbie will have any plans of backing up. They're going to stand their ground, push in onto the tier 3s here.
This could be
now. They just jump in with the Abyssal. The Boulder Smash comes through onto 2. Newbie, they're doing it here. They've found nearly Arteezy as well. No, the cheese comes out. Arteezy will survive. Buyback forced out though from Zai. Newbie still clean up the melee racks in the middle lane. And Newbie, they played this game very patiently. And ever since that bit of a blunder from EG in the middle lane, Newbie getting the momentum back behind them now with the 2k gold lead themselves, and they're not done. They're moving down to the bottom lane. They really want to abuse this time. How long to Black Hole for?
30 seconds.
30 seconds.
They got Shadow Shaman. This is definitely
going to be a second set of racks for Newbie here. No holding back. They are not leaving this base. Universe, 17 seconds to the black hole. Can they kill all this rack? They can't. The melee racks are gone. They make the jump in onto KP. Can they actually get this kill? The Midnight Pulse is down. They do have the Reaper Sight. They'll bring down the Bristle. But 2 melee racks gone. Newbie, they've done their work. They're going to be all smiles at the moment, and Evil Geniuses are going to feel incredibly shaken up.
Incredibly impressive there, the way that they played around it. Universe unable to get the perfect black holes there. Newbie just punishes it so heavily. It just shows, though, too, how much EG does rely on getting those black holes. So if they can put Universe in like a frantic position to be forced to use that, this is where they could shine.
And he comes in, and even though despite how close Kakra is only getting Faith, it was exactly what you said as well. He does it on top of
himself.
To make sure that there's no cancel.
Yeah, he's making sure that it doesn't get canceled off.
But it meant that it wasn't good enough. And Newbie. Yeah, look at that. Esther, he loves it.
A little bit of a victory dance.
He absolutely loves it.
That's got to feel good.
It absolutely has. In a game as well, 42 minutes again, only 19 to 12. But as we saw, ever since sort of the 10-minute mark, EG the ones to put their foot down. But bam, now Newbie taking down 2 melee racks in a fantastic position. I mean, EG, of course, they still have this incredible push. They take one fight, they get one big black hole. They can do the same that Newbie achieved to them. They can clean up 2 racks in a matter of a minute. but they need to find that fight, and at the moment, Newbie are not letting them get it.
EG wants to be the ones making the jump happen now. The last 2 times, it's been Newbie kind of like baiting / positioning EG into responding. Now EG wants to be the ones to be dictating it rather than that responsive, because that's where mistakes happen.
Yeah.
When you're forced to just react to people, you're just like in that frantic instinct kind of thing, and you jump, and that's where the mistakes.
And RTZ as well with his build, I think he realizes, you know, they've got to just rely on getting one fight and pushing. He's looking to pick up the Desolate.
Yeah.
Just everything that they can get together to make sure that that one fight they win, that's when they close the game up.
He's all their physical damage too. Everyone else is magical on the side of EG, so he knows his job. He knows what he needs to be doing in this game.
And we did see, of course, in that last fight, you know, RTZ is still incredibly scary for Newbie. They have to keep their distance. But once his sort of backlines fall down around him, he doesn't have the control to hold someone like SCCC in place. We saw, you know, last fight, the Queen of Pain being 1 hit away from being taken down, but the Blink...
Newbie's got their lanes in
too
good
much.
positions.
And there's the chance to look for the free pick off to start things off. Crit, can he get out? He cannot. Or maybe he can. Wait with the Glimmer Gip. No, SCCC waiting on the high ground. Will bring him down. 50 seconds. Crit does have buyback available. And EG, of course, will be doing everything to make sure they're not mega creeped. They do have that top lane fairly pushed out. Tier 2 still standing.
SCCC already. He's like, yeah, we need to force this top lane, actually. It's really important for them to do that. 30 seconds till Crit respawns. We have Universe is about...
He's close.
He's like 1,300 gold away from the refresher, so they will have that the threat of the double black hole, but it's still about landing it. And if Newbie still, I think that's the best way for them to take these fights, is to run in and force EG's hand, rather than EG just taking the pick when they want to and playing around their vision. Right now, it's very limited, actually, for EG. It's pretty much just those wolves walking around and that one ward that they did place just before during that push. So with those 2 side lanes always pushing in, and Newbie always has a lot of information on the map and allows himself to accrue a bigger and bigger advantage during this downtime.
You can see EG with the smoke. They were hoping that Newbie would come in for that tier 2 push, but Newbie, they're smarter than that. They're not going to just throw themselves in. I mean, now they'll come forward. Sumail has revealed. They keep KP on the front lines.
SCCC is a big threat now, too. 6 slotted, well, he can still replace the Veil, but with the Mjolnir finished up and the level 25, 60% lifesteal talent, that can be another factor they have to add in.
But he's massive. Yeah. He really is. 24,000 net worth, 45 minutes in. I said at the start I was excited to see this. This is something we've seen in the past. SCCC, definitely one of his flashiest and finest heroes, the Queen of Pain, and this game looking to be no exception.
This is the perfect time for Newbie to start pressuring like this. It's the double catapult wave, the first one of the game. The starts coming out. You see the 2 side lanes being heavily forced in, and top lane will meet there with the double catapult as well. Start to set up that siege.
What's EG do? They are holding close to them dearly, this tier 2 tower. A Newbie being so safe with the way that they slowly siege this top lane.
SCCC's not even with his team right now. He's farming jungle. He's trying to get as much as he can during that downtime. Should be able to claim the tier 2 here. Maybe they don't expect EG to commit super hard on the defense, but EG is. And now SCCC starts to make his movement back over.
The wards do get farmed up very quickly there by EG.
The side lanes, though, that's the issue. The catapults start hitting on the shrines in the mid lane, so shrine is almost actually brought down at about 150 life. And the bottom wave...
Oh, they've actually found him here. They jump in, they find him in the trees. They have the shackle onto Zai. RTZ pops the BKB, now make the leap onto favor SCCC. Comes on the back line, Universe will hold him in place with the BKB black hole. Have they got the damage to finish off? Yes, they have. Zai comes in with the AP. Hey, Genius, they found 2. Can they get KP as well? Sumail has to keep his distance. They've lost RTZ. RTZ does not have buyback. Mugi manning up with the BKB, looks towards Zai, will get the kill, gets the heal, keeps himself alive. KP moving in onto Sumail, Reaper side, not enough to bring down the Bristle. The mana,
oh my god,
the tower hits, is it enough? KP will finally go down. Universe does it there with the Midnight Pulse. EG have lost 3, but at the same time bringing down 3 members of Newbie themselves.
But EG's base, it's getting destroyed by these creeps and catapults.
I mean, as we can see there, gold does slightly favor EG. You know, because of the fact that they were behind. Being able to kill SCCC on the Queen of Pain is amazing, but Mugi, he escapes alive. RTZ loses his life again. And as you say, the pressure still certainly on for EG. So whereas they may have been able to slow down Newbie's advance onto the base, unlikely that anything's going to happen whilst these newbie heroes are down because of their own casualties.
The big thing for EG there now is that Universe will have Refresher for the next upcoming engagements.
I mean, look at this here. We're going to be able to get a shot at Universe's perspective. Comes in, looks to the side, realizes, bam, he can commit onto this Queen of Pain.
He's still always, you see how he's using the black hole every time. He places it right on top of stuff, just to make sure that that Bristleback can't blink and get the Abyssal Blade off. Very important to note those things.
Still, as we say, newbie still with the lead.
Roche is back. It's their Roche, another Aegis and Cheese. And since we are past that 40-minute mark for quite a bit now, we do have the double runes that will be playing into favor. And oh look, a DD right outside the pit.
Perfect timing here. Newbie, they are going to have everyone back up. Same to be said for Evil Geniuses, but Newbie already closer to the pit. And EG having to deal with these lanes, being pushed in by the super creeps. There's very little chance that EG can contest this Roshan, and there should be a free Aegis and a Cheese into the pockets of Newbie. They'll make a scan. EG starting to move a couple over, but it's not going to be anywhere.
The Cheese is still on the ground. Oh, they actually pick it up. RTZ almost got the
It looked like he was going to be able to deny it.
Yeah, SCCC actually picked it up. It looked like he was leaving it for somebody else, but after they didn't grab it right away, he's like, no. Now he passes it over to Mugi.
They need one more of those black hole holds. And this is the thing, as we've seen. Universe, he needs to catch the cores.
Yeah.
And when he does it, it's because of the placement that he has to go for. It's so hard for him to get anything more than just that. But taking down one core can certainly put a hold to the push that Newbie try and bring on.
And it's thankful this time that they have the Refresher versus the Aegis and Cheese. So now they at least have those two black holes versus the multiple lives that Newbie will have. GG. Looks like they're trying to take an unexpected fight at this tier 2 with the way Universe was positioned. But now they've shown all their faces. So now Zai actually also has a Lincoln Sphere picked up, so now if Zai throws the Lincolns on Universe, they actually cannot.
Oh, they're opening up here. Black Hole will be committed onto KP. They're trying to burst down the Bristle on the sideline.
He gets the Cheese off, though.
Gets the 2-man burst up, and indeed the Cheese comes down. The Sonu Universe with a Refresher. Black Hole is caught 2. Has a corner SCCC, but will bring down Mugi. But Evil Geniuses, they've lost 2. Buyback immediately on both Sumail and Universe. They'll try and re-enter the fight. Sumail falling down low. Burrow Strike comes out from Zai. They will find KP a second time. Silence is now onto the Queen of Pain. The Midnight Pulse bringing SCCC down low. He'll lose the Aegis. He's gone. Buyback from Crit. The Islands are out. Can they get back in on this? Mass buyback from Newbie. They want to finish this game off. SCCC jumps forward. Will have the Shadow Strike reflected back to him.
This is their time to end it. They know that even Bristle buyback. Look, yeah, they know there's no black holes. Every single ulti.
Fully in Newbie. Can EG really hold? 60 seconds until the black hole's back. 60 seconds before Arteezy's back in the game.
This is the double catapult wave as well that's going to be coming in for the 50-minute mark.
Zai just doing everything he can to slow them down. Jumps in with a Burrow Strike. The Midnight Pulse bringing Mugi down low, but the wards are there. Fake gets the shackles, but the force back keeps him alive. Burrow turning around with the boulder pull, does silence the Sand King. Faith goes Scepters, drawing their attention towards the side side with the Sandstorm, and the Malefice is enough to bring down Faith. They brought down the Shaman. SCCC jumps in. BKB's pop, turning towards Universe. Universe keeping himself alive with the Midnight Pulse and the Ultra Recoil heal. SCCC blinks away. Arteezy's back in the game. Has the back up. SCCC comes back. Crit brings him back in. Arteezy takes him down. SCCC's gone, but he did not buy back for that affair. He was already alive, so he is not on the dieback. And that cost 4 buybacks from Evil Geniuses, an incredibly costly hold, but a hold that they did have to fully commit to. And it did work. They keep those racks alive. And now we're at the point where those ultimates are going to come back into play. Black Hole is there for Universe. 20 seconds, and he's got the Refresher as well.
Newbie's in a threat now of they could, you know, if they lose a couple heroes, they can just lose the game. They expended majority of their buybacks too. Like you said, the Queen of Pain did not, but the Bloodseeker, I believe, what? We had Bloodseeker buyback, Bristleback buyback, and the Shadow Shaman buyback.
I mean, you kill the Bloodseeker, you knock him down for 2 minutes. EG.
They're looking to force it.
Can they really turn this? They're sitting at a 10k gold loss. They are down 2 racks, and that top 3, you know, the top racks, they are now exposed.
You see this top fight again. Just able to get the cheese off on KP here was super crucial in the fight. Secondary black hole, excellent, but SCCC just demolishing Universe during that, but all the buybacks forced out.
And now here we go. EG, they're knocking on the doorstep of Newbie, pushing down the middle lane. Nice bit of goal there for Mugi as he cleans up the Eidolons with the Blood Right. But EG, know they have to commit pretty hard for this. There is definitely an opportunity to take this game if they can bring down Mugi.
Level 25
Second
Blood
whole
Seeker.
universe plus the BKB preemptively tries to get the jump. He found the black hole. It is onto KP. Do they actually have the damage to finish him off? Zai comes in with the epicenter.
He zoned him. He saved him. Oh my God.
He keeps KP alive. Beautiful play from Kanka. He managed to save him. There's the second of black hole, but universe is down. They've lost two. Sonic Wave flies through from SCCC. Triple kill for Mugi. EG are all dead. And GG.
Kanka, are you kidding me?
Kanka. What a play there. The Aghanim Zerspirit, I believe he only just picked it up.
Oh,
keeping KP alive.
My God, that was absolutely beautiful.
Wow. And with that, that's EG down, knocked down to the lower bracket. Newbie with an incredibly deserved victory. 2-0.
We talked about the Blink BKB Enigma so much, but that was just damn impressive how Newbie played around it. Small miss EG costing them heavily, but Newbie recognized what they wanted to do in this game. They had to change the pace and make sure they were the ones causing the fights to happen, and that's what they did.
Absolutely. Wow. I mean, Newbie, what a series for them to open up their run here at TI7. 2-0ing EG down to the lower bracket. And we saw that, I mean, the end of that game, EG certainly gave it their all. There were big attempts. Universe very nearly finding the black holes to seal the deal, but Newbie, they were just a step.
Look at this. First pick right out the gate. It's Mirana.
Watch out for that Universe Void coming right around the corner.
His spans are a bit different from the last game. For sure.
Early Sand King. We have Puck Shaker bans from Newbie, and then Nyx Lich from Wisp still in the pool. The hero EG loves, and they also don't really mind playing against too much. They've let it through with the first pick a couple times this turn.
Mirana, of course, a notable pickup based on exactly what you were saying earlier, that EG likes to pick two characters that could be very flexible in terms of where their position is going to be.
Sean, you gotta calm here. You're giving me a panic attack and call them characters.
So sorry.
Might as well just call them champions at this point.
I've actually never played this game, PPD.
Well, they're heroes, so now you know.
Naga Siren.
Naga Siren, the anti-team fight hero.
Which fits perfectly against the Sand King and Disruptor.
Nice sleep into Arrow. Players are very talented. They can definitely land that combination 100% of the time, I'd say.
Has there been very much carry Naga at group stages?
Nope.
I think Envy
One game.
Yeah, but that's a C9 thing.
Yeah.
No one else thinks that's good.
So Sand King and Disruptor. Sand King, a very reliable pick. Disruptor, big playmaker.
Do you think Naga Siren is still good even when there's not Face's Void pick? I think most of the time I saw it was versus Void.
It was, yeah, I've seen it a lot versus Void, and I've seen EG comboed a couple times with Disruptor as well, which was taken from them, so they can't do that combination, but the Sleep Arrow is still pretty strong.
Sleep Black Hole?
Sleep Black Hole also strong.
In the last games, when Sai played it, he usually just waited for the opponent to use some heavy ultimates and then sleep and reset the fight and then arrow and then take the fight.
Definitely.
In terms of the bans, we see Newbie getting rid of Pugna, and if any of you caught day one of group stages, Pugna was an extremely popular and very powerful hero in almost all the games he was played.
Naga and Pugna in combination is actually a pretty strong combo. Pugna will allow your team to group up and push towers, and if the enemy team tries to initiate on you and start the fight while you're chipping away, Naga can save Pugna and just sleep.
Newbie bans Lycan. Big pick for Arteezy. Of course, very common pick on the Newbie side.
And no Alk.
Yeah, they're worried about the push. Alchemist definitely banned. Smart thinking on each part.
Yeah, you said they really struggled a lot against Alchemist.
They just, whatever, that hero is just their Achilles heel.
5 seconds remaining.
The hero's fallen in and out of favor by most teams, and they've just always consistently lost to it. So, ban it. Decision.
So, of course, looking at the Newbie lineup, Disruptor, I mean, some of the key combinations that we've seen, Disruptor, Earthshaker combo has been very not a possibility anymore.
Lots of disable, lots of team fight. It's very hard to split push and run away from a Disruptor. Your best bet is to go into the... You might want to pick up a little bit more team fight to bolster their lineup.
And in terms of that team fight, are you thinking someone like a Faceless Void?
Void's okay. I would really like somebody that can build a BKB on their side. Venomancer.
Venomancer.
Okay.
Awesome. I have no clue how to think of Venomancer in a lineup. Ake, hit me with it.
Well, he can be both support and he can be on the lane. He can be mid and safe lane.
Visage, right? For RTZ here?
They could. I think Venomancer is usually safe lane now because he can bully out an offlaner very, very easily. So they might go for that.
Summons. Summons have been Venomancer's bane. So Furion, Broodmother, Visage. Those are my favorite three right now. What do you think, Ben?
All sounds pretty good. Think about if Naga Siren's gonna just be like a medic this game. I think like a Scepter pipe. I don't know. I haven't seen the Scepter too much, but I think it could be pretty good versus line.
You know, Merlini, we talked a little bit about, you know, Mirana having a lot of possibilities and how she can be played. I think she'll wind up fitting in the lineup.
Likely core. I don't know, they don't really have any setup for her right now.
I think so too, that it's a core, and especially now in the pick Kunkka. But, I mean, they could still go Naga, carry, right, Peter?
They could. I would be
your favorite.
I'd be very disappointed.
Probably not. Sai has been playing the Naga before, so.
You don't want to see hour-long games?
I just want to see EG win, you know, I'm a very biased caster up here. Trying to, you know, my best interest.
No problem. Got no shame. Wear it proudly.
All's well. Bleed blue. We got a lot of EG fans here today, I think. I can hear them from out here.
All right.
Impressive stuff in there, guys.
Well, hey, now it's my turn to pander. Any newbie fans in the audience?
Less.
Good job.
Good
job.
China shows up for this tournament.
A bad mostly
bad.
against Mirana, I think, to remove the arrow.
Now, was this one of the heroes that had not been yet picked?
I believe so.
Yeah,
Correct.
I believe it was. Oh no, he had been picked. It was Bane, Spectre, Tiny, and Wraith King. Ababndo, one of the most unpicked heroes in all of TI.
Baden's one of my favorite heroes. I like seeing him get played.
And it really fits the lineup. They have the Kunkka as well for X-Torrent into arrow, so they have a lot of arrow setups. So Abaddon really fits newbie.
There's the Furion, so it's Universe Furion, Sumail Mirana, probably Naga, Crit, Kunkka, last pick RTZ hero. Getting some summons for that Venomancer that we talked about. I like that a lot.
Could be the Visage then, because they ban on Drow.
Yeah, Drow banned. They could still do the Visage. I'm still a fan.
So in terms of looking at the lineups right now, how would you evaluate newbie as a team?
Lots of team fight and a pretty decent amount of catch with Sand King and Disruptor.
Fairly weak anti-push, and they need some ramp-up time too.
Yeah, definitely want to get some ultimates. They're a bit weak to BKBs, but G's cores aren't.
And now the final pick for Evil Geniuses is Timbersaw.
Ooh.
Looks like a good OD game. I like OD here.
Now
versus summons, which is...
This is what I'm talking about, where I look at this lineup and it just takes me a minute to figure out who the hell is playing who.
I think, well, we'll see what newbie decides to go mid. That'll definitely decide who takes the Timbersaw. It's going to be Sumail and RTZ on the Timbersaw Mirana. And if newbie picks a melee hero for mid, then I imagine Sumail will take that Timbersaw to the mid lane.
So, okay, again, I'd want to ask the same question. How do you evaluate Evil Geniuses' team lineup as a whole? What are their strengths?
I think with the Prophet, they want to take towers early, and I think Timbersaw can work with that as well, because he's very strong earlier with his reactive armor. But they don't have as much push as they've had the other games when I watched them play with the Prophet, so we're going to see how that works out. They usually have, as people said, like Visage or some other hero as well.
Outworld Devourer. OD game.
I like that OD. It's
Bales Mirana and RTZ on Timbersaw.
There it is. Yep, ranged hero mid.
Wow, what an interesting lineup for this very first game between EG and newbie. Casters, take it away.
Thank you very much, Day 9, and indeed, Evil Geniuses versus newbie here on day one of TI7. We couldn't have asked for anything more, could we, Fog? This is going to be incredible.
I'm super excited. I was hoping that we'd get some like EG newbie type of matchup in these type of upper bracket, because these two teams actually match up super well versus each other. Very similar kind of play styles. We'll see how it plays out coming in.
And the picks as well, as the panel said, something a little different. RTZ on the Timbersaw, but what seems to be a very strong finisher from newbie. They seem to love it. Do you like this as well? Triple C getting the OD.
I love the OD pick here. It's super good to disrupt the combos, very good for the pure damage versus Timbersaw as well, and one of his most comfortable heroes. So definitely looking strong for SCCC, which we've been saying on the panel. He is the one to focus on for
he
the
is.
newbie team.
I mean, as Ben was saying,
hero.
at the start of that section, coming into this, it's hard for teams to have a mid that's going to be able to stand toe-to-toe with Sumail. But SCCC on the OD, Sumail, of course, on the Mirana, as Peter kind of talked about, maybe EG shuffling things around just to try and get the favorable matchups. Is this a lane there where Sumail can still, kind of flaunt himself and get the edge against SCCC?
Yeah, he should be able to do fine. And I'm assuming that we're going to have like Zai chilling around the mid area too, so he's going to put the extra pressure around. So I think Sumail will be just fine in that matchup. It's probably slightly OD favored, but Mirana has the scaling factor where you get like the double Wraith, and your attack animation isn't the greatest, but you can at least do that when you have a secondary Naga there.
All right, here we go, ladies and gentlemen, getting ourselves into game one of this best of 3 series in the upper bracket. And my, oh my, what a game this has the potential to set up to be as we go through the lineup of newbie. Faith, of course, supporting up on the Disruptor. And RTZ building Pipe of Insight, taking a page out of Eternal Envy's book there, SCCC. On mid, Mugi, the carry Venomancer. Something that Evil Geniuses himself, of course, will know quite well. We've seen in the past, was it back at Epicenter, pretty much every game RTZ played Venomancer.
I talked to Jack
so he's going to know how to deal with it.
Yeah, I talked to Jack a little bit before this game actually happened, and he was letting me know. He's like, yeah, newbie, of course, they highly respect EG, but not only that, they've looked at them in the past, and they've actually taken a couple strategies, a couple heroes from them, and tried them out. So this shows it right away with this kind of draft. So the OD is really cool here, not just for, of course, like the save mechanic as we were talking about with the Astral, but the Essence Aura can put a big factor in with the Abaddon push with the Venomancer. You're going to have like that infinite mana sustain kind of going on. We have an early smoke coming out, it looks like newbie. They're trying to get deep and aggressive onto that first bounty rune.
So they can get this as at the moment, obviously up in EG's own jungle, only RTZ all by his lonesome. So newbie definitely have the chance to catch him if he does come too close to this top bounty.
We've got a double. Yeah, both teams actually smoked up and went for the opposing bounty rune. So we've some dodging action, it looks like, happening.
Yeah, EG having the chance of getting this connection, in fact, onto the Abaddon. They are going to spot each other out, and we'll see if they try and make a go. KP trying to man up. Between these three, quite hard to bring down the Abaddon. He will get caught out by the Torrent, and in fact, he's just got the 1 level in the Aphotic Shield. I don't know if it's going to be enough there already. EG chasing down KP, and that will be... Oh! Tries to salve up, not quite enough. Universe takes the first blood.
Don't believe he got the Stout Shield block there. He was hoping for it, of course, but yeah, nice play coming out. Beautiful Torrent. KP tried to juke it, but unable to do so.
Yeah, great start for Universe, of course, down on that bottom lane. It's going to be paired up at the moment with Naga Siren, and indeed, as you mentioned, looks like EG are going to have the focus of 2 towards mid. Try and keep SCCC on his toes in this matchup against Sumail's Mirana.
So we didn't get to touch too much on it either. EG is running the dual melee supports, which we've been seeing kind of rise a bit more now, but this time around it's strange, right? Like when they've had the Naga, they've been tending to have like that Disruptor, as the panel was mentioning. This time though, getting the Kunkka, having that big AoE kind of team fight and catch, which they were lacking. I'm pretty sure that's just why they wanted it, having that catch, which they were lacking.
Bottom lane again, Zai looking for the body blocks on KP. They will be able to burn through the first shield. But again, this dual lane, not a lane that I'm too used to seeing really. Nature's Prophet and Naga Siren, but it seems to be doing pretty well at the moment against this solo lane KP Abaddon.
RTZ is making his journey. He has walked from the top lane all the way down to bottom. He has now arrived. So he is going to be versus that Abaddon, and they're both just about level 1. So they're going to be able to trade right clicks with each other, and Universe is making the adjustment. They want to have that Timber versus Abaddon matchup.
With that in mind, as KP sees it, we'll see if they themselves want to make any sort of adjustment at mid lane, though. And it's going to be the ball into the setup. They're not going to follow through on it, just looking for harassment onto Sumail. Didn't quite have the Burrow Strike back up.
They stacked the Burrow and the Astral there, actually, by accident. They could have put a little more harass. Not a kill, but slight little miscommunication coming up between the two of them. Bounty runes being exchanged.
As we can see, this bottom lane matchup, RTZ, as you say, on this Timber Sword, being able to heavily nuke down the Abaddon. KP only sitting on 1 CS at the moment at this bottom lane. He has not had a fun opening because of the pressure and the matchups that EG have managed to find against him on this bottom lane. Elsewhere, of course, things looking quite nice for newbie. You have this Venomancer, and at the moment, Mugi pretty much free farm up on this top lane. Not a lot that EG can do to slow him down. He's nearly level 3. He's got the backup of his supports. It's a scary lane. Universe and Zai have to be very careful.
Invis thinking.
Especially with Kaka coming in, getting the 2-man Burrow Strike from Invis. Universe he's going for the TP out, but he's not going to quite make it. That'll be one. Zai will just get himself away. Mid lane, Sumail and Crit at the same time, going in with the harassment. But as we're seeing, this top lane, tri lane, I mean, granted, the Sand King did have an invis, but there's definitely kill potential here for Newbie. Oh, hey, Universe! He just finds himself a freebie. KP in the jungle. I don't know if he was trying to deny himself there. It was only to the small neutrals, but it didn't work out. Universe was ready to go.
Yeah, picking up those phase boots when he TP'd back. This is scary for KP because now he doesn't really have a good place to go. Bottom lane is impossible for him to actually stand toe-to-toe with the Timbersaw. He can get some trade farm, but he can't harass him, really. Like in the nature of the matchup, if it's a direct 1v1, Abaddon versus Timber right at the start, Abaddon can deal with it because you get your passive and you're able to right-click and harass. But now the Timbersaw has an advantage, which makes it super difficult for his melee strength hero. Yeah,
absolutely. Every other lane, you know, top and middle, looking to go fairly even for the time being. But yeah, that bottom lane, really a struggle for KP and Newbie. But perhaps that's the plan. Maybe they felt that always, you know, the Abaddon's lane in this draft, it was always going to be tough. He was always going to be in the lane that was going to be sacked by the team, and Newbie themselves will look to try and make up for it elsewhere on the map. I mean, he's still getting the levels, really. And as we've seen, he has died a couple of times, but you know, once he's sort of the level 4 point, he's got an extra point in the Aphotic Shield, he should feel a little safer.
Yeah, just a bit safer, for sure. He's always able to shield off the Whirling Death debuff, so he can't get two of them stacked up on himself, but Arteezy diving under.
They've got a lot of diving potential. Is he going to go down again? He does get the deny off with the Mist Coil. But the pressure really being put up for KP on this bottom lane. EG are not a fan.
Yeah, that secondary point in the Whirling Death. If anytime you go near the tree line, you get hit by that pure damage and the stat reduction. But yeah, he can shield it off, but it's still, yeah, that nature of the matchup is too hard when the Timbersaw is giving an advantage. He's got to still keep TPing down there, though, so he still has to be getting that experience. His job in this game, he has to be a bit farmed, so he has to watch it.
He had to be careful there. Came a little too close for the CS, and now there's the setup with the Astral Imprisonment coming in with the Burrow Strike. Faith there as well to join the party. We'll get the value CS on the way down with the arrow, but that will be Samael taken out. Same time, though, up top, they realize that Mugi, he's left alone, and Evil Geniuses, as soon as they see an opportunity on top, they try and go, but Mugi, he's just a little too big. Tangos it up, walks away. As Newbie certainly making the favorable trade there. Evil Genius is trying to make something happen as soon as they realize both supports are moved mid, but they couldn't quite get that Venom.
It's always the scary thing about laning versus that OD. Even though the CS is relatively close, the OD of course pulls ahead with some denies because you're Astral the enemy and you get 3 last hits under it, but it's the threat. You Astral, you have to be very careful from those rotations coming in from Sand King Disruptor. And Newbie really needs to make sure that they do get those successful ganks because they're running an aggro tri-lane. So when you run this, your supports sometimes get under-leveled. You have to make sure to distribute your experience resources properly so you don't get behind.
Look at this mid lane again. So much attention being put. Universe trying to see if he can find the position to TP in. He's playing around with it.
Kaka's there. He's set up.
He is prepared to turn if Universe does commit. And Universe will actually turn his attention up towards the top lane where, for the time being, he's hanging around there with the Naga Siren. With Zai.
So we've actually got, it's 5 minutes, first catapult wave. KP actually pulls the lane bottom. So now Arteezy's got a full wave and a catapult going under the tower.
KP has to be so careful.
They're going to push this tower here.
He can easily dive this tower, especially with the help of Universe. KP, they're going to be in trouble again. The shield's taken down. They will sprout him up, trying to get Arteezy in position to get the burst damage through, but as it is,
right clicks are adding up.
Right clicks, he's just doing it here. KP, he's going to be going down again. The same time, though, in the mid lane, Newbie again with that tri-lane play, bringing in the 2 supports to get Samael.
Nice rotations from both teams. Universe recognizing that catapult bottom. The catapult actually dives though, so KP actually pulling them away from there lets the catapult go down and alleviates a lot of tower damage that would be coming out. But EG definitely communicating on all fronts. Arteezy's probably like, hey Universe, catapult wave coming down, we can dive this, and they do it perfectly.
For sure. I mean, we can see in the mid lane now, Crit is back there. It really feels like they need to put more into trying to protect Samael. Just having some sort of torrent for counter players, as we've seen Newbie get away with this Astral Imprisonment setup twice. Bottom lane, Arteezy will take the tower. KP and Kaka in the neighborhood, but of course Arteezy not feeling too scared at all now. He's level 6, he can pick up the arcane boots from the side shop, and he is top of the net worth.
Nice little surge in gold for their team. Top lane Mugi's been contesting this tri/quad stack that it was for a while with his Plague Wards. Actually claimed him in the majority of it, so a bit of a win coming there for him. Zai though now contesting it as well, and I mean Zai's doing incredibly well on the levels. Almost arcane boots, almost level 6 on Naga. Gonna be very relevant in the next upcoming fights with that sleep for the setup.
Bottom lane KP, I mean he's back here trying to get what he can against Arteezy, but he has to be so careful at this point where he's still yet to hit 6 himself.
Nobody wants to use this catapult top they still have. They smoke up, they're trying to put the pressure on Universe and that safe lane tower. They should be able to with their timing as well, but EG seems to know something's up. They're making the rotation with Psy and with Crit.
You have the 2 points in Glimpse on Faith, so have very good catch potential. Depends how deep they want to go. Indeed, in fact,
he's trapped.
He's just going to set up for the kill there with the illusion block, trapping the Disruptor in. They'll see if they can play around for more. Torrent will connect onto Kaka. We saw just there the support Naga with the block, the Riptide and the illusions, just absolutely shred to pieces that Disruptor.
They really wanted to go for that dive. They really wanted to get that tower. Match that aggression from EG toward bottom. So 2,000 gold lead right now going for EG, making slightly the better move so far. And they're actually the ones who are able to pressure towers a little bit better with that Nature's Prophet. Universe showing up to all those threats. With the drum now finished up, phase drum 8 minutes. Pretty darn good.
Yeah, very good timing there for Universe. Same as well. Let's see what the build's going to be this game from Mugi. Looks like he's eyeing up the treads into the 4 stuff. Just so he has that extra maneuverability, because there is a lot of catch and chase down from EG with the X marks and such, but the same certainly to be said by Newbie.
4 steps are very important in this game too, because they already have the combo from EG, you know, to land the arrows. Of course, there's the Abaddon shield to remove them, but making them further away like that. Arteezy bottom looks like they're making the move for him.
He's got to get out of it. SCCC and Faith both looking for him. They will get the glimpse back, but
the Timber Chain all the way across,
and he goes for the TP out. Arteezy, the 10k madman, gets away. What a cute little play there from the boy. Top lane, Mugi as well. He says I could TP out, but no! Zai's there!
And the arrow.
6. The arrow's in. EG, take down Mugi.
They have detection, says Crit.
Destroy the barracks, then get back. Let's not get ahead of ourselves, Sumail here. There's still tier 1s to take down.
But that's impressive there. This is all because of how efficient Zai's being with his movements. He's level 6 pre-10 minutes, so that means without the tome, if he wasn't 6 there, that kill was not happening.
Arteezy looking for the hood build next and such.
Definitely.
Almost then, certainly going back for the Bloodstone afterwards.
Yeah, the hood versus like, Sand King, Venomancer, Disruptor is just way too much magical damage.
See if Faith can get a catch up top. Does have the backup. Here we go with the glimpse back. But look, the X to X play. Sweet little play. Very, very strong to have the Kunkka against this Disruptor.
Something we've talked about in the past, but this time around it was a little bit forgotten about how powerful that X can be versus Disruptor.
Absolutely, totally destroys.
Play.
Yeah, what Newbie is trying to do then. And you know every time that they go for that glimpse play, there's going to be numerous heroes there. So essentially, you know, a large amount of time wasted for Newbie and SCCC, who was in the neighborhood looking to get involved in the kill.
SCCC is like the big person they have to play around for the kills now. Venomancer, not really the greatest at going for these kills with everybody else now because of how much escape EG really does have. The Timbersaw, the Mirana, both very hard to kill heroes if they don't have that damage or that lockdown. Now they do have Disruptor 6 on Newbie, so they can respond with that Static Storm, but now EG making the move, looking for KP.
KP is level 7 now, of course, so with the Max Athletic Shield and the Borrowed Time, he is quite a tricky target.
That's not a great place either. There's tower, but now with Arteezy coming in and KP overextending a bit.
With him coming out this far, they definitely should have potential to bring him down twice. Here's the first setup from Crit, brings him back into the Torrent. Borrowed Time out straight away. KP, he has got backup on the way. Faith TP's in. Athletic Shield's out again. KP should be fine. Now it's Evil Geniuses that have to be careful. Faith with the glimpse back onto Crit. SCCC in the neighborhood as well, trying to chase this down. Can he quite close the gap for the Astral? There's going to be the Torrent to create the space. And in fact, EG jump back in. The Starstorm for Sumail. They take down KP, and they may even get more out of this as well. They walk out the Static Storm, and Evil Geniuses just turn around.
They had everything going for them there. Newbie in a place where it was a awkward place, like awkward location to fight. Arteezy able to delay it long enough for the backup to arrive. Universe with the Wrath of Nature. More than enough damage coming through.
Yeah, Newbie there really did feel that they had the chance to turn it. And to be fair, it did look like they did. But as you say, Evil Geniuses just turning up as a team, taking the fight, taking a tier 2 here on the bottom lane. 12 minutes
12 minutes in a tier 2. That gives them so many access points now into the Newbie jungle. And it makes it a bit awkward now. Newbie had to like park somebody bottom all the time to be able to deal with that push, because now Nature's Prophet has an avenue to be able to start chipping at that high tier 3 tower.
We'll see it again. And pretty much what the call here is made to turn as soon as Arteezy gets massive amounts of damage onto KP after the Borrowed Time wears off. And as soon as you see the OD astraling himself as Newbie, you know the fight's over. Yep. He's stuck in the midst of it all. No way of getting SCCC out. And a very, very painful fight then. A little smile from Zai. It comes out just for the moment. Back to work, he says. as he gets back into the game. But 8 for 3, 5k gold lead at the moment for Evil Geniuses at this very early stage of the game.
Super good opener coming out for them, opening laning phase. Kaka now trying to find that blink dagger. I think if they try to make those gank attempts happen from now on, they want to have the Sanking there for that hard lockdown. Because other than that, they don't really have anything. It's just the kinetic field, the static storm. So they really have to be playing around the Sanking and the OD if they want to make those plays. But very difficult when EG just playing a little bit faster, just making the moves happen. And during this, Zai's just been parked up in the top lane for quite a while.
Working
level
on
7, working on mech, almost halfway there. It's going to make their timing for their push very nice. Maybe Arteezy will go for the Bloodstone and then into a pipe so that they can't threaten that high ground eventually.
Definitely, as you mentioned earlier, the importance of these 4 stars for Newbie. Mugi and SCCC going straight for them. Relatively close to having them as well, and then at least there is that little bit of potential extra save to reposition their teammates.
KP finishes up his Midas, so that, you know, the little bit of desperation Midas trying to catch up after that hard start that he did have. But very deep wards coming out from EG, since they know they already claimed the tier 2. They can now watch a lot of the early movements out of the base coming out from Newbie, so they will actually know. If Newbie does not smoke, they'll know a lot of where those rotations are happening.
We'll see who is the next to move. I mean, at the moment, both teams seemingly content with continuing to just farm up, making sure that all lanes are covered.
They want to make a move on top. Sumail making the rotation. So I was trying to get a net, but Kaka backs up and gets a little bit safer now. Rotation's coming out though. Crit draws the line. He wants to get a deep ward so that they can start another deep ward on the left side of the map. Because right now a lot of EG's vision is all on the right side, so they don't really have a lot of information on that left side. So, and he does put one down.
As we can see though as well for Newbie, the vision game very nice in the sense that Mugi consistently keeps this area just scattered with plague wards. So any sort of movement like that is going to be impossible from Evil Geniuses unless they come in with the smoke.
Be very content. They're very happy with the way this pace is going. They're just farming. They're farming more, and they're also able to threaten towers. Newbie's not. Does Newbie have blink on Sanking yet? They're 400 short, so defending this tier 1 is going to be very difficult.
Don't even get the deny there as EG take the tower, looking for the torrent, but in fact, a sleep will mean that the torrent doesn't connect. Nonetheless, they want to go in for more. Here comes the boat straight away. SCCC will get the dodge off with the
Oh, the static storm!
And now the turnaround, 3 a trap. Massive ult from Mugi. Evil Geniuses, they have to get out somehow. Zai trying to run under the cover of the Moonlight Shadow from Sumail, but it's not enough. Zai's down. They're going to lose both of them. Zai and Sumail falling as Newbie come in perfectly with that turnaround. A great angle for Kaka to come in on the Sanking, hitting that Burrow Strike, setting up for a perfect combination from Faith.
That was, yeah, absolutely perfect. 3-man static storm on the exact heroes that he wanted to get. Newbie now able to actually turn it around a bit.
Absolutely.
EG with a little bit of miscoordination, but also that quick Astral coming out from SCCC. The boat combo with the sleep is very hard to pull off versus these heroes with those defense mechanics.
Yeah, we'll see it again here. I mean, the initial kind of play with the torrent and the sleep messes up, but obviously EG feel they've got enough skills elsewhere to still go for it. But as you said, this time, bam, just in time, and Kaka walked through. They did not have eyes on the Sanking. They let him go to work, and then all the ults come out. Epicenter, everything comes out from Newbie. I mean, I feel EG were lucky to only have lost 2 there. That could have got a lot messier, the way that turned around.
Trying to continue their aggression here down onto SCCC, but unable to connect the torrent. He's got his 4-staff out already, so we'll have that saved. So SCCC building toward that BKB. It's going to be very helpful toward EG's lineup since they're like 90% magic damage. However, we haven't seen the Miranas build toward that physical damage in the recent months. Going for like the Manta, the Diffusal Blades, something along those lines, and that's what Sumail does have queued up. Universe going for that Orchid, very good versus both the Abaddon and versus OD. OD, a hero that suffers a lot versus silences. Of course, Abaddon can shield it off if it's on him, so more than likely it'll be on the Abaddon in most of those engagements. Do not allow him to save people.
Look at this, Newbie smoking up, trying to make a play, maybe to catch EG off guard, as EG may not expect this, as they know that Newbie expended the majority of their big ultimates in that last fight. And Zai, indeed, he's wandering dangerously close to them here. We'll see if they can get the catch, and it looks like they should, with Kaka jumping in with the Burrow Strike, Static Storm, to make sure there's no chance of a song or any sort of return play, as Newbie get a clean pick-off indeed.
Zai with the B right back. recognizes. So, yeah, Newbie making some very good reactionary plays, working with what they've got on the map so far. They haven't gotten to, they only got to claim one tower and almost a secondary one, but playing very defensive, very reactive to EG's movements.
Mugi continues to farm up very nicely on the top lane. I mean, we can see at the moment, in terms of the individual hero's net worth, it's only KP that's behind, and granted, as you mentioned, 30 minutes in, getting that Midas. He's going to start to close that gap if this game continues at this pace. So across the board, really, everyone in a very kind of equal position. There's a slight lead for Evil Geniuses, but now only being 2,000, it's really tailed off. It was a lot worse earlier on in the game, but ever since that turnaround mid and that pick-offs like as we saw onto Zai, Newbie recovering their position, and it's looking to be a close one coming out of the end of this early stage.
Yeah, EG now being a bit scared because they know that Sanking Blink Dagger is up. The threat of the big team fight is there. That's what the panel was talking about with the draft. Newbie has a very team fight oriented draft, while EG, they do have team fight, but they want to be able to reset and re-engage with that sleep at all times. So now Newbie able to pressure toward that top tower. They're going to get a lot of map control from this, getting the access points into the EG jungle. EG's not spending too much time in there though, but yeah, you see the lines already drawn out from Arteezy. He's like, there's going to be people around here. Zai already making the move up there, sending some illusions to push out the wave.
As the mech done now for Zai, so Evil Geniuses definitely a potential to group up and look to take these fights.
I wonder what KP's going to buy on the Abaddon. He's banking up gold. I'm thinking maybe we might see that Radiance, right?
I wouldn't be surprised.
Used to see, yeah.
I would not be surprised.
He went for the experience gain talent too, since he went for the Midas, so he's going to surge up and up that net worth and experience, of course.
I'm going to see if Evil Genius can get the catch here, but already Newbie aware to the happenings. S-Triple-C is already out.
They might get Mugi though.
Not going to quite get the initial X, and all that force out will mean he's out of range. Mugi getting himself out. Zai's continuing to chase, see if he can find anything, but now with Kaka in the neighborhood, impossible for EG to go for Mugi anymore. So nice escape there from Newbie after sort of, as you say, taking the tier 1 and starting to clean out EG's jungle.
This lull period for EG is actually very threatening because now it's OD. The OD is almost going to have a BKB finished up, and that's going to completely counter all of EG's threats that they have out on the table. So he's going to be super scary. The only thing they can really do is net him and kite him or sprout him, but of course he has the 4-step to kind of deal with that already. So that's probably what Newbie's waiting for next. To get that BKB online, then they can make a smoke play and get on the aggressive side, because they should be feeling quite comfortable with how much they've gotten, how much time they've gotten, how much of the map has opened up after that mid lane fight. And KP's just been, KP's chilling. He's just been farming for a while. 3,000. He's on his way.
He really is. You know, as I said, he's going to be up there soon with the rest of them, and yeah, he's less than 1,000 really behind Samael and such on the Mirana. I'm talking about Samael, how is he doing on his next item? So Manta Star, yeah, just a few hundred away, so very close to having that one done.
Crit gets spotted out in the jungle. There's no way to stun him or lock him down though, so they will TP away.
I mean, do you think this is an issue if you're Evil Geniuses and you are letting this sort of time pass where suddenly this Abaddon is going to pop out of the jungle and have a Radiance complete at this pace?
It's definitely scary, yeah. They're acquiring, they're farming all over the place too. They're not, it's not like they're falling super far behind the map, but it's the fact that this OD now has BKB and Newbie actually has such a scary group up. They don't have great objective takers, but if they can group up into straight team fight, and if they win through that Song of the Siren, that's where it's going to be big wins for them. We now do see the Song coming out. They are on the prowl for some Newbie heroes.
See if they can get Mugi. He is going to head up to the high ground. Very dangerous to them. Smail has the DD as well. There's the X mark setup. Can he get himself out of this one? Well, with Universe and the silence there's no way he gets out. Tries to shove himself away, but the damage is too much. EG will claim the kill.
S-Triple-C is walking right up on Crit right now.
He's trying to find some Avengers shots him. He gets it. Jukes out the Shard. And the damage coming in brings Samael incredibly low. Zai has to Song to make sure there's no chance of a Sanities or so turning around. They try and go for the arrow timing, but it's off. Evil Geniuses, they mess up Zai. That mech play does keep him alive, but they turn for the bigger kill. Arteezy's turned up into a bit of a static storm.
They do not want to fight into this OD right now. 72 in stolen at this point. This is scary.
And Zai did end up ticking down as well. 3 gone. And now Newbie start to get the push on, and it's exactly as you said. As soon as that BKB's out on the OD, S-Triple-C, he can do what he wants in the fight.
You see him? He just ran into 4 heroes. He did not care at all. Kaka was farming jungle as well, and he's just like, nah, I don't need you.
72 intel stolen as well. He didn't even have to drop the ultimate.
Did we actually see where Kaka's epicenter was?
I'm not sure.
Because I
For
see
Kaka's sake,
I see it's on cooldown, and I didn't really see him in the area, so I don't know what happened. But SCCC definitely just walking up, no fear whatsoever. And yeah, look at this instacked up. 72, if they're able to take a fight, it's probably going to be out by the time they will.
Yeah. If only it was level 25. But unfortunately, SCCC, even he cannot achieve that 23 minutes in.
Hey, we're talking about level 25. Of course, it's a long way away, but Newbie has some super threatening ones, be it the OD with plus duration and, of course, the Abaddon, which we've talked about is the strongest level 25 talent.
And that Radiance, yeah, is about a minute away at this pace.
Wow.
As he is so close to having that recipe done.
This is a scary point for EG now.
I think it really is. Bottom lane, Crit. He's going to hold back Kaka. Universe is there as well, but he has to be careful. I mean, Universe is playing with this, but he also knows. He'll Shadow Blade him back off.
Kaka just blinks in aggressively, he knows.
They do have 4 of them here on Newbie, but looks like EG will be fine as they hide in the trees, TP themselves out of there. 9 for 9 at the moment. Zai looking to get that Greaves complete. 500 gold away and the recipe will be out. Faith going straight for the acronyms this game on the Disruptor.
Long ways away.
For sure.
His will probably not come, but it's like naturally through team fights, maybe we'll see him get a couple big kills. And that can be a way to actually deal with if the BKBs and such items come out for EG. They can just do the Astral combo into the Static Storm, one of the very strong combos we've seen in the past. Even though it only isolates one target, but it can be used very effectively.
There we have it. Yeah, KP with this Radiance. I mean, KP, he has kept his composure and recovered absolutely amazing. We saw in that bottom lane, he was not having fun. Consistently getting dove upon. Newbie just absolutely leaving him alone. And this is why, because they felt that they could sort of hold the game off, get to this position, and you could not tell that this Abaddon had a tough opening. Phase Radiance 24 minutes in, you're fine with that.
Yeah. He's had a lot of freedom. He's literally been jungling for quite a long time now. Hasn't been needed to get involved into the engagements. After that mid-tier 1 fight, it's pretty much been all Newbie on the up and up. Yeah, the experience as well is going 6,000 for Newbie, and the gold is just about 2,000.
Yeah,
so
just being
momentum.
that little bit more efficient in comparison to Evil Geniuses across the map, whilst there's this passive state of gameplay.
And they're building for late game. They're building for that kind of tri-core scaling, because Mugi built a Maelstrom, and he's going to go for the BKB next. So he definitely wants to still be a damage-dealing force versus the Timbersaw, versus the Mirana, getting this extra, the magic damage that comes through the Maelstrom.
I mean, it's great there. It's great against, of course, the Nog's Illusion, the Treants from Nature's Prophet.
Yep.
Yeah, absolutely. Perfect time to burn it. As you say, yeah, the speed that he's got it's fantastic. Top of the net worth Mugi.
They'll all be damage dealers. It's going to be an OD dealing damage, a Venomancer dealing high amounts of damage amongst his ultimate, which is already one of the higher ones, of course, and then Radiance Abaddon.
Yeah. I mean, that's the thing. You look at EG's lineup, if you can control the Timber, sort of move out of the way of Zai's spells, who's coming in with the punch? I mean, it's going to take still a bit of time, really, before Sumail's got that much of a right click. He needs to have at least the Diffusal Blade done, and he's still working towards that.
And sometimes we see versus those BKBs, what's good is those instant disables, which EG does not have in this type of game. They don't have a Blink Echo Slam. They don't have a Blink Sanctum Stun.
Oh, with this Moonlight, though, they will have eyes on Kaka. He's actually just going to duke it out. They can't quite catch him. Now he jumps forward, looking to block them off, and that's going to allow SCCC to come in. They will Song, but that's going to mess up the boat combo.
They got Sumail glimpse back already.
And they've got the kill with that one. That's the big one. Sumail down for 55, and EG, I mean, it feels like they're getting sort of the jitters here on this main stage. They're making all these plays, but they're not very coherent, and Newbie, they're keeping it cool.
For sure, Kaka did there. Dodging 2 spells and getting a nice burrow strike. Doesn't hit anybody, but survives and they get Sumail. That's all that matters there. And Song's on cooldown now for 100 seconds. Newbie had to expend nothing. They don't have the greatest Roche lineup, but they have the team fight around the Roche, so they might just be able to go in there and force EG to do something about it, because EG used everything there. All of their ultimates were expended.
I mean, they probably hope that EG knows about this. This is just them dominating the game and saying, come and fight us, because they know that there's no way that EG can in the state that they're in. This is absolutely going to be a free Roshan for Newbie as they pick up the Aegis, and this is the point now where with the items and the power that Newbie have amassed, they can start thinking about trying to push down tier 2s and maybe even getting up to the high ground.
And the Roche isn't even that slow, because the Curse of Avernus, the Abaddon's already starting to scale so heavily that it actually accelerates it that much more. Big gain there for Newbie now. having that Aegis. I wonder what KP is going to build next. With that Radiance, he's got another 3,000 already in stock.
My goodness. Radiance, is Octarine still the build on this Radiance Abaddon?
It's pretty damn strong if that's what they want to go for, yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I mean, we know that obviously he's going to have mana for days. He can spam out those spells, as you mentioned, with having that Essence Aura, the OD when they group up and push. Looks like it's going to be the Agonist. He picks up the point booster. That's going to be the next point of call, and I mean, that obviously brilliant as well. If they do want to try and do something about ending the game soon, it's going to be massive. Up top, we will have the side of Evil Geniuses going for the play, and they'll burst
they actually burst him down before.
Very nicely done.
With the Silver Edge.
Silver Edge, hasn't he, Universe?
Silver Edge Orchid, unable to use that ultimate.
Nothing
from Abaddon
he can do. And that's the combo. And that's him down for a minute.
Maybe now he'll change his item build. Maybe he'll switch up to a Lotus Orb or something along those lines. We'll see if he does make the adjustment. He did buy the point booster, but needs something to be able to remove that silence so that he can activate and trigger his ultimate through that Silver Edge.
Oh yeah, he does change it.
He changed it up, right? Manta instead.
Going for the Manta stuff.
So more of a scaling kind of item. He wants to be a damage dealing transitioning core rather than getting these supportive type items.
So cleaning out the way. Crit just sending the boat through. Babe hiding in the trees just in case anyone else was going to reveal themselves, but EG backing up. Not looking to stick around. As the diffuser blade finally done us a bit, but it really feels like this is
behind.
I was going to say this is quite a slow game from Sumail. I mean, you look at the net worth on the heroes, and this is not the position you normally expect Sumail to be in, at the bottom of all the cores on the map.
They put a lot of emphasis on this.
True, they did gank a few times at the start.
They put free ganking on mid, and EG doesn't really have heroes that can save the Mirana that well. So yeah, Sumail's definitely struggling in this one. Newbie with that Aegis.
It's all about that.
Making the play now toward mid, smoked up on the two supports behind the OD. They're showing the Venomancer top two, so EG might not be expecting this one.
I mean, Sumail, we just talked about him having a tough game. It's about to get even rougher as they trap him in the static zone. Newbie again with these big pickoffs. And at this pace, I don't know if the Sumail's even going to get the chance to catch back into this game. As Newbie consistently focusing him down, and it's absolutely working at this stage. It's so hard for Sumail to be any sort of threat at all against Newbie's lineup.
It's such a smart way that they do it too. It's like they don't show many people on the map. The lanes are in a pretty decent spot. Then Mugi shows top. He starts like forcing the wave out a bit, and they smoke behind that mid lane with only 3 heroes, which EG just there's no way that they can see that coming with the Venomancer shown top.
Here we go, up to the high ground. Newbie ready to push in. EG, what can they do to hold this off? There's no Sumail Mirana for 25 seconds. So KP can just afford to stand there, beat in upon it. We'll start to TP back at least the Sand King to try and clean out this bottom lane, as there's a bit of a split push coming in from Evil Geniuses. They themselves moving forward. Universe with the Treants starting to put some pressure onto the tier 3, and it looks like that's going to be enough to bring Newbie back off.
Oh, Kaka just causticing all that down. Cash money. SCCC building toward a Hex next, already level 20, so we were talking about those 25s a couple minutes ago, and it's approaching that point. Abaddon as well, getting level 20 soon. Once they get those level 25s, it just becomes absurd. But those two talents are super powerful for the long drawn-out team fights.
I mean, what's the plan here for Evil Geniuses? How do they recover from this sort of slump that they're hitting in the mid-game? And with a lineup that feels like it's going to be hard to come back against the size that SCCC is. I mean, you see SCCC just
going
up into the jungle of Evil Geniuses, popping the BKB. You know, he's had it with this passive play. He wants to fight. He wants to look for the action. I mean, he's now going to be a BKB charge down. I mean, we'll see if EG can capitalize on this. They've got Zai.
There's no BKB on OD, but still Aegis. They don't want to try to make a play.
They're getting out.
There. It's too scary. Abaddon's right there as well, so if you do get like the arrow combo or anything, you can just remove it off. Definitely can't make an aggressive play onto the Aegis there. I
mean, that just goes to show, you know, effectively how far Newbie feel they are ahead.
Yeah.
Your OD can just blink into the jungle, BKB, and he's like, if I get a kill, I get a kill. If I don't, whatever. Feeling that confident at the moment with the situation.
EG pretty much, like you were asking before, they need to split the map up. They need to just keep splitting. So that Aegis, once the BKB start getting lower as well, the fights start becoming a bit easier, but it still ain't easy. It's a very hard game for them coming to the further state because of those talents that we mentioned and just the nature of how Newbie's draft works for theirs. These BKBs, BKB on Veno, BKB on OD, majority of the threat from EG is just countered from that Magic community.
And there's no doubt that the split is being played. You see Universe, he amongst it all is still top of the second on the net worth.
They're trying to make a play.
So much across the map.
When that Aegis expires, they're trying to make a play here. But the BKB is back online for SCCC.
I mean, how do they catch it? They have to get the
Torrent
right
arrow.
Torrent. This is the combo. Torrent there, into the arrow, perfectly done. The Orc in the boat. Very, very clean execution from EG.
That's the only way they can do it is if he can't get the BKB off with the full.
I mean, and now that is an OD down for a minute. SCCC does not have buyback.
Yep.
This top lane, looking to be in trouble as EG are coming forward. Kaka tries with the epicenter, but he barely catches anyone. He gives a bit of a tickle to Arteezy, but EG stick around. The silence is down to KP. He's forced back. Mugi will
Storm on 2,
the Storm
on 3.
has trapped 3 of them here. EG may have overstayed their welcome with the burst strike as well. Newbie still fight back hard without their OD. They may even get more as there's the glimpse back onto Crit. Newbie say this is very much still a game we have a hold on as they bring 4 of EG down. And EG, quite like myself, maybe getting a little too excited off the back of taking down the OD.
I was just sitting there waiting for the fight recap to come up just so I can see how much damage the Venomancer did. 5,100 damage in that fight, getting everybody into the Poison Nova. Perfect follow-up Static Storm without the OD, as you were mentioning.
Yeah.
They get a lot of damage on that tower, though. It's down to 200 health, so it does give Universe a bit of opportunities and options to go there and pressure it, but you see how hard it is for EG to get the kills on the OD there. It has to be perfect, the torrent into arrow, because they don't have that instant disable for the BKB.
And look at this, I mean, this is just the dream here as well for Faith. Just waltzes in. Look how grouped up EG are. They got so set on trying to finish off KP.
The Force Staff.
Bam.
You know, we touched on it. We said the Force Staffs were so important in this game. They almost killed KP because of the Silver Edge Orchid combo, so he couldn't use his ultimate. But then Force Staff, he's out of range, and the fight. EG just gets put into a clumping position and get hit by multiple ultimates and suffer.
And we saw there, you know, KP's life once again nearly was on the line because of the fact that he got Silver Edge hit and silence. Now he's got the Manta style. So they were close to killing him. Now it's so hard. There's very little they can do in terms of trying to kill him at all at the start.
And even the Manta Radiance illusions are just obnoxious. It's not like they really have any hard right clickers on the side of EG. It's the Nature's Prophet and the Murano for that evasion, but it's just annoying that how farmed this Abaddon can be already. Level 22, getting closer and closer toward 25. Universe.
SCCC jumping in, has the setup, Sentry down. Zai will come in with the save. And straight with the
glimpse.
Oh no! Oh, Faith! He was there outside of the sleep radius, ready to set up with the glimpse back, and Universe is gone. I mean, Newbie, nothing goes past these guys. They will catch you.
And they're getting a lot of momentum. 8,000 gold lead now. We have a Disruptor's 3/4 of the way toward an Aghanim as well. That's going to be a really nice little luxury piece that he can pick up. And the Siege comes out now.
Yeah, now this is Newbie's turn to go. This is how you break a high ground. The boat will come through. It's going to be duked out, whether it be Yules or Astral Imprisonments to keep Newbie safe. Jump forward. SCCC just goes in. They jump forward with the Bow Strike. Crit will be kept alive by Zai. Only just. The pipes out as well. Buyback from Universe as they do their best to hold here, EG, but already the tier 3 falling low. They will force the BKB out on SCCC. Newbie now looking to disengage. EG chasing down with the Moonlight. Can they actually get a catch onto anyone? At the same time, indeed, top lane, the rack came through. Universe did take the top melee racks. So EG, with this hold, with this split, they are paying very heavily with lives as both Sumail and Crit go down. They got the melee racks trade, but was it worth it? Because now Newbie are back in. They know there's 2 down on EG. Faith will end up going down in the base as Arteezy continues to put on the pressure, but Evil Genius's base looking to be in the bigger shambles as Newbie will clean up the middle lane of racks. Still 2 tier 2s in both of the side lanes.
They're going for tier 4.
They're going for the game.
At least.
There's no buybacks here for EG, only Arteezy and Universe. Can they actually hold this? I mean, Universe is TPing back down to try and rat again, but it doesn't matter if you're splitting the racks, if you're losing the base. 1 tier 4 almost certainly going to fall, potentially 2. Now the buybacks have just come back on. Sumail can get back in, but already both tier 4s down. Newbie looking towards the base. There's the buyback. Can they hold? Arteezy with the Shiva's Guard trying to slow them down. The arrow connects onto the OD. Torrent follows through as well. Here comes the bow, but SCCC dukes it just in time with the Astral Imprisonment. Newbie, they're focusing the base. They're looking for the game. Arteezy looks to cut down Mugi. Not quite enough damage. Mugi's still alive. BKB out by SCCC. Blinks in. Finishes off the game. Newbie take game 1.
Wow. super impressive way that they stalled the game out. Letting one overextension from EG punish them so heavily. That one overextension in the mid lane just set them to a point where they could farm so many different places on the map. They let the Midas start kicking in, Radiance comes online. Once the BKB hits, that's when it was the big timing for Newbie.
Absolutely. I mean, the panel said at the start, this OD, it's such a smart final pick.
It was absolutely
It did so much.
It was perfect game.
But again, the support play from Newbie, we saw countless times Faith on that disruptor. I mean, I feel like you may even have to take this hero away from him. Half of the kills were because of his setups. He was there at the right place at the right time. We saw situations where normally you'd think you were safe. The sleep, the TP out. No, there's a disruptor on the outskirts of it all, glimpsing you back. And, I mean, EG at the end, they did do, as you say, go and try for that split push play, but it was just a little too late.
Yeah, definitely too late. Newbie just putting those BKBs to work.
Absolutely. Well, there we have it, ladies and gentlemen. Game 1 going to Newbie. I'm sure the panel's going to have a lot to talk about after that one. Back to you, Day9. There we have it, ladies and gentlemen. Game 1 going to Newbie. I'm sure the panel's going to have a lot to talk about after that one.
But they don't have the Song of the Siren to save him this time.
He still has the Aegis. That's tower is down to half. Wait for the next wave. Just don't go in too early. He went in before Rage was off cooldown last time. That's why they even connected that Sven stun. He's going to heal up nicely here and go again. And IGV are not doing anything except waiting in their base. Sven Mithril Hammer is so close. 300 gold for BKB on him. The Storm is BKB, and they know Song of the Siren is on cooldown, so they can't even ensnare Isolate. But here we go.
Here comes Mason, rages up, tries to go on to Cicada. Albad's committed the ultimate as well, so Exorcism hasn't got the kill on the tower just yet. Fortification's protecting it. The spirits are close enough, now the tower will fall, but where is the attack? The BKB is still not there for Sven. He's going back and actually selling items so he can buy the BKB to fight this, but in the time he's done that, DZ have already taken the melee racks, and they're leaving.
See ya, guys. Yeah, thanks for the fight. It was a great fight. That was like the freest racks of the tournament, I think. They're just looking at them. They were like, oh, I don't have BKB, I gotta go buy it. Well, it's too late. But, okay, now IGV are in fighting shape. It does, by all means, not look good, but they have the tools to take a good fight. They know Song of the Siren is still on cooldown for a little bit, and they're going to try their luck here, going straight away. 2 BKBs, Blink Dagger, back wall. Anything can happen now. The best way to initiate is that Storm jumps a target, and they hope for DC to respond, because then they expose themselves to the back wall counterplay.
DC's flagged something. They feel something is up. Now they get information. Arbed is underneath that Radiant Observer Ward. They want to go on him. The Song of the Siren, it just came off cooldown. They need to stun onto the Narg, but she blinked up. And now Song of the Siren, it catches the SK as well as the Darkseer around. What do you want? The arrow flies in, turn it off, and Darkseer, 5-second stun. Dogfight shows himself and regrets it instantly. Yule Scepter up towards the air. Forced up is still being charged. Cannot hide inside the sandstorm. Even dusting it so they can hit him straight away. Dogfights will fall. Arbed is godlike. And IG Vitality have 2 heroes pushing up the daisies. DC will come for more. The line is drawn to go bottom lane.
Radiant's bottom shrine is under attack.
I'm trying to remember what just happened. I'm losing my mind.
Murder and murder and murder.
Oh yeah, okay.
It's like an episode of Game of Thrones.
So
Heads are rolling.
Abed had a feeling they were coming from him on the rune, so he goes and clicks. This is so greedy in a way, right? If Dogfight's instant stuns him there on the way to the rune, that could have been the way back in the game for IGV. But Abed got away with it, got the rune, blinked out, and now this arrow connection is beautiful, very nice timing. No, actually, pretty much frame perfect on that arrow connection, and then just rolled on from there. 20k lead for DC, and IGV have they've just not looked that good in this game, but they're going to have to pull out the fight for their lives right now.
They need the miracle now. They need the miracle. The force up in July into a huge back wall. There's your back wall, and the stun for Sven! He got stunned up by Feren's arrow! He never got the hits off, and now is all the DC damage. They turn it into the storm. Sven's down for 50 seconds, and GG is over. Digital Chaos will advance, and IGV, the only Chinese team in the lower bracket, are now out of the international.
Very nice showing from DC overall in this game, I think. It's refreshing to see this early aggression that they pulled out with the Spirit Breaker. They made a lot of good connections. They realized like they need to play fast, they need to be kill hungry because the enemy team is greedy. Find so many picks, especially on that Sven, and IGV never really got into the game. It felt like there was like moments where maybe it could have worked out, but DC just controlled the tempo over and over and over again. There was one fight for IGV that made me think they were back in the game.
Yep.
DC responded immediately with kill after kill after kill. Took great advantage of their own ability to take towers with Lifestealer and the Death Prophet, and so was the Roshan. Just a very well-played game by them.
I think you hit the nail on the head. IGV, you won it when they were going to come online. We were looking for the soaring, we're looking for the mana capabilities of the Storm Spirit to do something. Then got kind of shut out, like the laning phase just didn't work for them. And then your Darkseer had little to no influence. The Lifestealer was fine, you knew.
For the better part of a decade, the International has invited the world's finest Dota teams to wage battle for the Aegis of Champions. Now, we assemble once more to celebrate this shared passion. Live at the tournament and in gatherings across the globe, the Aegis awaits in the heart of Seattle, but the international spirit resides in us all. 12 teams compete for ultimate glory. Who will emerge victorious? The battle begins.
Good morning, bright and early, all you beautiful people. It is day 2 of the main event of the International 7. After a series of heartbreaks in the lower bracket yesterday, 12 teams remain, and at this point, it's still anybody's game. I'm your host, Day 9, and I'm so happy you're joining us. Up here on the panel, we got Ake, we got Merlini, we got PPD. And we had a blast yesterday. I got to ask you guys, what were the big highlights for you?
I think that Liquid losing is not a really highlight. It's
that's a brutal
like
highlight
that I didn't really expect. So I'm very surprised about that.
It was almost as though the biggest upsets were in the winners bracket, with Newbie 2-0 against Evil Geniuses and Invictus Gaming going 2-1 against Team Liquid. I feel like this is the sort of thing that, yes, of course, all the teams are very experienced, but EG and TL were favored by a lot of people in the community.
Definitely our community, being a Western audience and people that pay attention to this scene so much. I think we all have a huge respect for what EG and Liquid have done this year, and we're pretty like favorites coming into this tournament, I think, for a lot of people. So them falling to the lower bracket in the first round is quite the surprise, in my opinion.
But man, every single game with a Chinese team was a blast to watch. I mean, Merlini, the game, just the coordination of Newbie and Invictus Gaming was really lovely to see.
They were definitely a pleasure to watch. Yeah. That Stone Remnant play, even though I don't think it changed the game that much, that was amazing. Had all of us screaming.
Fogged really lost his mind during the cast. He's like, what happened? I don't even think he was speaking coherently at that point. And I do want to. What'd you say?
For a good reason, yeah. It was just insane. It was a really crucial moment. I felt like where everything could have just fallen apart for them.
Yeah, I mean, for me, I kind of feel like that may have been the play of the day in day one. Were there any notable other big moments that you recall?
I think that Empire played like very well yesterday compared to how they played before. I think before they played as not like they didn't really play as a team. They played with Resolution by himself and the other four at one part of the map, and Resolution even said that himself that that is how they used to play. But I think that yesterday they really made the switch to be able to bring him into the team, and they played around the void. They used him good, and that really showed in the game as well. He was very dominant the whole game.
I think he was like 12-0 and 18 or something on void.
Yeah,
just never died and just totally destroyed the game.
I think you were saying that nonstop backs like he hasn't died yet.
Yeah,
he hasn't died yet.
He was crushing it, and they had Doom and all these things to worry about, and he just bought a Lincoln Sphere first item and took off from there.
And I gotta say, one of the big stars from yesterday, XXS. Oh my God, XXS got so many people, so many fantasy points in their betting pool. I mean, his Earthshaker game was unbelievable to watch.
Not to mention Q. Q had that. That was probably the second most memorable play for me when he was sitting behind Burning and had that big static storm that completely turned it around and won it against Liquid. So everyone from IG stood out yesterday.
And you know, for any of you who did not get the chance to watch some of the games yesterday, we have a little recap ready for you to help get you caught up for day 2. Let's take a look. The date is August 7th, 2017, which marks day 1 of the main event of the International 7. This year, 16 teams still remain to fight for their share of the nearly $24 million prize pool. $10 million goes to the winner, and of course, they get to call themselves this year's world champion. Game 1 is underway.
The Quills are stacking up, but Bobosa continues to rampage through Liquid. Mind control in, mind control dead, no solutions. Invictus Gaming absolutely slaughtering Liquid, and top 6 is theirs.
Newbie and EG are 2 names in Dota that have stood the test of time. It's time to see who will come out on top.
EG, they're knocking on the doorstep of Newbie, pushing down the mid lane. Do they actually have the damage to finish him off? Zai comes in with the epicenter.
He found him! Oh, he saves him! Oh my God!
It keeps KP alive! Beautiful play from Kaka! He managed to save him this! The second of Black Hole Universe is down! They've lost 2! Sonic Wave flies through from S-Triple-C! EG are all dead!
We are done with the upper bracket matches for today. Now we begin the best of 1 eliminations. It cannot be understated the crippling pressure of being a game away from elimination.
The epicenter damage is nice, but then the Clockwork Cogs, it traps all of Execration on the same position. They cannot get away. Too much damage, and the stolen epicenter from Yapsaw. They've lost 4, they've lost 5, and they can be brutally, savagely wrecked out of the International. Team Secret have done it. Cloud9 are falling like flies inside their own base. Vada not trapped inside the wall, but the Chronosphere is perfect. Team Empire have taken out Cloud9 in round 1 of the lower bracket. But just beating it in Otal. The shallow grave is too much. Benjaz trapped in an icy grave. Chaos Knight will survive.
OG is finally able to take 1 step forward at the TI main event.
And now is all the DC damage. Digital Chaos will advance, and IGV, the only Chinese team in the lower bracket, are now out of the International.
It's so painful that 4 teams have to get eliminated in these best-of-1s on day 1. With that said, there are now 12 teams remaining here still at TI7. And now with the 12 teams remaining, we get the chance to look at the matches to come. And as we've been saying, every single one is super exciting for pretty much Eastern, Western fans, whole world. We got LGD Forever Young versus TNC going to be our first match of the day. LGD Gaming versus Virtus Pro, the second in winners. And these are the games I'm most excited to watch just because of the sheer performance in group stages.
LFY performed super well during the group stage, but for me what stood out was that Super has been playing DK and DP and Medusa the most, and he actually has like, I don't know, 7-1 something, 8-1 on DK during the group stage, maybe it was 6-1. He's been winning a lot of games with that, and it's also his most played hero in professional games, and that's not like normal for a
I think LFY has a ton of experience with that hero and that kind of group mentality of playing together. I've seen Super on the Dragon Knight, he's almost lost his lane almost every single game, and in the games where he does win his lane, the game's over in like 20 minutes.
Yeah, I think LFY were the ones that were the scariest in terms of early pushing compositions, taking down 3-4 towers almost immediately at the start of the game.
They got a system. It's working out. They're doing well. It's what you want to have when you come to TI.
Some people aren't completely sold on them because they didn't come into TI very hot, but they did end up on top of the group stage. Some people say maybe just other teams weren't prepared for them. They weren't looking for them. Do you guys think they are?
I'm very sold on LFY. Watching them play, they had a matchup against OG where they didn't even have to win. They were already guaranteed first seed in the groups. They got to choose their opponents, and OG had to win to survive. And LFY destroyed them in like 10 minutes.
They also destroyed VP in 15 minutes.
It was unbelievable. They're my favorites.
I don't know. I haven't looked at the average times, but I think that they had some of the consistently shortest matches in group stages, some of the most dominant performances, even diving deep into tier 2s with tier 1 towers up to get pickoffs and then pulling all the way back and executing.
That's probably coming from that they pick DK and DP because they're very good heroes to take towers with, so they can set the pace early on in the game.
And especially if you look at the mids that have been getting banned, I mean, most notably Puck, it doesn't even seem like there's a consideration for them in any of their games.
They got to super plays as heroes. That's like every team has some players that only play a certain amount of heroes, and that's all they need. They need 3 to 4 to 5 heroes, and that can last them the entire tournament.
That is also a problem for them now, maybe, that the teams that have been watching them play during the group stage, they're going to know that he's a beast on the DK. They're going to ban the DK or be prepared to face the DK. So it can be like a bit scary to show that much in the early game. Not the early game, but in the early part of the tournament.
Let's talk a little bit about LGD and Virtus Pro. Of course, LFY, a division of LGD Gaming. That stands for LGD Forever Young. And I feel like LFY have sort of overshadowed LGD in terms of a lot of people's commentary and analysis. What are your thoughts going into the LGD versus Virtus Pro match?
Both the teams started off really hot in the group stages, and then we were like, oh my gosh, both LGDs are on top of their groups. What's going on? And then LGD started to lose some games where LFY continued to impress. But up against Virtus Pro, Virtus Pro's been this really hot team. They've been one of my favorites at both of the majors throughout the year, and they just always come up short, whether it's that single elimination format that's not working for them or maybe just a little bit of overconfidence. They're not afraid to, Lil's not afraid of the trash talk a little bit, which is nice.
Especially in the chat wheels during all the games.
Yeah, he's kind of a clowny player. It's hard to beat Baboka, though. Baboka's mastered the chat wheel game, I think.
Oh, God, yes. Top tier chat wheel, no doubt. Virtus Pro, though, had a really interesting experience going through the group stages because a lot of the teams that were at the top, I'll take Evil Geniuses, for example, it's pretty straightforward. They drew or went 2-0 in their games. I don't even think they went 0-2 against anyone, but if you looked at Virtus Pro, they started off bad. They were looking really rough after day one and then just won their way back up to being, I think, third in their group, second in their group.
I think it was a nice wake-up call for them. They came into this tournament, in my opinion, as one of the top teams, and having a day one where you go, 3 and like, what did they go, like 2-3 or 3-3, and after day 2, I think they were 5-5. Or I'm sorry, that's not right, but their score was even, which is not where they wanted to be. I don't know. It was disappointing for them, but they turned it up in the final 2 days of the group stage.
Absolutely.
Now, I do want to talk about the fact that we have 2 elimination matches today. They're not best of ones. A lot of the teams have been talking about how stressful that is, how much they don't like that pressure. It's going to be best of 3s. It's going to be Team Liquid versus Secret and Evil Geniuses versus Team Empire. And every one of these teams is a legend. Which is the matchup you're excited for?
We're going to get the Kuroki versus Puppy matchup, Liquid versus Secret. That's going to be hype. I think they both like super much want to win, and obviously it's the lower bracket, so they're going to know that they're going to be out if they lose. So I think both of them will be really like disappointed.
I think there's some beef there too.
Yeah.
Little Puppy Kuro beef. Make this game a little more exciting for everybody. They used to be ex-teammates. For those who don't know, and now they've gone their separate ways and they're captaining their own separate teams.
Oh, that is a great point.
Yeah.
Who will be the better captain, PPD?
I would guess Liquid, but I also thought Liquid was going to win yesterday, so maybe I'm not the best person to make this decision.
Maybe there's the PPD curse. Maybe you've suddenly spoiled their chances of winning.
Well, then, you know, I guess I'm cheering for Liquid then.
Great power inside of you. Now, with all of us getting excited about the matches up here, we also have the brilliant cosplayers and hosts, Casey and Sir Action Slacks. Guys, how are things going?
Oh, man, things are beautiful. It's another gorgeous Seattle day. We got the Space Needle. We got it all. I mean, Seattle's the best, right?
Yes, but the Space Needle, we're so much more than the Space Needle, Jake.
No, I think that's about it.
Okay. Well, then forget what I was about to say, which was welcome to our fair city.
Oh,
we were so excited to have you here. We made you come early by a few weeks, and I said, you know what? Why don't you let me take you on a tour of some of the lesser-known areas of Seattle? All right. Don't know that I've ever driven a minivan before. And just because I'm pregnant doesn't mean I'm going to get one.
Sure, sure. That's what they all say.
I hear you like to do tours where you go.
Hell yeah. I'm a tourist through and through.
So have you ever heard of something called Ride the Ducks?
I have been dreaming of the duck for years. Yes, it's gonna be hype.
This is my way of saying welcome to Seattle. Would you like a ticket? Okay. Yes. Wait for me. Hey, we survived.
We did the duck. That was great.
What did you think of our fair city?
There's some water, there's some buildings. It's beautiful.
You know what? We need to show you more stuff.
Okay, more stuff.
Where are we parked? All right, who's ready for some dicks?
Woo!
Big bag of dicks.
Wow, that is huge.
You're eating a patty.
I'm eating 3.
You're ruining the memory. Can I show you a troll?
A mythical creature?
No, the people who are your friends in Dota.
Yes, bring me to the trolls. There's 2 ways to win a Dota game. You destroy the enemy ancient or you destroy the enemy mentally. Can't do that by being a nice guy.
No more Mr. Nice Guy right here. Although I got trolled after being too mean to you last year.
That's because you weren't trolling. That's because you were being an asshole. Oh, this is getting creepy.
See, he's like not super scary.
He is a little scary. A car is ramming into his face and he's crushing everyone inside to death.
But at least it's not our car.
That's what they get for driving a bug. Damn hipsters.
Oh, bugs are cute. They're cute little cars.
Okay. Next thing.
Oh, wow, okay.
This thing is actually...
If you ever catch me driving a minivan in real life, punch me in the face.
Where are we going now? The fish place?
Yeah.
Boom. Boom. Yeah, yeah. There you go.
To the gum wall. This seems like a good spot.
Yeah! I'll be right next to you. Wonderful. Am I supposed to lick me? Hey, ladies, how you doing? What? Yeah, girl. I've had worse. Thank you, ladies.
Well, that's Seattle, my friend. What do you think?
Oh, that is beautiful. We saw a lot. We went on the ocean. We caught the fishes. We ate the gum. This is a pretty good city.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Are you hyped?
Yeah, it's pretty. Yeah.
Oh. Still smells like fish. Did you seriously put your tongue on the wall?
Not on the wall, just on the gum.
That's even worse.
I mean, they're outside, they're cleaned off.
Who cleans off the gum?
The air, Casey.
Slacks, I have some follow-up questions. First of all, did you really think licking the used gum would make the ladies excited to see you? Is that what you thought was going to happen?
I don't think I'm allowed to answer that here at TI, but you told me it was tradition, all right?
To lick the gum?
Yes, and I thought I was honoring your fair city, but I've licked worse. It's not a big deal.
I definitely don't know where to go
Ladies.
with that, if you know what I mean. What did you think of this city? You've been all over the world, so how does Seattle
I have.
rate?
Seattle actually measures up pretty good. I like the overcast. I love the beautiful everything, the kind of hipster tech culture. It's pretty sweet. No better place to hold the International, in my opinion.
Well, it was our pleasure to show you around. You did a great job.
Hey, thank you.
You ate some dicks. You licked some gum.
Yeah, and I got myself licked a fish, too. So, I mean, overall, it was a pretty standard Friday night, actually. All right,
Great.
thanks.
Standard Friday night. So we have some conversations to have, but we're going to send it back to you guys.
Well, I got to know, Slacks, tell me, how many attempts did it take for you to catch the fish?
One.
Zero. Zero attempts.
It appeared on my head.
It
No,
was all
one
CGI.
attempt. No CGI.
Zero. Slacks math. What is that?
I'm North American. I don't know.
Slacks needs to be disinfected and boiled. That
Yes, he
was
does.
gross. That was just awesome. Did anyone else here love when Slacks licked the gum? Thank
one
you,
guy.
audience. There it is. Yes, there.
See you after the show.
Took a moment. They're like, do we clap? Is it okay to clap for this? I don't.
Thank you.
Oh, if you haven't gotten the chance to come to Seattle, it is a lovely city, and you have to ride the ducks. Have you ridden the ducks yet?
Nope.
I have not ridden the ducks.
I was set onto a duck, and I did not know that it was going to go into the water. So, which
surprise.
Yeah, and I feel like that's actually the whole point and the reason it's called a duck, but I missed out on all the references. So all of a sudden we were just barreling towards the water, and I freaked right the hell out.
I've seen the gum wall. That thing's like every germaphobe's worst nightmare.
Yeah, that is horrifying.
Especially if you lick on the gums.
I cannot believe you did that.
I don't know.
I'm sure it's not that bad.
That is how the native Slacks explores his environment. He licks everything. He gets a sense of the textures and the flavors. It's a way for him to ground himself. So now that we're back, here to talk about a little bit of Dota, the teams are getting themselves set up. I want to start beginning to talk about LFY versus TNC. This is a matchup that I am so excited to watch because of LFY's performance in the group stage.
What about TNC?
TNC is
1437, the Western captain, going across the ocean, captaining the C team to not only qualifying for TI, but now the upper bracket.
Tell me about TNC, because they barely made it into the top. They were just
I talked to Thiemann actually before he joined TNC. This was when we were at the Kiev major. And he was telling me, I have a plan, and it's either going to go really, really well or really, really poorly. And I had no idea where he was going to go. And then a few days later, it was announced that he was joining TNC.
Are you talking about 1437 or Demon?
1437.
Okay, you said Demon.
Oh, sorry.
I was confused. Demon was last year.
Sorry, I think I said Thiemann, and then
you may have lied to us.
Well, it was 1437 talked about how he was going to do this crazy thing. I was like, oh my god, I didn't really want to ask him, because if he wanted to tell me, he would have told me. And then,
of course,
like a couple weeks after, he went to China with them, and they got second place, only losing to Liquid. So I was like, wow, this is pretty good. And he actually, like, that team actually just needed a captain like him.
They've been playing together. They're 3 cores since last year, right? Raven, Cuckoo, and Sam H.
Yep.
So it just seems like, as you said, they needed a
they did a
captain and
brief stint on Fnatic this year that didn't work out.
Oh, yeah.
And they decided to bring it back on TNC. It's kind of funny how you, like, 2 years in a row a Western player goes over there and captains TNC, and they brought out some really great surprising results.
It could be that they just lack the captainship there in maybe that team.
That's what who was talking about that yesterday? The Execration team. He said, like, or Abed even. He was talking about how they just take things a little less seriously there than Western teams and than China teams as well. And having that Western leadership or a different style has really, like, brought them all together.
Yeah, I remember hearing sort of the same analysis when Demon joined the team, that they just needed someone to have a little bit more captainship of the team. And watching them at that TI was such a blast, because, I mean, as you saw in these matches, a lot of the teams when they won, it was sort of a, okay,
let's just stay focused. But I mean, TNC lost their minds like every single win. Like every single win that year looked as though they had just won the main event entirely.
That's the beauty of the underdog, right?
Yeah,
They never expect to win, so when they do, they get ultra excited. The teams that are the favorites and the teams that are the favorites to win this tournament, every time they play a game, they play like a little scared, like, I hope I don't lose.
Yeah. Dude, talk to me about that sort of fire that comes in when you're the underdog, about that feeling. I mean, is it a sense of comfort? Is it a sense of motivation? Because
I don't know if I can speak about that.
Oh, I've never been there before.
It's been a while since I've been an underdog.
Which is kind of, it's sad in a way, because it's just a feeling that actually brought us to competing and like wanting to go to TI to win games. And like after we won TI 3, going into TI 4, it was exactly the same feeling. Like we just didn't want to lose, and if we won, it was like, okay, we should have won this game. And it's just, I don't know.
Yeah, I think the last time I was an underdog was in 2014 at the Summit when we played up against DK in the grand finals, which we were happy to even be in the finals at that point, and we were content with our performance, and we just wanted to prove ourselves and do our best, and we actually ended up winning, and it made that victory feel so much better.
And getting to like see these feelings from TNC and the other teams that have had these feelings here now, it's just amazing, and that is what is fun to watch as well. It's not fun to watch a team as, we just won a game, right? But
we were supposed to win.
Fly talked about that a bit yesterday in his player interview. He was talking about how it's really, it's very mental. It's being able to motivate yourself even when you're on the top, and how it's it's all up here.
In terms of that type of momentum, it's LFY versus TNC. Do you think TNC still views themselves as the underdog? Do you think there's more pressure they're putting on themselves now that they're getting consistent results?
I don't think so. I think that being in the upper bracket, there's that little bit of ease where you do have a second chance tomorrow in the lower bracket. But I don't think they consider themselves a favorite. I don't think they consider themselves an underdog. They're probably pretty confident going into this matchup, and I expect it to be decently close, but still leaning towards LFY. I think they're just super impressive.
Group stages are a lot different, though, than the BO3s, because you have the preparation involved that you can prepare. Like we saw DC versus IG Vitality. DC made quick work, and I think a lot of it, like Bob was really good at preparing, I think, for like one certain team. Whereas
OG as well. They looked very prepared for their draft.
Whereas the group stage is a little bit, just a lot more chaos.
Yeah, I don't think there's an esport in the world that doesn't have that quality where if you're playing a lot of matches in a row, it's a lot about fundamentals. It's a lot about what you've automated through your practice.
The group stage is mostly about focusing on yourself and making sure that you're playing a solid enough game to get a good scoring going into the main stage. But main stage, you really get to like pick apart your opponent and find out their weaknesses and try to exploit those.
And we've gotten the chance to see LFY perform extremely well in the group stages, and to get even more insight into LFY, we're going to go ahead and head over to Jack's corner. The corner where we get to envy Jack's tailored international suit. Oh, I want that so badly.
I was looking at this. Have you seen this? It's the Aegis tie pin as well.
No.
Yeah, I mean no tie, so you're slacking a bit, Jack, but step in the right direction. I love it. I'm very envious, and I'm your host, Machine, to hopefully pick this brain just a little bit, get some insight into that Chinese scene. And I think the first question, as basic as it may seem, is just, was this expected from your perspective, from the scene's perspective, LFY's 13-0 run into the group stage?
Not by most. Even on the Chinese panel, like Lanham and some of the other players here panelists didn't really expect them to do that well. Then again, it depends on who you ask, because if you ask newbie for the last month or two, you ask them who's been the strongest team they've practiced against in China, LFY comes to the top of their list. So I think, they surpassed some expectations. We'll see if they can continue. TNC is known kind of as a China slayer in Chinese football, so we'll see if they can get past that.
I mean, that's kind of good in one way that it wasn't just one side underestimating them, it was just across the board underestimating LFY and their potential. Currently, about to be doing battle versus TNC, but more of some kind of the fun insight that we wouldn't otherwise get now, Jack, because you were telling me, albeit briefly, that there are a lot of nicknames in China. Now, this is not just a nickname as in Machine, which I made when I was 11, and it shames me every day, but more of it's like a badge of honor.
Yeah, you have an ID, and then, of course, the people give you a nickname. And LFY has a lot of them. I guess we'll start with DDC, the captain. He's one of 3 players to have been to every single TI as a player, I think, along with Kuroki and Puppy. And so his nickname has become basically tickets, because he always seems to get tickets to whatever event. He's been to every single Valve event also, except the Kiev Major. And I think most of them have been through qualifiers as well, so he always punches tickets.
He's called Tickets.
Yeah. Then we have Inflame. So Inflame is known as either the Little Emperor or the Little Boss. The Little Boss is the one I've been hearing more recently, or just the boss, because he is dating his boss, Ruru of LGD, who's also known as the Empress in China. So he's known as the boss. Everybody just kind of calls him the boss.
He's the boss? Yeah. By dating his boss?
Basically. Or it's also kind
gossip
of like,
in the corner. This is a little gossip corner now.
Keep our distance from him. You know, he's the boss. We got to make sure he stays happy.
Okay.
And then Super has been known for a couple of years by basically his friends and people who know him as the Bun, because they think that his cheeks resemble kind of steamed buns a little bit.
This is amazing! So sorry, to clarify, he's called the Bun.
Yeah.
There are worse nicknames out there, but there are better ones too.
But possibly the best and worst one at the same time goes to Monet. Because Monet in Chinese, the way they've said it is mo nai te, which in Chinese means something grabby. Basically.
Where are we going, Jack? Where are you taking this?
Basically to cop a feel upstairs. So that's.
That was so beautifully put. That's like when your dad's giving you the birds and the bees.
Yeah, he's also the youngest player on the team, so.
So Monet, and because I'm already on thin ice, just to clarify, his nickname is kind of copping a feel.
Yeah.
Well, I think we've learned enough. Sean, you've got a beautiful smile on your face. Do you feel like you've learned a lot today?
We're going to head over to Jack's Corner to get some insight into LFY. Hey,
that counts.
You know what the fans call him? They call him the Bun.
The Bun!
There was a little bit at the
beginning. And you just kept going. You know why they call him Little Boss? I was like, why, Jack? I want to know the reason why, because he's dating his boss. Just what a corner.
Dude.
One of the best corners of the entire event.
We'll be back.
Well, we're going to just reemphasize that LFY is really, 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 really good at Dota. And I got to say, we've been talking about the Chinese players' Dota games. I think the memes out of China might be the best in the entire world.
Can we go back to the corner real quick? Or is Jack? Oh,
he's gone. No,
Jack's leaving. Oh, my gosh. When is the next China versus China game?
I know. I can't wait. I mean, we're going to have Invictus versus Newbie in the winner's bracket at some point. Not today, but we need Jack back.
LGD VP.
LGD VP.
Yeah.
Jack's Corner is coming back next series.
Oh, Jack, yes, give us some insight. We need to get some of the Polish crew out here to give us the insight into VP now.
I don't know. I think the Chinese meme game is just on another level.
It's powerful. It really is.
Really is kind of depressing over here in the West.
Yeah.
Maybe we should start to like copy it and make nicknames for each other, like new ones.
Yeah, like PJ
Spice it up a bit.
Get real creative.
Yeah. I mean, are there any good nicknames in the West?
Officer Merlini.
That's an old one. That's from TI3.
Oh.
Oh, do you know about the story? No. Oh.
No.
Do we have time?
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh.
Let me check. Yeah, hell yeah, we have time, Merlini. Tell us why you're Officer Merlini.
Okay, so Puppy and myself had a little scuffle back in the old days. Probably 2013.
Scuffle. That's such a mild term.
He used to be my captain. We used to play on the same team, and then I stopped playing for a bit, and then he went on to be on a very successful team with Na'Vi. However, there was this one incident. I used to do a series called Merlini's Mailbag, and people would mail me questions about whatever.
What, like physically mail you?
No, email.
Okay.
Email. Come on.
Right. Okay.
They would email me questions about things that they thought were interesting. I would sift through maybe 25 to 30 a week. And there was one particularly interesting one. It's like, oh, there was a series in between Na'Vi and I forget the other team. And there was this particular moment in the game where... Oh, interrupted by the horn. Okay, I'll try and finish.
Come on.
So there was a particular moment in the game where Puppy had paused the game and then the outcome of the fight had changed what I thought was just completely changed.
Like the puppy pause.
The puppy pause. It was infamous puppy pause. And there was like a Nyx that was invis, and he knew that he was invis, so he kept pinging on them, except Havos wasn't responding. So then everything just changed. There was like a blink, there was like a force staff, there was a lasso, there was just like a Sentry Ward popped down all in a matter of a second. And then he claimed that Havos had mouse issues, and I claimed that they had kind of seen what was going on and kind of altered their play a little bit. So
that was a very nice way of putting it. You accused them of cheating, right?
Yes. And he...
Like a true officer.
And then when he Skype messaged me, he was like, you know I would never do something like that. And then I'm like, dude, I'm just calling out what I see. Like, I know you as a person, but...
And how did Officer emerge out of that?
I don't know. That was...
Puppy broke the law. The Dota law.
There it is. Officer Merlini will be in charge. We shall not step out of line. The horn has sounded. We now know that our very first best of three is about to get underway. Let's introduce our first team, LFY. LFY, a team who previously may have been overshadowed by its parent LGD, but here is coming out as the #1 in group stages. 14-2, only shedding a handful of matches. Going up against them is a team that has recently had some roster changes and is back in winners. It is TNC. Of course, TNC made an extraordinary run in the lower bracket of last TI, just winning game after game against heavy favorites. And here they are in the winner's bracket going up against LFY. They were in the same group during group stages, so it'll be interesting to see how they match up. And if 1437 can manage to help swing favor to their side. Getting a chance to catch up with him, we got Casey.
The last time you were at TI as a player was TI4, but you've been to several as a coach. So how does it feel kind of coming into TI7 knowing that you're back to playing on the main stage?
It's really surprising because just a couple months ago, I thought that I wouldn't even attempt to play at TI. And just to have this opportunity is a true blessing.
I have to ask about what's happened in the last year or so. What brought you to an SCA team as opposed to going back to a Western team? We've had a lot of changes with you since the beginning of the year.
Yeah, I was playing on team Cloud9 or NP from the start of the year. We were all like dedicated to playing together throughout the entire year and competing at TI7 together. But there were some changes that happened there, and I was left without a team. And all of a sudden, TNC approached me.
As far as being a coach versus playing, I mean, your resume is incredible. Not a lot of people can say that they've done both or that they've gone to coaching and come back to play. And you've done that. You coached Team Secret in 2015. You left coaching to play again. You went back to Team Secret as a coach. And then, as you mentioned, you formed Team NP, which is now Cloud9. What are the things that you love about coaching versus playing? And what are the things that you missed about playing that brought you back?
When you're coaching, you are like this outside point of view. You can really see the bigger picture. You can see more strategies, perhaps, because there's less emotions and there's less stress about like your own performance involved. So when I was coaching, I was learning faster and I was able to teach. In that sense, my Dota knowledge improved at a much faster rate when I was coaching. But playing is like, it's very thrilling. You feel much different. There's a lot more pressure involved, and sometimes that can be really fun.
Do you think coaching made you a better player?
For sure, without a doubt.
We touched on it, but I want to go back to what happened. I mean, you were part of the group that formed NP, which is now Cloud9. So that means you were really part of it from the ground up. So when you're able to kind of get in on that way, to then have to leave the team or decide to leave the team or be forced to leave the team is really, really tough. Yeah. So what did you go through when that happened?
It was a really tough time because we had just finished the tournament well in the groups, and then there were some things that went wrong, and then we ended up still last place. And then all of a sudden we had a meeting and they're like, oh yeah, you two are removed from the team. And it wasn't really any good explanations or anything like that. It was just like, okay, you're just out. And for me, it was a shock because I don't like to give up with my teammates or anything like that. I always want to figure out how to make it work because I think it's important. Over time, you will create a lot of strategies. And at TI, the most important thing is that your experience throughout the year that you're going to bring to the event. So after that, I really wasn't sure what I was going to do from there. It was a very tough time for sure.
What if you were to face like it comes down to the wire? It's you versus Cloud9.
Okay.
How do you hone in, like, because that's got to bring up a little bit of emotional competitiveness.
Yeah, it will. But at the same time, I also understand them in some ways too, because they have like 3 players that I played with, and one of them I've even coached. So I understand a little bit about them, whereas for my team, they would only understand how I am. So maybe I have a little bit of advantage there, at least there. But yeah, it'll definitely be an emotional thing to get over, but we're professionals, so we really need to just understand that and just move on.
And will TNC get that opportunity here in this winner's match, best of 3? 1437 making the big career move to help support TNC. And on the other side, we have from LFY, Casey got the chance to catch up with the captain in Flame.
First question is a very simple one. How did you come to join LFY?
老干爹的经理找到了我，然后当时他们队少3后卫，然后刚好我那段时间想进一步的提升自己吧，就来了。
You and Afu came on board in May. How do you think that transformed the team the way that it needed to be heading into Epicenter?
我觉得，加上我们2个的话，就我们几个人的性格啊、游戏打法、对游戏的理解，然后都会比较的相对的协调吧。就大家都会游戏风格比较类似，然后沟通起来很顺畅。我们平常的交流啊，然后感觉在一起比较放松吧，就大家就很简单的、自然的就打得会比之前大家各在各的队伍打得会好很多。
Were there any big takeaways from Epicenter that might help you as you look ahead to TI as far as the biggest differences in style between Chinese Dota and Western Dota, if any changes?
就感觉我们的阵容啊搭配比较单一吧，然后我们会吸取每个队的打法风格啊，然后再加上我们个人的选手的习惯啊，会有更多的打法和应对不同的队伍的风格吧。
Are there other teams here that you're most looking forward to going up against, or any other teams that you have your eye on?
我们在 TI7应该是最想战胜 Liquid 的吧，因为我们之前训练和比赛对他们的胜率其实是比较低的，我比较想战胜他们。
How would that feel to beat them on the TI stage?
应该算是一个比较惊喜的事情吧，因为我们其实算输给他们挺多次了，就不算比赛在训练啊。就我们队是一个比较少争执的队伍，但是可能每次因为跟他们训练，我们都会有很多的争执。
You did an interview with Cybersport and you said that your team plays easily together. Why do you think that is, and why do you think that's been so important in your success?
我待过很多的战队，在 LFY 的话是，我们大家都会比较的就能沟通吧，就大家如果有谁犯了错啊，我们会一起讨论啊，怎么样？然后我们大家都会比较虚心的接受队友的建议啊，然后我们大家一起进步，就会不会让气氛很尴尬的那种，就是大家觉得一个人很厉害，然后都要听他的。
So someone told me that you changed your name in honor of the name of an upcoming book of a Chinese martial arts series. I'm curious about that and whether you draw inspiration from the entertainment, anime, comics world at all.
我觉得会的吧，就一个人性格总是会有很多的，就周围你根据你的经历啊，会影响挺多事情的。就比如我之前我在eHome的时候就比较单纯的，然后比较激进的吧，算是性格比较就单纯的就想打 Dota 赢啊，就很简单。现在会不给自己太多的压力啊，不想影响自己，然后感觉现在是比较沉稳吧。
Interesting interviews from both of the players, especially like how Inflame talks about trying to improve his mentality as time is going on. Of course, 1437, trying to cope with all the shifts.
That was an impressive interview. I don't know how you guys felt about that, but he seems like a really, really bright kid, or guy. I don't know how old he is, but
seems very well spoken.
Very very aware of himself and what he's doing here and the opportunities that he has in front of him. Very collected. He's yeah. I like this team more and more.
Yeah, I love when he said we're trying, or that we're able to play easily together, because I feel like big moments in Dota are decided in quarter seconds, half seconds, and the ability for a team to coordinate in that sort of environment is just remarkable, and it's so important to succeed. So let's get ready for game 1 between LFY and TNC.
LFY versus TNC Pro Team. Game 1.
And the least surprising bans of the tournament. We got Nyx and Batrider out for LFY. We got Lich and Earthshaker out for TNC.
Yeah, before we get too far into the draft, I wanted to bring up a little bit about 1437 talked about in his interview. Like, KC was trying to egg him on about the C9 thing, but they've already placed better than C9, and they're still in the winner's bracket.
And he's also had quite an amazing journey. Like these past years, after Tier 2, we actually went to China to play on a team there.
He's not afraid to take charge and put his fate in his own hands, and it's working out really well for him here.
And that together with having the journey with Secret to coach them, I think he learned a lot, and it's really what TNC needed.
That was an interesting comment that he made, that he felt like he was able to learn at a faster rate as a coach without the pressure of having to play so much.
Learning from the time he spent coaching on a couple different rosters. It's, you know, when you don't always have the opportunity to play at these major tournaments, but you want to be involved. There's a lot to learn here.
I also think that just trying to force yourself to be able to articulate what you think about a certain strategies can often reveal where there's inconsistencies or issues or problems, or just highlight what's good about something that someone's already doing.
Yeah, let's do exactly that as we get into this draft.
Yeah.
I saw that Monet had played like almost a different carry every game. So that kind of makes sense with them revolving the draft around Super, that they really want to make sure that Super has a
Look at this Jakiro.
First Jakiro of main stage.
Constant flight mode.
1437 hero, Jakiro. He really loves to play that hero.
10 seconds.
Yeah, I don't mind it at all. I think it works well. It gives, you know, it synergizes decently well with Naga sleep.
It's good setup here.
It gives them, he's one of the supports that gives you some tower push along with Rasta, and sometimes you can see a support Pugna, which will give you an ability to force towers, force your opponents to fight you, which is exactly what you want to do against Night Stalker. Kind of just want to ball up and take these massive team fights.
You were ragging on Carry Naga yesterday, and I think TNC is the only other team that runs it.
Yeah.
Do you think it's good here?
I doubt it. I think they just want to group up, and Naga Siren will buy some mana boots, spam out some illusions, maybe get some solid nets, and just be there ready with the sleep. Build a mech. Jakiro will probably go for the pipe, and they'll look to end this game decently early or take enough of an advantage to secure a late game win.
Nature's Prophet's second pick for LFY. Night Stalker, of course, great at giving vision. Not too impactful in late game team fights. Nature's Prophet kind of has some of the same issues. Great at split pushing, great at summoning 6 Treants.
Nature's Prophet is it's not a hero that's usually picked in the first two, but here they see that they have Jakiro, and he's not really good at handling the Treants and catching the Prophet, so it's a good matchup for him in the lane.
Also not good at getting tower dove, too. They definitely have that potential with Night Stalker, Nature's Prophet. And Flameout also has one of the strangest hero pools. It's like Elder, Titan, Zeus, Nature's Prophet, Doom.
These are the best heroes in the game!
But no one else plays them.
Yeah, I'd be a little careful about saying that Nature's Prophet doesn't scale very well. I think he's one of the better late game heroes. He always finds farm and split push. You can split push all over the place very, very easily, either with his Treants, you know, teleporting to a lane and summoning those, or just casting his ultimate on the map can help push out the lanes. He also provides your team a decent amount of vision with all the Treants that you can spread them out individually if your micro is good enough, and spread them out throughout the map.
Also just so fun with early game ganks. And LFY did beautiful things with Nature's Prophet ganks before 15, 20 minutes in group stages. He was one of their linchpin heroes in a variety of matchups to help them close out immediately.
It's very easy for him to port in sprout somebody, secure a kill, summon Treants, and start pushing that tower immediately.
And really fits well with NS as well, because NS during the night is going to scout, and he's going to find a kill, and then Prophet is going to be there to be able to TP in and help him to get the kill.
So we have a Death Prophet and Weaver ban from TNC. Not exactly sure what that is telling. Maybe they... Weaver ban. Huh.
Death Prophet makes sense, at least. It's a hero that Super has been playing a lot, and it is very good with Prophet for some more tower push.
Yeah.
But at the same time, they still have the DK, but...
Sand King, okay. Probably their offlane hero, I would imagine, unless they do decide to do some sort of core Naga.
You know, I'm just noticing that as we've been talking about other teams, we spend a lot of time talking about some of the key star players and building around them, but LFY, you know, continuously it's been about how the team is functioning as a whole, as a unit.
Yeah, I think you look at Monet, who's been playing all the different carries, right? He's probably the standout player on the team. Super's one of the least flashy mids in this tournament, but he's been getting the job done consistently.
Alpha's been pretty flashy too. He's been consistently really good on the roaming heroes, Shaker or Spirit.
Okay, picking up the Dazzle. I like the Sand King, I think, was kind of set up to lane up against the Nature's Prophet, perhaps. The Caustic Finale will allow Sand King to have a pretty good time in that lane, especially if he buys a Poor Man's Shield to start, to help him reduce some of that right-click harass damage that Furion's capable of.
Ooh, Razor.
And a Razor. Wow.
They want to be able to fight because they probably understand that LFY really wants to commit to the push here with both Dazzle now and Prophet. So,
yeah, when are the big strengths for Razor?
He's usually good against a melee carry that the opponents have, because then he needs to go in, but Razor makes him being like kind of want to go out to drop the static.
Like one of the
what is called the
static link. Link. One of the heroes that he's best against is like Lifesteal. Lifesteal rages in, runs in, you just static link, and Lifestealer has to run away.
I think static link is the hardest to break ability in the entire game. I don't even think like
it's
Astral Imprisonment breaks it.
Yeah, it's like very long now.
This is a weird pick for me. I don't really like this early Razor without seeing more cores from LFY. I think this, like Terrorblade, for example, Razor has not a lot of AoE damage. He's going to have a really tough time dealing with these illusions, and if he decides to run into the middle of a fight and start linking Terrorblade, he's probably just going to get killed.
Terrorblade is also just an excellent carry for pushing, and Dazzle has just a great synergy with Terrorblade.
Yeah.
Using the Shallow Grave to keep Terrorblade at 1 health so he can use his health exchange ultimate, Sunder.
Absolutely. You're crushing it right now.
I know, you said it yesterday, and I'm repeating it now.
Yeah, now the Razor seems
Day
mismatched.
2.
I'm the strongest parrot of all time.
You're learning.
Best parrot, NA.
Alright, let's go. Medusa ban, it's another superhero gone. Let's see, what does Super have left in his pool?
DK.
Dragon Knight. Dragon Knight's still in the pool, huh?
I mean, Dragon Knight...
Oh, this is a block pick on Dragon Knight. That's what Razor's doing here.
Yeah. But they can just pick around it, right? I guess
sure.
They banned out 2 of the 3, Death Prophet and Medusa. They don't have to pick DK at all.
Could do the Super Pugna. He also played Omni Knight in a game. I think that would be very unlikely, though. Pugna, perhaps.
So, I mean, at this point with LFY, we see just a lot of very strong push potential. We see Dazzle there to help enhance the push with the Shallow Grave. Night Stalker, of course, there to get great vision, to get ganks, to set those sort of things up. What is the type of hero that LFY needs? We've talked about some of the specific heroes Super's good on, but what is the team missing?
They're lacking team fight, definitely. Night Stalker, Nature's Prophet, Dazzle, and Terrorblade all provide your team very little to none, or to no team fight.
A lot of single target damage, yeah.
Yes, lots of single target damage. TNC's got a bunch of team fight with their first 3 heroes here. So any kind of 5-on-5 clash where they're on equal kind of net worths and experience, I would favor TNC. And they'll be able to set up all these fights too, to make sure they always have good fights with the Naga Sleep.
It was just fascinating to watch LFY play, because in a lot of their compositions,
There's been a couple times where I wasn't a big fan of LFY's draft, but they just outskilled their opponents
so quickly. It's almost like some of the matchups didn't even matter once you got to the 10-minute mark, because they were 5-10K ahead.
Puck, maybe? Yeah.
Whew.
Haven't seen Super play this hero too much. He's not really his style. Puck's a little flashy for Super. but I'm sure he's capable of it. And I think it's a really great, it's a really great pick here. That silence is going to be super clutch against all three of these first heroes, and he struggles a little bit versus Razor in lane, don't you think, Ben?
Yes.
But Super has like almost always lost his lane this tournament, so they'll just I'm sure Afu on the Night Stalker, when he's roaming around, he'll just ignore mid and be like, Super, you got this, man. You'll figure it out.
Do any of Puck's abilities break static link?
Just if you
John's out.
If you push yourself away with the whatever it's called. John.
Ethereal Orb in the John.
Ethereal Orb, right.
But Phase Shift does not break.
And last pick, Alchemist. All right. Definitely could farm a lot of the map, and he can be the frontliner for them.
As well. And they have setup with the sleep if they actually want to like fight them, to set up into the epicenter from Sanking and Twin.
I think LFY can break the jungle, though. That's important against an Alchemist. They have Night Stalker and Furion and Puck to be very mobile on the map, and they can go find this Alchemist and potentially keep him underfarmed.
I mean, once again, it may turn out to be a matchup centered around the Alchemist. Can he go off and get to 30K net worth early? Or will LFY be able to push early and shut Alchemist down? It's time to head into Game 1 of Series 1 of Day 2 here at the International.
Thank you very much, Day 9. And indeed, the first series of Day 2, LFY versus TNC. I'm Eddie Pixel, I'm here with Fogged. Fogged, what are we thinking coming into this one?
I'm pretty excited. I'm really glad they brought up that point about the invading the jungle, like Peter said. That's the one thing about Alchemist. And LFY that's their specialty, as far as I see. They are very about their lanes, and then they kind of crush them, and they invade the enemy jungle, and they pretty much steamroll after that, after taking all the early tier 1s. So that's what I'm looking at for them to do. Look at Afu playing around Inflame in that offlane, because I've seen this Nature's Prophet plus melee.
Yes, when they add
I've seen what they do in that, and they dismantle majority of those dual or tri lanes. So we'll see how they're able to pull it off. But I'm pretty excited for this match coming up. Except for the fact that it looks on paper, we see an Alkin and Naga on TNC, and we're like, ew, because these two heroes sometimes just bring bad taste to the mouth. But they've been changed up, and it's of course the support Naga, so it is a different kind of utilization.
Yeah. And during the draft, I believe it was when the Terrorblade was picked up, you didn't seem too keen on that pick?
Oh no, I like the Terrorblade.
You like the Terrorblade?
The Razor, when it comes up, when you don't have a direct counter against it, when you pick it like that, it's like that flex pick. So they were picking it just to dissuade LFY from picking the DK for Super. Just to have, hey, we have a Razor. And then they switch it. They don't actually put the Razor in the mid lane. They put it in the safe lane. So they had that little bit of mind game going for them, which is great. And right off the bat, they actually find themselves a D-ward. They're already expecting... They understand how LFY likes to play. They know that they want to block the pull camp, they want to put a lot of pressure onto the enemy safe lane, and just constantly run at that. So if they at least are able to alleviate that they can pull, it's extremely important for them to be able to get that experience and maximize. We do see a smoke actually coming out from TNC.
We'll see if they get any traction with it. Looks like the line's to be drawn to head all the way down bottom and look to invade LFY's jungle.
They're doing aggro, like Peter was mentioning. They want to have the Sand King versus Nature's Prophet matchup. And it can actually shut down the Terrorblade quite decently. And it's probably pretty unexpected. They scouted out the tri-lane top, and then the smoke happens. So it's TNC trying to get that unexpected lane favoring.
And is this a lane favoring that's good enough for TNC that LFY may then react to it and switch their lanes back up so they don't find themselves in these, as you say, unfavorable lane matchups?
Yeah, probably. It depends on how much they can get the pulls off. That's the one thing, is that LFY does have both pulls open if they do want to be able to do that and be able to keep the lane back. They just have to not get killed level 1 and then not get steamrolled, because if the Terrorblade gets shut down super hard, they have a very weird way of getting back into the game of actually pushing and sieging. Nature's Prophet can have a pretty good time, but he's versus Sand King, which is an okay matchup as long as Sand King.
Looks like Raven got a pretty solid lockdown on this bottom lane, which is it's going to mean that Mone's rather far forward. They look to lead in with the Static Link. Do they have the control with the slow from 1437? This is looking pretty good. DDC is there. He's yet to skill. Will save the point for the Shadow Grave. Very smartly done there by DDC. Waits until the last possible moment before knowing which skill is required and will save the Terrorblade's life.
So Apple right away does make the move down bottom, and they start already stacking the pole. They know what they need to accomplish in this lane. They need to out-resource them. And once they get a couple levels on their heroes, they're actually extremely strong, especially if like this Jakiro gets out of position. He's very slow, 290 movement speed. It's all up to Tim's pretty much just standing in the front line and zoning them. So if they can, also the thing is that they're low on regen is the problem for LFY, but they do have a Dazzle. So as long as they're able to conserve their regen, they can match up decently versus TNC. But TNC does have a lot of regen between their heroes.
Looking for Tim's here, DDC, keeping him at bay, Monet and Arthur, as you say, in the neighborhood. The thing is you're mentioning, these two side lanes definitely seem to have strength for TNC, but this mid lane, if Cuckoo doesn't get any help, this could become a bit tricky, couldn't it, for him in this 1v1 against the Puck?
Definitely. Puck continues to heavily harass his
Well, hold
bottom.
that thought, though, because bottom lane, DDC's gone on by TNC, and they'll pick up the first blood just like that.
As soon as
and Monet unable to do anything.
Tim's gets level 2, the net comes out. Easy grab on anybody who's on the side. That's the important thing when you're playing versus these tri versus tri lanes. You have to watch your positioning and staying in the lane. If you're going to do pulls, that's okay as long as you have somebody kind of guarding you for the pull. But for the most part, you can't get caught on the side there because it's just pretty easy picks.
And see as well, this mid lane CS looking very good at the moment.
Super.
He is going to jump forward for this, puts the point into the waning rift. It's not going to be quite enough burst. In fact,
the acid spray.
Turn around, man, it up a super. Oh no! Oh no, super! Maybe should have stuck to playing Dragon Knight, but that is not how you want to start that mid lane matchup.
There's a TP coming in from
They're going to try and find something in return, indeed. They are looking for Cuckoo. He has got that poor man's shield. We'll see if it's going to be enough. He does need the proc.
The courier's coming. We've got a salve on it. Salve's up.
He's going to keep himself alive. Goes for the deny. Cuckoo is loving the mid lane. He is smiling all over. And in fact, bottom lane, some positive action as well for TNC. They're moving in onto Monet. Does have the backup from DDC. That will be enough to hold TNC back. TNC here off to quite a start, making a big impact here on the main stage.
One thing is, though, he does get the salve delivered, he uses it, though, and then dies. And dying to Ancients, dying to Neutrals, you're dead for 24 seconds as a mid laner. That's actually pretty devastating, because now Super pulls way ahead in the last hits and is actually acquiring more net worth. So you don't want to give the kill, but at the same time, it hurts a lot to die to Neutrals like that this early on as a mid laner. He's back now, though, and he's going to continue that acid spray spam.
Absolutely, yeah, this is the thing. Yeah, Super CS still off the charts. You know, he's farming like an absolute beast. 21-11. So despite that death, Super definitely still maintaining the lead here in this mid matchup.
Afu probably wants to get a couple more levels before he makes that move. It's also going to be nighttime soon. I think he wants ideally level 3 so he can decide if he can save a point in Crippling Fear. Can be very useful to kill the Sand King and the Alchemist early on. And they're actually just switching lanes. They decide this aggro Trident is too much. They need their Terrorblade to have something and put him top. Not the greatest matchup though versus a Sand King who's already level 4. But there's no Caustic actually skilled on Sam H, which is a bit surprising versus the Nature's Prophet trains, but Inflame is one of the best at playing Nature's Prophet in the laning phase, so maybe understood why he was dissuaded from doing that. Cuckoo now, just goes to the jungle. It's too much threat. Once Puck gets like level 4 or 5, there's too much damage coming out and too much threat of the Nature's Prophet TPing behind you. So he just has to resort to that.
It's bottom lane, Inflame does have the phase boost, giving Raven quite a bit of a punch. Arfu looking for the chase down. Raven quick to cut himself out of the Sprout. Will be fine now. The reaction from TNC, 1437's there, as well as Tim's from the Invis, jumps forward with the ring turn, with the static link. From TNC, they're looking for Arfu. There's no DDC in the neighborhood, so there's no save for the Night Stalker. And a third kill is picked up by TNC.
Very strong aggro Trilane. So much slow and control, and the damage comes all from that Razor, who already has phase boots, so they have the chase as well now. And this is where Afu maybe wants to make moves elsewhere. Actually smokes up, starting to commit maybe toward that mid lane, it looks like. He puts a ward to watch the movements of where the Naga's going.
Cuckoo's very low.
Very susceptible to death here. The
Only one
coming
tango
out,
left.
but
They can certainly look to die for this, and indeed they will. He has the infused range drop. It's not enough to save him. LFY. Quick
they
to see an
TP for the
opportunity. They may just get this as well. Are going to look to try and juke it across the tree line, but Arfu with the flying vision gives it to Super. So Super has that vision to make the connection.
damn, I didn't think that they were actually going to commit so hard for the courier, but with the Hunter and the Knight making it so much easier to be able to see it, even though it is sprinted up.
Still, definitely the biggest issue for LFY being that Monet's start has not been great at all because of this aggression from TNC. Still lacking behind in CS. Levels as well. They're not quite there.
Top, though.
And now they're looking for a fight. Yeah, with the Metamorphosis and the Poison Touch connecting, they'll go in. They'll take one. Sam H tries to hold them back with the Burrow Strike and the Sandstorm. Not enough to get a kill in return, but we'll push them back. But still, this is perfect. You know, LFY, they need to find Monet involved in as much action as they can to kind of bring him back from this very, very slow early 5 minutes from LFY.
It's a catapult wave right now, too. Bottom lane, Inflame, getting committed on. Should be just fine. Able to TP out after the net. So catapult wave's coming in. Metamorphosis was used, but Sam H is able to just Sandstorm and push out top. Bottom lane, maybe TNC is able to put some tower pressure here, which could be very nice for them being able to. Both teams, they want to be able to get those early tier 1s to get the access points into the jungle versus this Alchemist and Terrorblade. Those invasions are super important versus those two heroes in particular. Mid lane, 1437 takes a step too far up.
Straight away with the Dream Core down. Arfu and Super going to work, bringing down another. I mean, yeah, Super, you know, as much as we made Joe, he is doing amazing. Is it 42 CS, our highest farm on the board? He is definitely going to be the real threat. If they can start to utilize this puck, moving around, use the Dream Coil to enable Monet to do work in the fights with the Metamorphosis, it's going to get crazy. And in fact, already 1437 getting jumped on again. The Nature's Wrap flies through. And LFY, they pick up another kill in the mid.
Out onto the side, actually John's on the high ground into a trap, but he's got his orb out.
Down to the low ground. Raven's going to see if he can try and chase him. Cuckoo is there with the wraparound. Will block him off. And look, he's trying to, oh, you know, I thought he was going to give the kill to Raven, but he says, I'll take him myself. And does beat down upon Super, so they will catch him. The same time, Monet and DDC looking towards Sam H. He's got the stick charges, does have the burrow strike. They were thinking about bringing in Inflame as well, but as soon as those charges came out, they knew they couldn't go for it.
Very high level, level 7 already. Lots of, he's 7.4 HP per second as well. Hard kill to get with that max Sandstorm too. But they also almost claim mid tower, so this is a little bit of a change-up that we usually see from LFY. They're playing a lot around Super, which they have to do right now because the other lane got shut down so hard. It's pretty much up to Super and Inflame to get Monet back into this one.
Yes, they've got to somehow enable the recovery for this
mid. Every time Coil's up.
Super being so proactive with the help of Arfu and Inflame, just jumping in, joining him, and there's nowhere to roam with these treants in the way. They will have the Sand King TPing in. Sam H may find Arfu in return with the Sandstorm. Because of his skill build, it's doing a lot of damage at this stage of the game. Takes down one in return, but still, nonetheless, it is this Alchemist now getting heavily punished by LFY. This pressure in the mid lanes, giving space to Monet up on top.
Sam H, another kill he's going to get, maybe? Oh, so close.
That silence saving the life of both of them. Super does have the invis, was thinking about going back in there, but as you say, this level 8 Sand King, very, very scary for LFY.
LFY is making a lot of space around the map, though. They're forcing aggression, they're forcing rotations, which gives Monet a lot of space. Up top, wailing on that top tier 1 tower. TNC also trading bottom. So they're like we said, they need to have some way to kind of get Monet back in the game, and there's two ways of doing that. You either get him involved in fights and you play around him, or you make space elsewhere on the map. And right now, he's still a bit too under level to play around him.
Sam H back up top, and Monet is backed up by DDC at the moment, so we'll be fine. Looks like Super as well did pick obviously the node tallies up for the lane, but not going for the Veil, maybe saving straight for that blink drag of this game. Top lane, Sam H coming in with the burrow strike. Monet is there, looking for the turnaround. Inflame comes in with the TP. No burrow strike for Sam H for 5 seconds. We're trying to get himself out. But again, yeah, these Treant blocks causing a huge issue for Sam H. He does have the stick charge. We'll let the burrow strike back up. And that's enough. He's out of there. Sam with the plays. Bottom lane, Raven diving in deep. Steals a hefty chunk of damage from Arfu. Arfu will get himself back to safety.
Raven might be in some trouble here. Super's got Coil. He's got him isolated, but...
He's a little scared, though, of Raven having that stolen damage.
Yeah, don't think they have TP follow-up. I think Inflames is still on cooldown for 10 more seconds.
5 for 5. Very close showing for both of these teams in the early 10 minutes. TNC with the slight edge, but as expected, with having the Alchemist on their side.
Yeah. And running a very unexpected aggro tri-lane, which worked incredibly well. So something I always like talking about is the levels. Of course, after aggro tri-lanes, we take a look, and it's pretty well dispersed. The 4 and 5 on the Naga and Jakiro, and 4 and 6 actually on LFY. So Afu is level 6 on Nightstalker, almost level 7 actually. But now they're looking to try to make aggression on him bottom, diving the tier 2.
Yeah, they're ready to go. Out comes the root. 1437 following through with the slow. There will be TP reactions from LFY. They turn towards Tims. Will get taken down here by Inflame on the back lines. LFY maybe seeing if they can chase down for more. Raven has the ultimate
really
out.
Wants to try here.
He does have that Dream Coil if he can close the gap.
They're really the Nightstalker's very fast with those phase boots. They might be able to catch up to him eventually. They do see him going into the tree line as well. They should be able
very
to
hard for him to get out. Yeah, they've got the vision. Dream Coil's down. He will break the coil on an attempt to escape. 1437 is there with the slows. Does still have the ultimate up for a couple of seconds there, Raven. And backup is on its way. LFY may now be turned around upon. Jump forward from Super does get the 2-man silence, trying to bring down the Sand King, but Sam H still gets the time for the burrow strike. The Graves there for DDC though. Super survives. Sam H down. Raven will chase down Super. Goes for the jump and gets it. Super's out of there.
That Grave. Perfect DDC. Timing by DDC.
I mean, we saw it time and time again in the group stages. Arfu as well with the Duke and TP out in the tree line gets himself back to safety.
And again, they force a ton of reaction toward the bottom lane, which frees up a lot for Monet to get that farm. Still not really completely recovered yet. They don't kill the Razor. They get a Sand King though, at least, and lose nobody. It was actually Afu was holding the Void there because he didn't want the Razor to just TP out right after the call and use Void. So it actually ends up getting a lot closer to their tower, but he had to do so. And it's really important that they're carrying Reveal on the Night Stalker and the Dazzle, because in that situation, he puts down the Sentry instantly as soon as he sees Sanking. Sanking goes into the Sandstorm, but yeah, they cleaned him up.
DDC's Dazzle, definitely something the TNC, they've got to be aware of it in these fights. Somehow they have to stop this man from getting in position for these Graves and such. Because as we've seen, it's impossible for TNC to find the trades when DDC is in the neighborhood. And already LFY now off the back of that favorable trade down bottom, immediately moving to the top lane.
Yep.
Sam H in the neighborhood, 1400 towards the Blink Dagger at the moment, and Super still under the cover of the smoke. Will look towards him.
Sam H.
A little late with the Dream Core there. Sam H with the game sense. Burrow striking straight away up to the tier 1, and that, by the looks of it, is going to put off LFY from looking for anything more there. So nice awareness there from Sam.
Yeah, we're talking about the Monet beginning to recover, slowly but surely, of course. But this Alchemist, almost level 12, actually level 12 now,
Look at the
Marlon
money.
almost getting online for Radiance.
So they've come back, they are hunting for Sam H, but again, using these burrow strikes to just create the distance between them. And it makes it very hard for LFY to get anything done. And indeed, with this time, as you say, Cuckoo closing in on the Relic, bottom lane, TNC getting some pressure on a tier 2. LFY, they really want to catch this Sam H, but again, he just burrow strikes away. Arfu will look to try and chase him down by the looks of it. They are TPing in to block him off as well. In Flames there, and this time, they will finally bring him down. But essentially, that is Sam H creating a lot of space. Bottom lane, tier 2, down to less than half health. And what's the money looking like on Cuckoo? He's 100 or so away from the Relic.
Yeah.
And they're going to get this tier 2 by the looks of it down bottom.
So LFY's trying to punish as much as they can, because they're like, oh, Alchemist is just farming this whole time. We have to make as much happen with these R4 4v4. But at the same time, TNC's getting some very favorable trades coming out here. Now they have a lot of access points into the enemy jungle. They put some very nice aggressive wards down too. So they're able to watch wherever Monet is farming. Monet actually able to start cleaning up an ancient stack, which is going to really start accelerating him.
Yeah, there's only a few hundred now behind Raven. TNC's carry, so that laning stage starting to, its effects at least being reverted, but definitely overall the fact that Cuckoo and his Alchemist exactly where he would hope to be at this stage.
Yeah, 1437 is playing the Jakiro as he normally does. He just throws down his Macro Pyre on a wave, just pushes it out as much as possible, meets up with his team, throws some Liquid Fire. Doesn't really care if he gets killed in a lot of those situations, because he's doing his job. He's just making sure that the lanes are forced out, and it's really hard for LFY to do those invasions. They talked about it on the panel that LFY has a good team to actually be able to invade, but not when these kind of situations happen. And Radiance is going to be online in 150 gold, so he pretty much has it. So I'd like to see TNC definitely smoke up as soon as that Radiance gets online, so them to just make plays around the Alchemist, because it's pretty hard to bring him down at this point.
And I guess that's the thing as well. Once this Alchemist gets his Radiance Manta Octarine, and there's not too many great ways for LFY to deal with sort of that Radiance illusion push, is it?
Not really, no. They need their Terrorblade to be big to deal with that. Or the Nature's Prophet, of course, who is farming very well.
Down bottom, the Ruin Super, but he will be able to jump out, of course. Same time, Cuckoo being backed up by 1437. There is the Radiance now completed. Top lane, Monet out into the trees, TPing himself away. Mid lane, Arfu making a bit of a go here onto Cuckoo. And it's
got the silence
low.
rage.
The Armlet's still there though, and of course with Armlet toggling at his capability, there's no chance that Arfu can dive this low. Definitely 15 minutes in, TNC turning up here on the main stage against LFY, this absolutely terrifying team in the group stages.
They've got Blink now on Sanking. Hood already picked up on the Razor. They're looking at LFY's lineup and they're like, yeah, they're majority magic damage until the Terrorblade and Nature's Prophet get a couple items. So it's good itemization by Raven.
Oh, look at the D ward here, TNC unblocking their camps from LFY's warding, and LFY, though they know that 1437 was there with the D ward from the low ground, will find him in the tree line, bring down the Chikira.
It's bound to happen at some point when they're splitting up so much on the map. Like Razor's showing bottom, Sanking's showing top, Alchemist is still jungling. They're not 100% aware that the Alchemist is jungling, but they probably have good reason to believe so. So every time they see someone else, like if they show, that's like one of the big rules of Dota. If you show in all three lanes, one of you is bound to die.
Raven, it's okay, he's feeling safe. The static link will be broken straight away, but nonetheless enough to stop LFY chasing him down.
No TP. TP cooldown was still there for Inflame. If the nighttime was still lasting maybe a bit longer, or if they had that TP cooldown with Darkness, they maybe could have committed for it, but they wanted to just relax since that was not up just yet. SameAge continuing that pressure top.
Ooh, calls some TP reactions, but he's straight up with the blink into the trees and nothing there to hold him back.
They're just shoving lanes in constantly. TNC, the SameAge has literally just been parked top, sinking stun into Sandstorm over and over again to force the lane out.
I mean, he's just making so much space across this map. And DDC, chased down by Raven. Monet is there. Will pop the Metamorphosis for this one, but immediately just held back. Arthur's going to try and chase down Raven, see if they can get this Razor kill. But SameAge is there on the high ground, does have Epi and Blink if he wants to try and turn back into this. Dream Coil's dropped down only onto Raven.
It gets silenced right away.
Nicely done there from Arfu, making sure that there's no return play coming in from SameAge. They've also managed to sprout Tim's up on the sideline. He does still have the song. Not going to bother popping it by the looks of it, as he accepts his fate. That is the Naga Siren down. Now, TP was still on cooldown for the Naga, so even with the song usage, was almost certainly dead anyway. So deciding to save it for potentially another hold here back at the base.
LFY forced him to split in 2 different ways, so Naga got isolated a bit by the Dazzle who threw Weave on him, and Nature's Prophet just chasing him down, right-clicking, while the Night Stalker and everyone else chased through the river. So it's just really good play by LFY, but also TNC maybe slight misplay, just running in different directions and splitting up rather than running as a group. But during all that time, Cuckoo just farming, gets the Boots of Travel finished up, so he's got ways to be able to join the fight with his teammates.
Fight they will. TNC smoking up. Totally unbeknownst to the side of LFY, no vision down at that area. So TNC do have a chance to make a jump here.
They're really relying on the Alchemist farm though at this point. It's 3k lead, and the Alchemist is the one who has the 6k lead over the next hero. So the next 3 are LFY's.
I mean, they see DDC mid. It's obviously not the biggest kill they want, but it is a kill nonetheless. He'll make sure to waste their time with the Grave. He's going to look to see if he can get the timing with a deny. It was just a little bit too early, though. The Grave was still up. In fact, TNC said, all right, we'll turn this into a Roche attempt. Straight away, they're into the pit. I mean, LFY are probably going to be aware that this is happening.
They've got a pretty decent Roche lineup. They don't really take too much damage because of the Chemical Rage and Liquid Fire, so the Roche doesn't really attack, and they have to sustain through it.
I mean, this is going to work out perfectly if TNC just get away with that. DDC sort of making the call for TNC there. So Comentarios, they say, well, we will. And LFY, they're not even going to try and challenge it. Free Roche down there for TNC. Aegis into Cuckoo's pocket.
How convenient. Excellent call there by TNC, though, to make their way in with that stolen damage. And they do have a decent amount of minus armor, like we said. Acid Spray with Riptide. Puts Roche down quite a lot.
Still Monet on the farm. How's he doing item-wise? He's
on his way toward Manta.
Nearly at the ultimate orb, yeah. Still very much
the road to recovery is still there.
Yes. As we said, you know, at the start where he was very much behind. In a much better position now. Decent levels as well, level 12.
Gets an Arcane Rune, that helps a lot. More Conjure Images. TNC has some very deep wards to watch wherever that Alchemist, or to watch wherever that Terrorblade is farming.
My time to be popped, Raven. Just a few hundred away from having the Blade Mail on the Razor. Still certainly all the space in the world for Cuckoo's Alchemist.
Yep, it's just Cuckoo really farming though. That's the one concern I do have for TNC, is that no one else is really able to get farming.
We go there. They are trying to fight here around the shrine, and they're not going to get away with it. But SameAge comes to the midst of it all, get the 2-man burrow strike, Graves out of time. DDC, but indeed the MP chase down coming through, forcing the side of LFY back. DDC has already put the Grave, the Dream Coil Stone will hold them back. Silence onto SameAge to make sure he can't burrow strike forward.
Nobody died?
That could have got a lot messier for LFY there, trying to fight around that shrine. But it didn't. They all survived. DDC again with a very nice Grave.
He's been on point with those. I actually cannot believe that nobody died there. TNC had to expend a couple ultimates there to defend that. Now LFY able to siege a bit toward that tower, but TNC's all in the area. They still have Sleep too, and like the panel mentioned, they do have a decent combo with the Jakiro and the Sanking on top of that Sleep.
So if they can do anything off the back of this, they are going to jump forward with the Burrow Strike onto Monet. Still on the sidelines though, Arfu's still by the shrine, looking to see if he can get behind them for a clutch silence. Cuckoo will have his eyes upon him. He's not going to look for the chase though, Arfu too speedy.
Cuckoo just farmed a massive Ancient stack. About to have Manta Style already finished up now too. Double the net worth of the next hero. Alchemist.
He's going to try something here with this haste rune. Looks to see if he can get a bit of a cheeky play onto Super. Super jumps back, will jaunt off. Phase shifts there. Dodge the concoction.
He's got to use it now.
Raven. Towards DDC has got SameAge in the neighborhood. See if they can get anything done. 14:37 around as well.
The wards this game have been crazy by TNC. All of their, I'm pretty sure every single ward they've placed has been put in the enemy jungle. or watching that one ancient spot, the one on the left side. But other than that, yeah, they've been completely focused on sticking on LFY's side of the map, other than Cuckoo. Cuckoo's just chilling in the jungle.
And Flame keeping up the split push pressure as well. Shadowblade complete, so he's going to feel a lot safer doing so now. And definitely something that TNC had to be aware of. But of course, yeah, with the Naga, with the Alchemist, they themselves, very good methods of pushing out the lanes. I mean, you mentioned Jakiro saying it, and their whole team as a whole, a lot better at sort of bursting down the waves in comparison to LFY's lineup when it comes to waves pushing.
Yeah, definitely. They have the Nature's Prophet though, which is he's a little bit of a different creature. He can go everywhere.
Mid lane, quick jump in onto 1437 with the Veil, of course. Massive amounts of magical damage from LFY.
They did see a couple people bottom, or they saw at least one hero bottom with LFY. Now they're starting to pincer, looking for a couple kills. They ported. There's actually no reveal on the side of TNC except for that one sentry ward they have in the middle of the jungle.
And in fact, LFY maybe wanting to try and fight this. Alfu comes in immediately with the silence onto Sam H. Holt from a Raven comes through. They'll start to force back here onto Inflame. They have the root as well. He goes for the TP out. Graves there to make sure he's safe. But no, the Burrow Strike comes in from Sam H. He's going to be left behind. Inflame's down. They do lose Sam H in return. But TNC seeing what they get. So more Cuckoo comes in with the bots with the pre-prepared concoction. And that will set up for a second there for TNC.
Nice response. The beauty of having Boots of Travel on Alchemist at an early time, you can always join the fights and outnumber. LFY probably thought that they could outnumber them there, but unable to. Now they go high.
They are going
Still
up. Got
the Aegis.
They've got the Manta, the Radiance, and as you say, the Aegis on this Alchemist. Cuckoo feeling ready to frontline. They are without Sam H, but LFY themselves, no DDC, no Inflame. Getting very close to bringing down this tier 3. The fortification comes out from LFY. They do have... No, they don't quite have Dream Coil yet. How long until we're seeing that one up?
2 seconds.
2 seconds,
Yeah.
So they've got it now. Now TNC realize they start to back off. They're a little scared of this. There's the
song, though.
The 3, indeed, the song coming through. Buying time for Cuckoo at least to TP out. Tim's TPing out as well. 40-37. Looks like he will be the one to be left behind. Raven trying
They get Raven as well.
to make it. Wasn't quite quick enough with it. Now with the Void Stone coming out from Arfu. Raven, he will be taken down. So LFY able to punish TNC off the back of that push down bottom, taking 2, and TNC, as you know, they did get a lot of damage to the tier 3 tower, but they didn't quite finish it off.
Could be worse though. If they weren't able to get the song off at that time, if he got silenced somehow, it could have been 4 or 5 heroes dropping. So losing 2, not the greatest, but can definitely be more costly. And they got, yeah, like you said, majority of that tower brought down. Aggressive TPing in. They're looking for Tims as well.
Coming in, Arfu with the setup, Sprouts out with the silence. And of course, Song still on cooldown, no chance for Tims. LFY quick with the plays, knowing that there's already a couple of heroes off the map, and straight down the bottom lane. Monet, with the last of his Metamorphosis, putting pressure onto this tier 1. They've got the full 5 man around it for LFY. This is a very, very risky tower for TNC to try and hold, and indeed they won't even give it the time of day. They'll let it go. As LFY playing the tower.
We mentioned how much these two guys do. Inflame and Afu on LFY are having incredibly good games. 5 and 2 and 11. He's involved in all 16 kills on Afu. That's absolutely incredible. And 4 and 1 and 5, of course, of Inflame. Very impressive for what he's been doing, but still, Afu is absolutely everywhere, involved in everything that they've done so far.
Cuckoo's deep though. He's in LFY territory. Afu is actually gonna kind of let him go there. Did spot him out. Now we'll go in on him with Monet. And they, but no, Afu's not bothering to throw anything down on him. I guess he knows there's the Manta there, and so it just feels like he can't do anything about that Alchemist. Just has to sort of let Cuckoo be and get on with his life.
That's just the fear factor of the Alchemist. They need the puck pretty much, because he's their only real lockdown. As the panel kind of talked about, their chase is good because they have the Night Stalker, but their actual way of like keeping the fights near them is just the puck. They don't have any other stuns besides puck. Cuckoo will be getting that Octarine at a good timing, 25 or 26 minute mark. So, like we said, double the net worth of the next ones. But other than that, it's still, you take a look, and it's only a 2K lead for TNC, and it's actually a 1,000 experience lead going the way of LFY.
It's, yeah, as you say, you know, just looking at the 3 cores from LFY. Across the board in comparison to Raven and Sam H, LFY are breaking ahead. This Midas on Inflame certainly working out, and as you said, you know, the amount of split push pressure he's been putting on, farming these waves, keeping them pushed out.
And the really impressive thing too is that Monet, he's 0 and 0. Has not died yet, even though he got aggro tri-laned, has been doing a great job of just recovering. His team is making all the space in the world for him to do that, which he desperately needs. He's now got Manta style though, so he's a lot more threatening.
I'm going to see a smoke on smoke here coming through from both sides. TNC Coming down the river, LFY entering from the bottom.
It looks like here.
They are going to look to jump onto Cuckoo. Cuckoo gets the Chemical Rage out. They'll drop the Dream Core. Nature Repertoire has the Man Style. Now the back of the TNC coming in. Sammy looking for the epicenter there. He gets it. Comes in. Only can Night Stalker.
They're sleeping though.
And in fact, yeah, the sleep epicenter. They sort of said we can't fight. We've got to get out. But now, LFY, they are going to certainly chase this down. They look towards Tim's, jumping forward with the silence. Samh still down the high ground. They have got the concoction built up by Cuckoo. Tries to throw it out, but super easy phase shift there for the puck. Will be fine. LFY continuing to chase up the high ground. Ice Path holds back the Night Stalker. Raven with the ultimate still and the Blade Mail, returning a lot of damage. Super still trying to jump back in with the silence. Looking for Samh. Can he quite find it? No, Samh still alive. Inflame's going to TP onto the side. Looking for him, but the Sandstorm's there. Samh keeps himself alive. Not only the Jakiro to have died yet, but TNC, they're falling very low. Samh again with the bow strike, trying to break the distance, but Super jumps forward. Will finish off Samh. Tim's holding down the puck underneath the range of the tower. But still, Super too tanky, has the phase shift. Sandstorm's there, but he's going to be used up. Can he get himself out of this one? No, the Blink's not going to be there in time. Will phase shift dodge the Burrow Stride? Can he really play himself out? Hacked off the Blink. There's illusions upon him. Sandstorm as well, trying to hold this man back. Tim's looking to try and get the net out. Cuckoo's there with the cutoff, and he cannot escape that. Super finally goes down as TNC will take the puck.
What a crazy fight. They actually forced Samh to buy back there, but the whole time that they have Metamorphosis, they just want to go, go, go. They don't want to not fight. As soon as meta wears off, that's when they instantly start to retreat.
Absolutely, and it's instantly when TNC say, let's get down this middle lane. No Metamorphosis. Puck's down for 30 seconds. They want to try and abuse this opening as much as they can. Into the tier 2 they go. Can they break the high ground though? We saw them try it down on the bottom lane.
I think they're going to go down bottom, it looks like. I see the line drawn by 1437. They have a creep wave coming in mid, so they're actually able to go up to that tower. They're still glyph up, and now they're all aggressively weaved. Armor is starting to take it down.
This could be risky. 12 seconds till puck's back. Fortifications there. TNC have to be very careful about how they go about this bottom lane push.
Courier snipe coming out. Easy for Inflame.
And yeah, TNC, they back off from that bottom lane. As soon as the puck's back up, they realize they cannot afford to overstay their welcome like the last time they did down there.
They get a nice deep ward in the base, though, and I don't think LFY is going to know that that's there. Because usually you expect it when someone commits more to a push, but in that one, that's just a really sneaky ward coming out from 1437.
Bottom lane, 1437, out alone again. Will try for the TP out, but the damage is more than enough from LFY.
I like this by Super too. He didn't use it in this situation, but now he has the boot to travel finished up on the puck. So he can always TP to inflame Treants and always get involved in all the fights.
They're going to look for Roshan as well. With one man down, they know that they've got the numbers advantage for 22nd, and LFY...
Solar Crest too, yeah, they should be able to bring it down at a decent pace. This is the important one too. This is the Aegis and the Cheese. Song is available, Epi is available as well, but without that Jakiro...
This is going to be such a terrifying push as well. You know, Monet has Metamorphosis back up and available. That with Aegis and Cheese. They have a very strong possibility of being able to break the high ground of TNC, and TNC, indeed, they are nowhere near this. They'll start to send some Naga illusions out, but it's going to scout it out too late as LFY do get themselves Roshan, Aegis, and Cheese.
TNC probably doesn't want to take straight up fights now versus that. Trying to split push. They've got the means to do so, though, with the Alchemist, of course. And Cuckoo's about to have Shivas, which is a huge pickup. That one item actually makes Alchemist insane. Just the amount of it increases your tankiness is massive, because that armor and as well as the slow and attack speed slow can be quite crucial on Monet.
They pretty much have to focus everyone on that out to have a chance of killing him.
Or somehow get like a silence off before he's able to, like after the Mantle Style comes off, so he can't get the Chemical Rage, but it's still super hard to bring him down. They have to isolate him, or get a heavy weave ticking down from Monet to just find a place where
bottom lane again. You know, anyone that comes down here will be hunted down. Arfu closes the gap, has the Crippling Fear, trying to go for the TP straight out in the sideline.
Oh, coil down.
Yeah, coils down. And that will be another pickup for LFY down in this bottom lane. I mean, both Arfu and Inflame just so scary to push out in a game where these two are playing this Night Stalker Nature's Prophet. Is time and time again, they are catching out these solo lane pushes.
And for the first time in the entire game in 30 minutes, it was a 100 gold lead for LFY, but now it's gone back for TNC.
Cuckoo back on with the farm train. As soon as that Shivas is done, he's up to 2k on top of it. Arfu eyes towards the middle lane. Down bottom as well, 1437.
They're starting to get a lot of their itemization coming at them. Monet has completely recovered, as we see, that 13,000 net worth. But now, with the Manti style, which is the super core arm, but Hurricane Pike, now he has that tool to actually push himself away from that Razor to not have to worry so much about that static link.
Raven is talking about the Razor. He's been spotted out in the tree line. He needs some backup. A super jumps in. Beautiful silence on the back lines. Make sure that there's no response immediately. The stun does still come out from Cuckoo, but TNC keeping their distance, not wanting to take the fight against LFY whilst they do not have good vision around that area. LFY will back off. TNC do hold this tier 2 for the time being in the middle lane. But again, I mean, you talked about it in the draft. These puck silences have the potential to be so clutch in these team fights. Every time the super's in position, it's pretty much impossible for TNC's backliners to react as quick as the rest of the team need them to do so. Afu on the side. Gets spotted out and will immediately go for the TP back to base. Because mid lane, TNC,
they really wanted.
They're immediately coming down this. Again,
Cliff is still cooldown for 1 more minute, so they want to try to force something.
It's every time that metamorphosis has been used.
Yep,
every time that they know that's not there, TNC know that they have this nice little advantage.
They have to. Like, they are actually starting to be in a point where it's just the Alchemist who actually does much in the fights. Everybody else is, I mean, Razor's 11k net worth. Sanking has dropped down to all the way 7,000 net worth. So not really having the impact that you would want from your core Sanking. But that's, you know, the nature of their draft. It's the Alchemist versus the world. And LFY is slowly but surely getting means to be able to deal with it.
TNC, though, still playing it safe. Take the tier 3. Don't stick around for more. Back off. Clean up the shrines. And there definitely is still some sort of solace and safety knowing how farmed Cuckoo is. You constantly got this Alchemist, which is getting to the point where he's sort of borderline unkillable.
And he can give Ags to every single one of their heroes,
absolutely,
which will be super helpful.
Who's getting it first?
Probably, I would say probably the Raven, just because of he's underfarmed. Sanking is probably like one of the best ones because of the stun, how massive the range is for him to catch and everything. But I think just because Raven, his farm has completely stagnated, you have to give him a way to accelerate.
Let's see if that is next on the shopping list. It certainly is getting close to the point where Cuckoo can look to buff up his teammates. Has 5,000 gold in the bank at the moment.
Like all the eggs are pretty cool. Like the Jakiro is probably the most underwhelming. It's great for high ground defense.
What about the Naga Ag's fault? How many times have we seen that?
I think I've seen it twice ever in competitive Dota or something, maybe less. It's very rare. I mean, I know it's been picked up, but you don't see it often at all.
I think full duration ends up healing like 56% of everyone's HP or something. It's a lot.
It's a lot.
It's a lot.
70.
70%. Okay. I mean, yeah, that can absolutely turn a fight if they get the clutch moment to use it.
Especially with an Alchemist, right? You full heal him, and then he pops Chemical Rage again, and then you're like, uh-oh.
But for the time being, Cuckoo, focusing on the necessities for the team, does pick up the gem for the side.
Super finished up the Aghanims. That's also the thing is, we were talking about the Alchemist being able to pull Ags, but Puck, when he gets level 20, 25, can pull the Moon Shards, and that 420 GPM starts to become pretty absurd for himself. So he actually chooses the minus 3 seconds on Waning Rift. Okay. You see a lot of players go for the Spell Lamp because you get level 25, you get your Dagon fast, and eventually you'll be able to burst people down like that. But the Waning Rift, like we said, it's been super relevant in this game and can prove to do so.
I mean, what's the kind of the timings then? What, on a 10-second cooldown?
It's like the same cooldown as your orb.
Yeah.
Like that's the, you know, you orb in, you're able to get silence off pretty much every single time because they're, 11 on the orb and 10 on that. Ayascati next on the menu for Monet. Now level 18 for that low cooldown Sunder.
And I think definitely to kind of harp on what you've been mentioning, the thing to know about this game is the fact that LFY are only 1,000 behind when TNC have an Alchemist with 31k net worth at 35 minutes. It just goes to show how kind of well-rounded and farmed up the remaining members of LFY are in comparison to that of TNC. The rest of TNC other than this out are really, really falling behind.
Yeah. They're having to kind of run around because they're afraid of the pickoffs. That's what was happening in the mid-game. Like 10 minutes ago or so, people were showing bottom. They kept getting killed over and over again. So they're at a point where they're like, okay, we kind of have to stick together because this Nature's Prophet and Nightstalker are putting too much pressure on us, and it's causing them to get very underfarmed. It's just Cuckoo. Now it's up to 6,500 gold.
I mean, he's got enough to pick up a Scepter and have the buyback.
See what he wants to do. If he wants to maybe finish up the armlet for himself and buy like an AC instead of getting the Aghanims for teammates
swap out
first.
something for that.
Could be a possibility.
Look at the Halberd now on Raven, so a bit of an answer to the main man Monet when the TV turns up to the fight.
He's He's picked up a couple items. That Hurricane Pike, Halberd, and Blade Mail, and Hood.
Now that there's a Blood Thorn though on Inflame, definitely that sort of same thing applies, as you said earlier. If they can get that silence onto the out post Manta style, then they've got the potential to even bring him down. It's a lot of damage if they have that on him, and the whole team focusing him.
3 different ways to silence him, and also now to break that evasion, of course, with the Bloodthorn. His teammates can hit through it at least, unless it gets manted off. So both teams do have that gem picked up, so the Vision game will be slowed down on both sides, but LFY should be able to win it because they have Night Stalker.
Looks like Cuckoo is just going to continue to buy items for himself, as you said. Almost
So he's going to go
swap out the armlet.
Okay.
Yeah.
So instead of going for an extra armor item, he wants to be able to do more damage and better ways to push out the lanes, because they're starting to struggle to deal with this Nature Prophet split push.
There we go, armlet gone. Honor and the recipe picked up. Just get that Hyperstone from the side shop.
Yep.
Then we can definitely expect the axe.
Mjolnir is super useful though. With the Mjolnir, with the Shivas, with Octarine, you throw that on yourself, you just kind of run into the fights. It's also great versus the Tower Blade Illusions, of course, so he can get a good amount of healing and able to actually clear versus it. And yeah, Iascati now finished up for Monet. That recovery.
Yeah, he's played it perfectly, Monet.
Top 3 now. 1-0-7.
A lot of that down to, of course, DDC's play as well. Many times that we saw Monet living on the edge, but DDC came in with the clutch saves.
Roche should be spawning relatively soon.
TNC with this movement. They're looking for some action, hunting down Arfu. They will manage to find the connection with the Burrow Strike, Ice Path and Concoction. Finally, after a bit of a slumber in the game, TNC break it by finding Arfu out and alone. Super's there though, cutting the wave, so nothing more that TNC can do with their presence down on this bottom lane.
TNC made a play around their only ward vision that they did have, the one that's half duration in the enemy jungle. So they just tried to make something. Because they definitely feel, that map is starting to close on them a bit with LFY all farming all over the place. They only have the Alchemy. Keep mentioning over and over again who is farming.
Super looking for the Lincoln Sphere next. Once that is on, he is going to be feeling incredibly free in these team fights. Top lane, Cuckoo's being eyed up. LFY with 4 in the neighborhood. They're ready to try and make a play here onto the Alchemist. Cuckoo, is he going to get himself house? Already has used the Manta, so now there's the chance for Inflame to go in with that silence.
Oh, they might think that's the real one. He moved it away.
Indeed. Oh, the bait is perfect. Cuckoo, he's out mind game them now, goes for the TP. Super
They've got a Yules.
Still have the Yules and will manage to hold him back, cancelling the teleport. But Super, he can try and turn a fight. He needs backup from his team. His team are on the way, but it's actually Arfu keeping TNC away from getting there in time. Cuckoo has one more use of the Man Star, will bring down DDC, but that's Cuckoo down.
That's a massive kill.
Arfu seeing if they can maybe set up a more. Look at this trap hit. Tibbs is just surrounded. No escape from there as the illusions from the Terrorblade and the Treants.
Did anyone pick up the gem that the Jakiro, I think, had, or that somebody? I see it. Oh, no, it's up there. They're pinging it. They know though.
Still at the top.
That's the Dazzle had it. He was pinging it. Yeah. DDC's like, wait a minute, they didn't take it. So they send the courier up there.
But really nice engagement. Even though it wasn't the smoothest of entries, we saw them go on the illusion. But then Arfu, as I say, we kind of saw it at the bottom there. He sort of held back TNC. TNC were trying to make their way up to help Cuckoo. But Arfu was kind of like, hey, come and look at me, guys. And indeed, that sort of slowdown has enabled LFY to now be in this position to break the high ground with the last few seconds of Metamorphosis. It is now gone. Super jumping in, 2-man silence, get the Dream Coil onto the Tanky. There's the sleep from Tims.
They're all lined up for the Ice Path.
Very lined up here. 1437, he lays down the Ice Path. Does it connect onto Inflame, but the combo comes in. They're falling like there's the epicenter from Savage. Takes down 2. Super trying to jump his way out, but Raven's there with the ultimate. Tims as well, looking to chase down again. No, the Ice Path won't connect. Blinks out, but the root's through. Tims closes the gap. TNC hold. Perfect song there from Tims to set everything up. And that push ground to an absolute halt.
You couldn't ask for a better situation to happen right there. Literally all 4 of them in a perfect line for the Ice Path for the Sanking follow-up. Great defense there from TNC. Only required the Naga to buy back there. I was worried. I was like, I think they might have to buy back the Alchemist, but yeah, perfect.
Let's see it again.
Look at this lineup.
I mean, as you say, yeah, Tims having the fortitude to buy back.
Look at that.
I mean, 40, he could have got all 4, did only get 3 of them.
Oh, it's still pretty.
Nah, he goes for the 3 big ones. Make sure that he gets both Super and Monet in there. And indeed, Sam H, no hesitation as he follows through with the combo.
And now Roche respawns right afterwards, so TNC makes their way in there. Gonna pick up an easy Aegis cheese. And now the Aghanim Scepters will be coming out. Did he actually buy one yet? No, he's got 4,000.
He's ready to go. There we have it. The Roche is down. TNC.
They're trying to make a move right away. They still have 20 seconds until the puck respawns. They're trying to get a pick off to keep LFY one man down. So next big item pickups for TNC will be the Lotus Orbs to deal with the Sunder whenever Monet is able to get that off. And we already see Sam H grab one up. I think Tim's had one in his quick buy as well. He does. And I think I saw Jakiro as well with one, but no, okay, he took whatever item he had as quick buy out. The Lotus Orbs, of course, super useful versus Sunder to reflect that. Negate the heal.
So they get anything with a smoke. Looks like it is just a smoke and back off.
Yeah, now everybody's up. They wanted to try to take advantage when somebody was dead.
Cuckoo with his Arcane Rune at this stage, going to put an extra bit of a speed boost to his farming potential.
Yep.
As he still sits comfortably, of course, at the top. Inflame, though, very much, he is getting a lot on this Nature's Prophet. He's halfway through level 24, nearly at the 25. Very close to having a full-out Miona himself as well.
His damage is still very high. Never can sleep on Nature's Prophet.
Super.
TNC starting to move in.
Yeah, they are looking towards Super here on this top lane. The upgraded bots allowing Cuckoo to come in on top of 1437. Super's in the tree line. We'll see if they can find him. Shivas won't quite catch him in the area. And he is out in the trees. They do not have any sort of cancel or vision to hold him back. But on the side of it all, Sam H does get the stun onto Inflame.
He wants to BKB TP, but Tim's is starting to make it closer. Is he able to get the net off in time?
It's going to be close.
So. It's going to be close, but
yeah, not quite there. Inflame will keep himself alive.
Second BKB usage.
And this is definitely turning out to be quite the game that we hoped it to be. Both sides really giving it their all here on the main stage. 23-15, 5k lead for TNC. But definitely a game that could still swing both ways around, as we can see there. You know, one fight and a sharp drop-off for one of the sides.
Yeah. Aghanim Reserve is almost finished up. He starts bringing it out to pick up the point booster. Giving it to Raven also doesn't just make it so that he's more farmed, of course, which he's started to catch up heavily because of the fights, but then they actually have better siege to kill towers with that Aghanim's upgrade. Which is really just the Alchemist who can start hitting towers at this moment.
Ooh.
Until
that illusion nearly took down that Aghanim's delivery there. They will still get it over safely. And Cuckoo, where's it going?
It actually goes to Tim's.
It goes to Tim's. I mean, he did pull off a brilliant sleep play. I think you have to reward that. And as you know, as we're saying, the heal, it is incredibly substantial.
And it's Tim's.
It's Tim's. If you're going to trust anyone to get the sleep off at the clutch moment to give you that 70% health regen, I mean, it's just essentially, it's a second life for your whole team if it's timed right. And yep. Tim's certainly playing at the top of his game here in this first game of the series. We can expect some big plays to happen with that. Definitely, no, this is something as well that Tim's, he can make his name even bigger with
bottom
this.
Lane.
We don't see a lot of Aghanims. Naga Siren plays bottom lane though indeed. 1437 jump to bond does manage to
get the cheese
out. And now look for the turnaround. Super will use up to dodge the concoction, but they still find the connection. Has the phase shift. Will be able to blink out of this, and indeed down to the bottom. Can they actually catch him out? He's in the trees with the orb. He's fine, just a little too slippery.
Cheese forced.
Very hard to catch this buck, no doubt about it.
Cheese forced, reactions forced as well. Now they go back to the other side of the map, pushing the lanes.
And it's going to be a little harder to do as well for LFY for Super if they see 1437 out on his own, because he now does have a Yule Scepter himself.
Now they've got level 25 Nature's Prophet. Oh, he actually misclicks his BKB.
Oh,
he's testing to see if it works.
We didn't see that on the mainstream fault.
He's just testing it. That's right. That's the way it works.
Seal can do mid.
Monet.
Raven, finding Monet here. Cuckoo's going to charge up the concoction. We'll throw it out. BKB comes out straight away. Monet, no messing around. Knows that he has to save himself. Can't leave open any opportunity for him to be caught out like that.
Doesn't even risk trying to go for the Manta dodge. Just all out goes for the BKB. So 45 minutes in, we've got double catapult waves coming in. We've got double runes, of course, too. So start playing a favor.
Bottom lane, Tim's bringing in Cuckoo. They are going to try and set up with the sleep. They managed to find him. Do they have the connection? The concoction's going to come out earlier, but now with the backup of Sam H, Super's actually trying to TP in to save this. The silence of Grief comes through, but Inflame just melts, disappears immediately. Super down deep in the trees, will be fine. But this is 90 seconds where they don't have to worry about that Inflamed Nature's Prophet being out on the map. TNC can definitely give it a good shot, trying to force out that buyback. Mid lane though, 1437 being gone upon, has the self-fuels, but with 3 heroes surrounding him, very little chance of him getting home alive, as 1437 will be gone.
Yeah, he's
but
probably
straight away, it's, you know, TNC are down bottom, they're fine with this attention being drawn towards mid.
Aegis gets reclaimed.
What can they do to stop this? Metamorphosis is popped. Starting to beat into Cuckoo.
They're getting pincered on though here in the back.
Oh, they are. This wraparound coming through. TPL straight away. No, he cancels it. Wants to try and find this Cuckoo and help his teammates. They get the silence out to the Night Stalker. Super. Bringing them away. Has a haste run as well, Monet. Forcing himself forward, trying to close the gap.
They really want to catch something here with this Metamorphosis.
Oh, that dodge of the concoction. Very nice. Super is not going to jump forward though.
They're unable to get anything. So Meta now will be down for the next engagement.
Yeah, TNC are
They're already resetting. They're trying to get in there while that Meta goes down.
Yeah, this is the perfect time. With those last few seconds of Metamorphosis, if they can get that jump. And Cuckoo is being spotted out again by the illusions being spread out from Monet.
LFY knows.
How much can TNC do with that Metamorphosis down? They are still without 1437. Only 10 seconds until Inflame is back as well.
They really want to be able to kill Tims in these fights, but with the Guardian Greaves and how innately tanky Naga is, it's really hard just to move all the silences and always able to get that sleep off, so it's super threatening.
We've got the next Aghanim's coming out as well from Cuckoo. This one, it is going to go the way. Who's he giving it to? It does go the way of Raven, as you expected, yeah.
Those are 2 more important ones. I mean, Sand Kings is also super important, but letting Raven get that surge of gold is important because he's still not he's not where he ideally really would want to be as a Raven.
Super. Don't really have any sort of instant lockdown though, so Super is fine. He'll jump back up.
Inflame is not there. Inflame is now pushing in top and pushing in middle.
Yeah, really nice use of these Terrorblade illusions to keep all lanes pushed out away from LFY's base. TNC, they really need to, they've got to back up, they've got to try and push one of their waves up with and protect it against this illusion spam from LFY that's coming out from Monet to make sure that they have a chance of actually doing damage to the barracks of LFY.
Cuckoo has enough for that. Aghanim's almost with Ags and buyback for that final one. Then he can start giving moon shards and eating moon shards himself.
I mean, don't forget the Jakira Ags as well. Yeah. There's a hefty bit in the fights.
It's more about high ground defense for that one at least. But yeah,
sure,
it could be.
It's the last on the list.
Yeah, it could be massive.
MKB now out for Monet, so he is really going to be packing a punch. It's getting to the point where it may even be impossible for TNC to think about taking a fight when he has Metamorphosis up. He definitely has the potential to kill the Alchemist.
And almost level 25, so he gets that extra stats that push him forward, unless he chooses for the Sunder cooldown. But
let's see what we've got here. TNC, I'm ready to push forward. Raven trying to build up his damage from the illusion. Being from Inflame will have the Sprout. Still teasing around, no one yet to commit anything heavy.
God, Reflection is such a strong spell. Every time they walk up with the Alchemist, the Reflection starts to do a crazy amount of damage.
Straight out, look with the blood form. Cuckoo has to Manta and get himself forced out immediately. Dreamcore's dropped down, only connects onto Raven. There's the Songo. Tims making sure that the side is safe.
They have to retreat.
They will. I mean, again, it's the same thing. Metamorphosis is out. TNC say, all right, we'll back off. We'll try and use the next thing. But of course, LFY, they really want to fight with this. They come through with Inflame, post the BKB, but he's netted up, held back, silences out. Onto
Cuckoo stuns himself.
Guardian who grieves himself out. Force forward, trying to get Cuckoo out of there. Super jumping in. Cuckoo's still alive for the time being. Arfu trying to chase him down. They've got the Reflection. It's not quite enough to kill Cuckoo. He will survive. Grave comes out from DDC to try and save Arfu, but he ticks out to the fire from 1437. So all in all, LFY that wants to lose one of these, and now TNC is ready to go back in. They know that the Metamorphosis is falling down. They get the Burrow Strike connection. Super will jump in with the silence.
Monet has no buyback.
There's the Grave, looking for the Sunder, but the Lotus off. He doesn't get the Sunder. The Lotus play is there. TNC, they break down the Terrorblade. What a clutch Lotus off. And TNC, they're not done yet. They've got the vision on DDC in the trees. They'll take down the Dazzle as well. And now they're ready to go to the high ground. Buyback from DDC. Arfu.
It's backdoor though. Already LFY is addressing the issue that there's no buyback on Terrorblade.
But look at the damage with the ults as well. The Aghanim's ultimate from Raven. They'll clean up this bottom lane of Rax. maybe even more. They're looking towards mid. Inflame heavy with the split push pressure right down the middle lane. They don't have the creeps. They now don't have the ultimate anymore from Raven, but still, they're slowly but surely doing it down this middle lane. Inflame, he's committing to that middle, wants to try and find something in return. He's onto the tier 3. No, there's the jump off. The Dream Call goes through, cancelling Sam's TP out. There's no way for Sam to get back. He's going to be going back in a coffin. He's out for 80 seconds. Super trying to play with the rest of them, allowing Inflame to get the job done down the middle lane.
He's still going down on that Rex, too.
They've got Sam H and 1437 back at base, looking to hold. Inflame pops the BKB, looking for the TP out. They don't have enough damage to go through it, so they got to
kill the catapults. Yeah, they got to kill the catapults.
That melee rack's falling low, but as we saw, they've got to be aware of this split push still mid lane, playing around with Cuckoo. They won't go in for the kill though, the backup's not quite there. So at the end of the day, the job is certainly done by TNC. They get the full bottom lane of Brax. Mid lane is held onto though, and Inflame doing everything he can to slow down TNC.
Super clutch plays coming out from everybody on TNC. That Lotus Orb, like you said, reflecting that Sunder, turning the fight around completely.
Everyone absolutely playing to their best ability here. This is quite the show between these two sides. There's another Aghanims.
The final eggs. And, oh, you know, just another casual 6,000 gold, of course.
Here we go. Into Sam H's pocket. So the press now as well for Tims. Speed up that Roche potential if they want to go for it. Still very hard for TNC to really walk straight into the pit and try and take it. Mid lane, jump forward with the silence. See if they can try and get a wraparound already. Arfu towards the left, but he's actually going to get caught out by that Axe Burrow Strike. Samich with the range, but the Ice Path's not quite there. Get himself over the tree line. TNC, they don't really want to go up to the high ground here. Bit of an awkward place for them to fight in. So they're back off. The weave's on them as well.
Yeah, 4-man weave.
Inflame again, keeping this pressure on top lane, being shoved in. I mean, this is crazy, really. We've seen how much of a free game Cuckoo has. We're 52 minutes in. Inflame's only 7,000 behind him. That just goes to show how farmed this Nature's Prophet is.
He's got 520 CS, so 10 CS a minute on that Nature's Prophet. Has to address the issues of the split push, always. Yeah, always has to be pushing those lanes out. Night Stalker actually now has the, Apu has the Aghanim Scepter finished up, so they can actually take the fights easier, because now they have the vision advantage in them. And I think Super also, I believe, hit level 25 for that GPM talent. Yeah, so full Hex now finished up and buyback. The Hex can be super significant to isolate that Alchemist, because that last fight was super close to him dropping down, but they were able to turn it around. Just the 4-staff defensive play from TNC was incredibly well done.
He's going to find Arfu on the side of it all. Will flap himself away, trying to escape. The Concoction connects, Burrow Strike as well. Gray from DDC comes out. Can they do anything in return? Money trying to go for
Tims is trying to sleep, but get Hex.
Managed to Hex him up. He can't quite get the sleep off. He's taken down. TNC have lost 2. Super jumping in. Cuckoo's armor falling low because of the weave. Money coming forward. Inflame keeping the front in factory. They're looking for Raven. He's up in the air, but they surround the Razor. Raven down as well. LFY making the hold here in their own jungle, and now Raven and Tims without buyback. Inflame already in position in the middle lane, trying to push down. 1437 buys back in. They do have the Alchemist, so still good amounts of deep push.
Super's Hex, so clutch in that fight right there. Not allowing Tims to get the sleep off, and then the MKB and the Weaves just started kicking in. Now they're going into the Roche pit. Meta is still active for about 10 more seconds, or 15 more seconds, and they should be able to bring this Roche down. But yeah, he gets the Hex, and within 15 to 20 seconds makes almost a game-winning play out of it.
Absolutely.
That swing is almost 10,000 gold now going for LFY.
And we saw that as well. I believe that the Lotus Orb was already on the target, but he just goes for it anyway. He says, it's all right if I self-Hex. We need to get that target locked down.
That's the thing. They do only have that one Lotus Orb. Yeah. They don't have several ones. That's what we were addressing a little bit. Several Lotus Orbs is the way to go versus Terrorblades especially. And now that there's a Hex, we're probably going to see them address that issue by picking up more of those. But here we see the Hex comes out as the Lotus Orb comes out.
Oh, and actually,
he has a Lincoln.
He has the Lincoln, so he doesn't care about the Lotus. Indeed, the Lincoln's still blocking that return. So indeed, perfect build from Super. I mean, if they had got that song off, it would have been an incredibly different story there.
Yep.
No doubt about it.
How many buybacks was that? That was 2. So we have the Alchemist buyback and the Jakiro buyback there. Now they're scared. Now this is where TNC is in a position where they don't... It's just that super... Like, if Alchemist dies, they just lose the game.
Yeah.
So you actually buy a full BKB here just in case to be defensive. And they can't really leave their base now, which gives LFY a huge opportunity to farm the whole map, which they're not really needing too much anymore. They're all kind of hitting their critical mass point. But it is that double runes that we were mentioning. That could be the crucial thing they need. Maybe they find a clutch double damage as it's bottom, or an arcane rune, something along those lines that can help them for those type of fights. And we actually did see Monet went for the Sunder cooldown. Okay. I'm a big fan of, because it's that 10-second cooldown can be so absurd in those fights, especially when you're playing with Dazzle. I think that's one of the
You're always
going
to have the chance to get that second life off, unless you're getting mass silence down and such. But yeah, with the BKB and the Manta,
like if you get graved,
there should be the chance.
Yeah, if you get graved and you get your Sunder off right at the start of the grave, then you have only 5 seconds where the grave wears off, where you have a secondary Sunder. So I think that's one of the instances you just want to go
TNC
for.
with the smoke up, but Super's there with an invis. He knows what's going on. Get the Hex up immediately.
5-man coil!
Oh, and the coil onto all 5! In flame up with the high ground. Tim's gets the ultimate. It's starting to regen the backup. The regen doing work as they're brought back up to full HP. Now the turnaround with the Ice Path. They've got the lockdown on Team Flame. No BKB now, but Monet is tag teamed in. The Grave coming out rather early, but it's allowing Monet to go ham. Looks towards Raven. Raven, can he keep himself alive? There's the buyback from Inflame. He's looking to come in for the finisher. They've taken down the second. Inflame, can he find Kuka? The sprout from Inflame, forcing him to take the long way round, buying time for Monet to force himself forward. Kuku's still slowed down by the Skadi, but he does get just enough far away. Can they turn back into this? They're looking for Monet. Concoctions out, will connect. Ice Path off the back, but now with the ultimate from 40-37 is bringing the Terror Blade down low. Not quite enough to finish him off though. LFY, do they really want to go in for this push? Inflame straight up on the top, making sure pressure's kept in on all sides of the map.
Meta's down. They got to reset. Wait for that to come back online. I think did DC misclick the grave there? Is that what I'd seen? I think
went very early.
He graved Monet, I believe, there instead of the Nature's Prophet who was dying. So I think that was a slight misclick there coming out from DDC in that last engagement, and it forces Inflame to buy back. So now there's that thing for TNC where if they kill the Nature's Prophet, it can be a pretty good access point for them. But
absolutely,
the rest of LFY does have buyback, and he's not as crucial as, let's say, the TNC's Optimist.
Oh, look at this though, smoke up immediately.
Well, this is not going to be expected at all.
LFY, yeah, TNC they're just hanging outside the base here. This is very scary. Tims does have the song, he needs to use it. Hex comes out, there's the Dream Bolt, there's the song. Comes through, Monet pops the BKB, roots out, but he mantas it off. Back up to full health again, the Axon doing work now, the turn, Ice Path out onto the Terror Blade. DDC is there with the backup available, they'll force Monet back. There's the Grave, Sunder keeps Monet alive. Cuckoo forced back up to the high ground. LFY, and they do still do this, there's the disarm onto Inflame. Held back, TNC still keeping LFY away from the barracks. 10 seconds until SamH is back in. So again, despite Monet and DDC's play, it's enough to keep them alive, but it's not enough to get the kills on TNC and actually break this mid lane.
They tried to go for a very cute play there that no one would expect. Meta's down, you're expecting LFY to completely back off. Tried to get a nice kill off of it, but unable to with Tim's positioning over there on the right side. So still, same thing. They need to find a way to isolate Tims, get that Hex on him so that he's unable to get those sleeps off.
These sleeps have been absolutely massive from Tims.
Yeah, perfect. Perfect positioning.
Money racking up on Super. Definitely can start to let's get the moonshot out. So already the moonshot on Monet. Does he give one to Inflame? Not one yet given to Inflame. Could be next on his shopping list. From the puck. No, it's the refresher. He goes all in. I mean, to be fair, we have seen these big Dream Coils and Waning Rifts and the Hex. If he can get this all out twice, it's going to be incredible. And Super, to be fair, you know, the panel said, and I joked about it at the start, seeing him in on the puck, but he has had an incredible game. 10, 4, and 12. And these late game plays and decisions that he has made.
He's been getting super clutch silences in the back. And we saw, what, 2 or 3 4-man, 5-man coils, and then the sleeps following up. If the sleep wasn't there, those fights are absolutely one for LFY. And now, yeah, he has double Hex too, so he can choose a little bit better. And if the Lotus Orb does remove the Hex, then he can refresh and go for it again after he uses all of his other equipment and spells, of course.
Haste. White. Still very much ready to try and do something. Metamorphosis is back and available.
Many of the heroes approaching their level 25.
TNC's coming up, they're raining on the high ground here. There's the jump in. Super gets immediately in with the Hex onto Tims, removed by the Lotus Storm. Falls back, but he's stunned. He can't get off the song. Another
Coil stun. I think
he get this off in time. He's trying to see though. He can't. That's Tims down 80 seconds. They've lost 40-37 as well. TNC are down 3. SamH coming in with the epic Burrow Strike. Is it enough to get a return? Looking backdoor regen. They should slowly but surely be able to get
There's
at least
Glyph,
one of
though.
the racks.
They're going to clip it and heal it up.
Are they going to be able to hold this? Sam H, him in the burrow.
They've got a
slow
minute,
them down.
a minute 20 for Alchemist buyback.
And LFY knows they've got to try and get the kills on the side. Inflame does TP in immediately with the Sandstorm. Sam H gets away. There's your fortification.
And now the Glyph is gone. Or now the backdoor protection is gone. The creeps have gone.
And it plays back in immediately, looking to finish off this mid lane of Brax. They're looking to potentially go for the game. They get the Hex in time.
They're going to forest. They're going for the game.
They're going for the finisher. 30 seconds until the Naga's back. Maybe could look for a sleep play to slow things down. But the speed that LFY are moving in means that it may be too long. 20 seconds, no Naga. They're onto the base. LFY looking to close up game one here. No way, by the looks of it, the TNC could slow this one down. Despite their best attempts, and indeed, GG is called.
Wow,
LFY
what a game.
Game one.
Holy crap.
What a start to this series.
What a back and forth game, though. Incredible plays coming out from TNC with their coming to their 4 stabs, to their sleeps, of course, to the setups with the Jakiro Ice Path, macro pyre combos with Senking. Everything going super well for TNC, but LFY coming in clutch at the end. Afu and Inflame carrying super hard in that early to mid game, and then Super coming in clutch with that Hex at the end.
The Hex plays from Super at the end, absolutely incredible. And just, again, this sort of coordination we've expected from LFY as a team. Giving DDC the dazzle, you're going to have troubles. And we saw time and time again those last few sieges as well. DDC enabling Monet, enabling Inflame. And Inflame, such bold plays as well, consistently TPing on the other side of the team, coming in from behind them, and they just didn't expect it.
They found so many pickoffs in the mid game with that Night Stalker, Nature's Prophet. They played super good to let Monet get back online. That was incredibly impressive because of such a deficit that they're playing at for the first like 20 minutes pretty much. This Alchemist is just raining chaos all over the place, but able to get some map control coming out, and they take it away.
Yeah, just the right amounts of pressure as well being put on from LFY at the end. You know, getting these openings, making sure the buybacks aren't there for TNC, and coming in with that hard-hitting finishing push. What a game one, ladies and gentlemen. Myself and Fob, we'll see you soon for game 2. But for now, back to Day 9 and the boys to hear what they have to say about that 61-minute spectacle.
Thank you, OD Fog. What a game. It's 60 minutes into the game. There was less than a 3K net worth difference between the two teams. It was hard fought, and frankly, the closest game of the tournament thus far.
For sure, and I think it just comes down to what Peter said in the beginning, that their cores from TNC just wasn't good against the TB. They had Alchemist and they had Razor, and none of them is really good, like super late game against TB.
Razor was pretty underwhelming. He worked really well in lane when Terrorblade was mostly fighting in melee form, but as soon as Terrorblade got a couple items, got the Manta online, started, you know, popping off meta in fights and spawning illusions, Razor just really didn't have a place.
I still thought TNC were going to win, though. They had that great execution in the team fights with the sleep.
Super's puck was a hero
questionable
he hasn't played a lot this tournament.
minutes.
It started off slow, but I thought towards the end of the series, or towards the end of that match, he really started to pick it up, and he made some really great plays.
Yeah, the incredible dream coils. I mean, especially in mid, he got just solo killed by an Alchemist.
Yeah, I'm sure he was he was making some aggressive play. You know, we would have been like, oh my God, Super, if he killed the Alchemist. It just, it didn't work out.
And I got to give a huge shout out to Afu on the Night Stalker for again and again and again getting he had 100% kill participation for the first 16 kills.
4 players are the stars of this tournament.
Yeah.
It's been like that for quite some time now, that the 4 position is so important for a team to actually work.
Yep.
Yeah, the 4 position, most often the position that is roaming around, trying to make plays, not staying in lane. Talking a little bit about the early game, we got Purge here, who specifically, I understand, Sand King was of great interest to you in the early game.
Yeah, Sand King. He wasn't the 4 position, but we have seen a lot of Sand Kings played in the 4 position. The way that they ended up doing their lanes was very smart from TNC. They were clearly the ones that were doing abnormal matchups with the aggro try, as well as the 1v1s in the other lanes. And we really did see a lot of the value. Razor was good against Terrorblade at the laning stage, as well as with their 2 supports. It worked out really nicely. They forced a Grave from Dazzle. So as a whole, it felt like TNC was putting pressure on and allowed the other lanes to actually be 1v1s. But the player I really want to talk about was Sam H, because his early rotations here ended up at least trading kills. So even though Alchemist did die in some of these engagements, I thought he was really instrumental towards making sure that they at least stay caught up and that their aggro try is not completely for a full loss. And I was very surprised how much damage he did. It really comes back to the map. He was in a 1v1 situation against the Nature's Prophet, normally a 4 position, or in a rare case, maybe a solo offlane. So because he had all of these early levels, it really helped him have bigger impacts in these early parts of the game. And this is maybe the most crucial areas at the 8 to 12 minute mark. That's usually when the carries leave their safe lane. He was always staying top and doing so to ensure that his team was able to split push off on the bot lane. If we take a look down here, you can just kind of see they're just always pushing the bot lane out. Sam H is dodging the ganks, making sure that he doesn't end up going down. And because of this, and all of these engagements, he's putting himself in danger. He's split pushing a little bit and forcing 4 heroes to spend time trying to kill him. And these clips are all in a period of around 8 minutes to about 12:30. And yeah, he does end up dying at the end here, but the same kind of principle shows. If you, again, look at the tier 2 tower, his team ends up trading a tier 2 tower for his own tier 1, which is really not a bad trade at all. So I really liked what he did between the 8 and 12 minute mark. Really gave his team a lot of space and helped them stay even despite the early pressure.
I mean, it was that sort of pressure that I actually think Naga was able to begin putting pressure on the tier 3 tower at close to 15 minutes into the game. I mean, the number of times that TNC just continued to get close to that tier 3 tower again and again, but amazingly LFY did not even let the bottom racks fall.
I really would have wanted to see they use the Naga more for a team fight and not just to run away, because a lot of the times before the 40-minute mark, he used the sleep to just get away instead of poking them a bit, and then when they group up, sleep, and then as they did in the 40-minute fight, they sleep 4 of them in a line. They put all of the twin spells and everything, and they just kill everyone. But I think they could have done that earlier.
Their fights were very focused on them kiting the Terrorblade out, and whenever that puck coil came out, that was a controlled situation where Terrorblade could pump in some damage, and that's when they were using that sleep to counter-initiate. So it would have been nice to see them set up fights and start that way, but I'm not sure if they really had another choice. I don't think they had an opportunity to fight that Terrorblade head-on because they didn't have enough AoE to deal with all the illusions.
For sure.
Yeah, especially once Terrorblade got the level 25 talent and was in the position to be able to use Sunder every 10 seconds, especially in that long last siege. We saw Terrorblade constantly gobbling up the fresh Alchemist health to stay alive.
Terrorblade Dazzle is a nice combination. We've seen it, I think we've seen it a couple times this tournament, but that combo's been around ever since Terrorblade got introduced into the game.
And the fights were really long, too. We started to stack up, and the 6th item on Alchemist was Mjolnir instead of AC. It's pretty a common pickup, or atypical pickup, but he needed it. He needed AoE versus Terrorblade, but then he didn't have enough armor, and he actually just died a lot of the time.
The Dazzle Weave had a huge impact in this game. Dazzle's a hero we've seen a little bit of. OG played it yesterday, but in this ultra late game scenario, that Weave is king.
Yeah, especially the fact that the Weave was able to pop off so early in the fights that Alchemist, I mean, I was shocked at how much he was getting chunked down.
The fights lasted for a long time, so tons of positive
took
armor.
Took up so much space on the map.
Yeah, tons of negative armor on that Alchemist, making him pretty simple to kill for Terrorblade.
And I gotta say, this is the sort of match that people get hyped about for TI. Of course, LFY still living up to their high win rate at the tournament, but TNC showing that they're a contender as we've currently seen the closest first game yet. Let's go ahead and head on over to Casey and Slacks to get their thought on the series.
Hello!
Hello!
Hello! Let's just do that for 20 minutes and see if it bugs anyone. So we're here with a lot of cool people behind us. Yeah! Hey, what have you guys thought about the International so far?
Awesome! Amazing!
What did you think of the opening ceremony?
Opening ceremony! Oh, yeah!
You know, we had a lot of fun filming that little sketch that you saw.
Yeah, we did.
Didn't you?
Yeah, but everybody makes mistakes, you know. We had a few missteps. I mean, sometimes you don't say your lines. Sometimes you draw a giant cannon on live TV. Everybody messes up.
Wow, dude.
But the funniest part, though, are sometimes the outtakes. And we have assembled some of our best outtakes and someone else as well. So hope you enjoy.
01, 05, take 1.
Whoa, sorry. That was way too.
You just go just a smidge more with your left. Yeah, just out a little.
Oh,
5 minutes to curtain.
spit it out. How long?
5 minutes to curtain.
Okay, new guy.
Yeah, thank you. How about you come and get me a coffee?
Okay, all right. Okay, why don't we just hide these?
Oh, God, please, not Gavin.
Everybody's either going to hate us or...
Sweet Gavin.
What is this?
It's a little something I've been working on. I'm so sorry I hit her with the freaking headset.
We don't have a couple of minutes.
Yeah, we will if you shut up, all right?
All right.
Even my grandfather.
That's too much.
Okay. Even he called me Donkey Boy.
Okay. I can't see.
You're so bony.
Ow. What did I just hit?
Nothing. Those are my knucks. I'm a man.
Get rolled with the fever on the dance floor. Step to the side. You gotta rap high. My clothes are falling off.
Yeah, mine too.
What's he doing here?
Maybe he could help us. Shut up. It's the shopkeeper.
I know who he is, dumbass.
Damn it, I'm sorry.
It's the shopkeeper.
I can grant you the might to overpower any foe.
Okay, well, I just got hit because he didn't protect me.
Good.
Why don't you shut your mouth
Why don't
when
you
I'm
get
talking
your
to you?
head chopped off, all right?
Can you tell him to stop making a terrible face?
I'm making a sexy face. One cracker each, please.
Yeah, one cracker each. You sneezing? What was that?
Nothing. One cracker each.
Yeah, one cracker each.
Jake, are you looking into the camera lens?
I am. I forgot.
Would you guys mind terribly if I kept it at we like being stupid? I kind of like that we're kind of a team now.
I should know my way around this place, but it's weird. I mean, I'm not supposed to be in here with you, okay?
What?
This is Dota, stupid. Anything could happen.
If you call me stupid one more time.
Do not flick my crystal! Wait a minute. That's a courier.
Touch me again and die. To the key! Watch out, jackass!
Hey!
What a good sport. What a good sport. Such a good sport, that stagehand. And he never came back. I don't know what happened.
I love Gabe so much. That's sorry. Every time I watch it, I have to laugh at that last part.
He's the best part.
Oh, my God.
Yeah. Oh, and you too. You were great.
Oh, you were great, Casey.
No, you were great.
You know, you were so good at this. You were so great.
We've had about
We're great.
enough of this. All right. Did you? Are you?
What?
Are you ready?
Yeah. What? What are we doing?
Are you ready to talk to your fans?
Oh, gross. All right. Hello, fans. Hello. Hello. How was that game?
Raise the obelisk.
Yes. Good stuff. Wonderful.
What did you guys think of that last game? Amazing, right? How do you think the next one's gonna go? Who?
TNC's gonna win.
TNC. Whoa. Whoa.
Round number 2.
Oh. If TNC loses, is OG versus TNC again, though?
Yeah.
I mean, right? Oh, all right.
Wow, rough crowd. Rough
right.
crowd. We're gonna send it back to you guys before things get really crazy.
Thank you. I gotta say, I love the outtakes almost as much as I like the final edited piece. I just wish they would have shown him flying on the courier. I want to see that next year. Get the real donkey to fly. Yes, a literal flying donkey. The technology is there. Looks like the teams are headed back out, and out in the galley we see that the fans are rooting for TNC. And I gotta say, there were some favorites that didn't perform up to the skill level that we expected. TNC's a different story. They were so neck and neck with LFY that entire game.
They could have won the game for sure. They even had a point where we thought that they actually won. Yep. When they got a couple of kills and were heading for their base, but they just couldn't manage to finish it.
We got ready to come out, and then we sat back down again and just continued to go on. And it was like so close. It wasn't, you know, sometimes in the typical Alchemist game fashion where it's, well, is he going to be able to get to his farm early enough? Yes or no. It winds up being that binary. A lot of times you don't see out there for Aghanim's.
Yeah, it was good. TNC won a lot of fans over last year, and you can see that support here in the crowd today. They're bringing in some great games. I'm pretty sure everybody just wants a game 3, though.
Oh, yeah.
But when it comes to like Alchemist, I think they did an okay job of kind of keeping up. They were able to hold high ground, which was really important. But Alchemist became like, he had so much net worth, and the Razor and the Sand King cores, they really just weren't able to support him in the way they needed to win that game. It was just Alchemist versus the world.
They needed to end the game earlier. I think Inflame did a really good job of delaying the game to get to the point where they did need to win that game. Also, I think that whole game 1 draft was kind of targeted at Super and kind of saying, okay, what else can you play besides Medusa, Death Prophet, and Dragon Knight. And you talked about the DK being a block pick, and they kind of put him to the test, and Super did deliver. So now we may see TNC take a different strategy for game number 2.
I want to ask about the Razor pick, because I know that that's consistently been the one hero that seemed a little bit suspect as the game went on. Is there an alternative pick that you'd like to see, or just a general mindset shift away from that type of hero?
I think they had a very kind of structured strategy coming into this. I think 1437 is a really clever captain and a really smart drafter. So what he did was he banned the Medusa, he banned the Death Prophet, and he said, hey, take Dragon Knight, I'll pick this Razor, and if you try to lane a Dragon Knight there, I'll take advantage of that lane matchup. And I think that was maybe Razor should have been a reactionary pick rather than just assuming that LFY would go for Dragon Knight. I think they're too smart and too talented of a team to make that mistake. So that was a little bit of a...
It's not just downside of not wanting to show the last pick, because they needed to pick something for 4th, and
sure,
they probably don't want to pick the Alchemist there, because then they
definitely
give the opponents.
Last pick Alchemist was a... Yeah. We saw TNC almost took it with that. It's a strong last pick.
And in terms of, you know, the Dragon Knight style push composition, we've talked before about how LFY was ending games very, very quickly in group stages, but that really showed a very strong long-term late game. I mean, what is it about LFY that was so exceptional in those later periods of the game?
Ben was talking about how they were able to delay the game and defend their high ground and extend the game long enough for all 3 of their cores to find farm, whereas the Alchemist was kind of the only person farming on TNC's side. So once they kind of got to like 5 or 6 item slots, they were actually able to fight against the Alchemist and compete in a team fight.
Your first thing that you really want to do is to either shut down the Alchemist to make sure that he doesn't reach that point with the Radiance so quick. Yeah. But if he actually does that, then you should avoid fighting him as much as possible and just make sure that you get the farm on the other 3 heroes, which they did. So it was Prophet, Puck, and which other hero was it that they had? The Terrorblade. Yeah. So both of those 3 were like after the Alchemist, before the other heroes came out.
At a certain point, Alchemist is always going to find his farm. It's almost like playing against an anti-mage. Anti-mage is going to farm. That's what he does. So you just need to try and keep up as best you can.
There were also some periods in the mid-game where we saw TNC just losing 1 hero at a time, just pick-offs continued to happen. Do you think that was one of the big periods where they lost their momentum in the game? I mean, Ake, I remember you were talking a bit about that.
Yeah, it comes down to the Night Stalker being able to run around and catch people, basically. And they also have the Prophet and Terrorblade who's split pushing a lot, so it's very hard for TNC to actually find a team fight that they want to take. So that's why they got picked off, I think. They tried to push their limits to get out of the map and try to take a team fight.
Certainly gave some space for Alchemist to farm, but it wasn't quite enough. And at this point, teams have let us know that they are ready for game number 2. It's going to be LFY currently leading 1-0 against TNC. Will TNC make the comeback and tie it up, or will LFY close it out? Let's find out.
LFY versus TNC Pro Team. Game 2.
Talk a little bit more about that Night Stalker Furion opening from LFY. The more I think about it, the more I like it. They're able to split push while also reducing the vision of TNC, which made them feel like they needed to spread out and handle the lanes. But when they spread out, that's when Night Stalker used his vision advantage to find some opportune kills.
Oh, that's a great point, yeah. Almost encouraging them to have to respond in the way where Night Stalker would be strong.
Exactly. It's, you know, hey, are you going to let us split push all day, or are you going to try and combat us?
TNC starts off right away saying, you know what, Night Stalker was a pain in the ass last game, insta-bat rider, and oh, I love a Faceless Void in any game.
This is a good combo to start with, as we've been talking about before. Void really lacks damage in the chrono, and A can really help him with that throughout the whole map.
LFY picking up some combinations. I think that Night Stalker Furion is something that we need to look out from them in the future, and now Void A being an alternate opener for them. Void is a hero that actually lanes pretty decently against Batrider compared to most. He's got the leap to get away, and also you can use time dilation if you skill it early enough in lane to stop Batrider from stacking the sticky napalms on top of you.
Also a good Lincoln's carrier. We see Naga openers a lot. I think we've seen 3 Nagas in the first phase, but however, it hasn't been versus Faceless Void. And I think this is really where the hero does shine, is counter-initiating against the Chronosphere.
I think we've seen it once, and yeah, it was super good that game, so I can really see it work this game as well. He just needs to stay behind and make sure that he can get the sleep off whenever Void uses his ultimate.
And Faceless Void we've seen run in the 1 position, in the hard carry position for several teams. Do you think that this is more of how he's balanced around, or do you think that he's still a perfectly capable offlaner in the current meta?
We saw Empire Resolution played. I think that Void can be one of the hardest carries in the game in the late game due to his bash mechanics and his large agility game. But he's a very versatile hero, which makes him a great first pick in the first phase. So I think you just have to wait and see where the game goes and decide whether or not you really want to put Void in that 1 position. I think it fits Resolution's style more as a player for him to play that as a 1. He generally plays these incredibly hard carries, more so than other 1 position players.
Yeah. In terms of the bans, we see increasingly the same consistent set of 5 heroes, just never to be seen upon the main stage. Nyx Assassin, Lich, Night Stalker, Earthshaker, and Bat Rider very frequently banned. We will see Bat Rider this game. Phantom Lancer also chucked out by LFY.
Yeah, TNC really, we saw at the end of that last game, LFY was focusing on bursting down the Naga before that sleep came out. So banning out the Shaker is going to prevent him from being bursted. Protecting your Naga so that way you can always get off to sleep and set you guys up for the fight is what they will want.
In this draft from LFY, I don't really think it has a good potential to end the game in 15 or 20. So TNC, I don't think have to worry about some super heavy push like they did have to last game with the Furion opener. TNC can go for something a little bit slower. I think something like Tinker that Cuckoo has played is pretty good versus this type of lineup. You want a Blink hero that can get out, and a lot of his counters are already taken out of the pool. Night Stalker,
TNC has played Tinker this tournament, right?
Yeah.
It's one of the heroes they do like. I like the idea of them focusing more on the split push style and having vision from the Naga illusions spread out throughout the map, have some Firefly vision as well to keep track of this Void. Being able to find Void and either stay away from him or be prepared for that Chronosphere coming in, having your Naga in the opportune position to sleep after that Chronosphere is going to be a huge key for them.
Yeah. And of course, for anyone listening at home, Furion is an alternative name for Nature's Prophet. Those are the same heroes.
Yeah, sorry, we got some Dota 1.
Oh, yeah, so yeah, same way that Wisp is another name for Io. And of course, when I first started playing Nature's Prophet, people were saying, "Who's this idiot Fur?" And I was like, well, that's not my name, so I'm totally in the clear. I don't know who the idiot Fur is, but probably a tough guy to have on the team.
Got the counter to Bat here now. Kunkka with his X mark.
Yes. Your teammate gets lassoed, you X your teammate and slurp him right back out of that lasso.
What's the range on X marks the spot and Naga sleep? Can you, is it like?
Naga's 1,000, 1,400, 1,800 on the radius. Kunkka, I'm not exactly sure.
If you get Aether Lens on Kunkka, can you X people while they're TPing from sleep?
I think
very
so.
likely.
Yeah. Even without, maybe?
Yeah, even without, I think you can. At least a level 1.
Oracle is a hero that TNC has been picking a lot, and most of the times they've been picking it with Sven, so it's not like other teams who usually picks it as a counter to Bat Rider or the Beastmaster ultimate. They pick it with a carry that a melee carry that really wants to run around and hit people, so they like using the ultimate more in a way to make sure that their carry can hit people.
There's that Furion again.
I'm not so sure if I like Sven here though, because they have Void. It's okay, I guess, to burst him down, but
Oracle pick is weird for me. Generally, we see Oracle, he matches up pretty well. We've seen Alchemist, even like Huskar back in the day, and there's an Ancient Apparition in the first 2, and of course Oracle can make his teammates magic immune, so they don't have to deal with that Ancient Apparition blast, but they also can't heal during that.
I think a lot of teams like it versus the Kunkka as a X.
Oh, it's really great against Kunkka.
It's great against that initiation.
You make your teammate totally immune to whatever's happening to him.
But not so great perhaps versus the other ones. Nature's Prophet not picked very often versus Bat Rider. I think Nature's Prophet struggles to get a lot of farm when there's a Bat in the game.
Just because the Bat Rider can pounce in and lasso him back when he's attempting to split push?
Yes. It was pretty terrifying back when Flame Break also canceled TPs. It's still a problem.
Also, once you finally get a hold of that Furion, he doesn't really have a lot of great tools to escape. He's a very immobile hero. So if the Bat Rider gets on top of him with the Firefly, he's most likely going to go down.
You know, I was wondering if you could speak a little bit to how to think of Oracle, because he's one of those heroes where you read the abilities, and it's hard to even know how the hell he operates, let alone what his function is in the team.
He's a very defensive support. He's there to stand behind his teammates and make sure just protect everybody, whether it's through his ultimate or through his magic community spell, which I have no idea what the name is. Oracle, not one of my specialties.
Fate's Edict.
Spell, which I have no idea what the name is. Oracle, not one of my specialties.
Fate's Edict.
Iniciar de todas maneras con su ultimate activado, y si revive el Sven, si no tiene el ultimate, la verdad es que, o sea, sí sigue haciendo una buena cantidad de daño, pero no es tan importante. Vemos ahí la repetición de la jugada, donde, bueno, a decir verdad, se veía muy bien desde el principio para los chicos de Empire. El Sven que se demoraba un poquito en llegar a los objetivos, pero el Flaming Lazo muy bueno por parte de Ghostic, atrayendo a los chicos de EG hacia ellos. De la Resolution, pero la línea de abajo quería encontrarse contra Sai, pero bueno, se puso invisible cuando tenía que hacerlo y sobrevive de esta forma. Creed también, Moonlight Shadow siendo utilizado. Así, ¿verdad? Me sorprende, creo que no he visto casi todos por parte de los chicos de Empire, ¿no?
No, y eso les
había gema, claro.
Sí, hay gema, pero de todas maneras eso les ha costado un par de kills, ¿no? Sí. Sencillos, digámoslo así. Sunkin se termina escapando, Winter Warrior también, con el uso simplemente de Moonlight Shadow. Y pues estaba muy cerca también su mail con su Invoker, así que por ahí hubiese podido tener algo de respuesta a la escuadra de EG. Ahora presionando de manera constante, si te das cuenta, la línea inferior, tanto la línea inferior como la de medio, están siendo muy split pushadas en la parte superior. Evitando esto, por ahí se encuentra Ortiz en la parte superior, va a mandar simplemente las copias de la Manta Style y pues a la defensa, ¿no? Va a ir rápidamente a lo que vendría a ser la defensa. Ya nivel 25, entonces se fue por la reducción del cooldown del Tornado como para evitar, sabe que la escuadra Empire va a querer seguir presionando, así que para evitar ese, o no, para tener un mejor high end defense, pues se va a ir por este talento.
Sí, bueno, y ahora tenemos los chicos de Empire todavía dictando un poco el tiempo del juego. Esa última teamfight para EG no les sirvió para nada. 26-4 el marcador, 12k de oro por chicos de Empire. Cuidado porque se puede venir la noche. Scouteado del guard de esa forma, Ghostic no puede iniciar. Sin embargo, todavía hay una muy buena opción de los chicos de EG.
Miren a Rogers, viene su posicionamiento, Tornado que vuela, termina conectando. La flecha termina impactando, lo sacan con el primer Force Staff, así que no pasa nada.